Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. What? Yeah, I agree, little man. I agree, little man. Ah, fucking panicking. Panicking and terrified. So when we last left off, you'll notice that we're not waking up. We're not waking up in the Maldassian Annex right now. We're here. We ended the last stream here. Cause the last stream was a lot. Like even outside of the last like hour or two, last stream was a lot. It almost want to get longer than the YouTube VOD limit. Like limit for what I can do for my VODs. So yeah, last time on Final Fantasy, we were in Garlemald. We were dealing with Garlemald things. A number of people died. A dude Hitlered himself. We got body jacked. But we tanked it. It was fine. We killed the Gallian god. We went to the fucking moon. Ascian took over the Heart of Zodiac. We fought him. He Hitlered himself. And then we saw the star die as we heard a voice. And now the final days are upon us. It's been a lot to like truly process what happened last stream. Like since like towards the end of Shadowbringers, and especially going into the patches of Shadowbringers, it's been more and more prevalent of me saying, I don't know what to expect next. I've been expecting a lot of what's been happening in this game. Some things that I'm predicting multiple expansions out and stuff like that, or just having a general vague idea of where we're gonna go and everything like that. Like Heavenswood, the fact that you're gonna end the war is like the idea of just like, yeah, you go and then you're probably gonna end the war, and Thordon is definitely gonna be like the main problem behind it, because even outside of like, you literally see him with La Habrea, and before you even start Heavenswood, it's like, it's very obvious that Ishgard is like the perpetuators of the war and everything like that. Stormblood, like liberating Doma and Alamigo is like the obvious go-to of where Stormblood's gonna go. It becomes a question of just like, well, obviously we're about to do the Alamigo thing because of Ilberd, but also been setting up Sensei Doma as well, with Yagiri, and now we've got Gosetsu and everything. It's more so like the way that goes about, like what you actually do across all of Stormblood is very obvious, like what the plan is from the very beginning. There are no surprises in terms of, wow, that's happening. In terms of like what your goals are, it's just like how you get there. In terms of like you get your ass kicked by Xenos possessing Shinryu, you going to Doma before you even finish with Alamigo, you know, stuff like that. The bringing down the castle on Yotsuyu, and everything like that. It's like it's the things that connect all the pieces together. Then obviously going into Shadowbringers, like you get an idea of we're going to the first in Shadowbringers, because of the setup of Heavenswood and just the throw wide the gates. What the first is like is then the big surprise. But even once you get there, it's like, okay, we're stopping the Light Wardens, we're stopping all the Light Wardens, and even from early on, this is clearly gonna become a problem. Because even from early on, the Light Wardens being a problem of you absorbing it all is obviously being set up as a problem, and everything like that. And then going down to Amarot was again the big what the hell. Holy shit, we're going to Amarot and stuff like that. But it's like, obviously, like, Emmett Selk's introduced, and it's like, he's very obviously, like, that's gonna be the final boss. Emmett Selk's gonna be the final boss of this. And then it's just like, okay, Elidibus is setting himself up as the next thing. So it's like, okay, so Elidibus is gonna be the problem. So what about, like, what is Elidibus's plan? I've got no fucking idea. So, even the most I've not had an idea in this game so far has been Elidibus. in the patches. And the fact that we were going to fight Elidibus was very obvious from 5.1 with the Stinger. Because before that, I'm just like, are we setting up an Shadowbringers patch thing, or are we setting up an Endwalker thing here? And then by the end, when you see him in Artbird's body and he shaves it, then it's like, oh, okay, Elidibus is going to be the 5.3 fight. It's just how the fuck is he going to do that? That threw me for a loop the entire way. Then we get to Endwalker, and it's like, okay, we're stopping Funny Daniel, we're stopping Xenos, there's gonna be something to do with Zodiac. We're at level 83, and all of that's been dealt with now. All of that's now done. Fandaniel's dead. Zodiac's dead. Literally, who the fuck cares about Xenos at this point? Xenos is such a minor problem now that literally who cares? Which is what we saw last time. Like, Xenos walked past us and looked back and cast a glance back at us, and we didn't. Like, bro is washed. Bro's got no friends, bro's got no gods, bro's got no bitches. Like, Xenos, like, who cares? So, every bit of setup that we've had for Endwalker is gone now. Outside of, we kind of have an idea of, like, what happened with the final days because of the Armorant dungeon, but what the fuck does that mean now? We don't have creation magics that can spiral out of control. What are we doing? His god whack. His powers whack. So, like, outside of the final days will happen, and, but again, based on the voice that we heard, like, the moment that Zodiac was no longer, like, preventing the final days, we heard a voice. And that voice is either going to be someone who is causing the final days, or someone who is, like, observing the final days, waiting for it to happen. Like, it could be, like, a god, like, woven into the universe that is, like, waiting for everything. Because we're at the point now where, like, where I'm literally on the moon after I just killed the god of an ancient civilization, staring at the earth, hearing about the apocalypse. We are in full-on motherfucking Final Fantasy territory here. We have now reached that. So we have reached, okay, the story can now go as JRPG as it fucking wants to. That voice could have been the voice of, like, the universe itself that's, like, waiting for everything to die. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm, like, if I, like, the only prediction I can make is, like, that voice that we heard, we fight at some point. And I can't even say it's the final boss, because motherfucking Zodiac was the first trial. So it's, like, outside of that, because, like, whatever voice we heard seems pretty fucking stoked that the final days are coming back. So, like, outside of that, like, and in terms of, like, how do we get to that point, at this point, is, like, I don't even understand enough about that possibility of what that voice is to have any idea of how the fuck we would get there. It's Yoshi P. That's the voice of Yoshi P himself. Yoshi P is writing the game out of it. Honestly, it could be. It could. I don't know. We could go super, like, meta with this. That voice could be the creator of the universe. That voice could be the person who created the universe, and the creator of the universe has arrived to the same opinion as fucking Amon did, of just like, well, I created all life everywhere, but now that I'm looking at it, I think it's kinda cringe. I created all of this, but, I don't know. I'm kind of having second thoughts. Bye. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like, Yeah. I've mentioned it before. I legitimately think that, like, fighting Zodiac was a given. Like, fighting Zodiac was one of the most obvious things that was going to happen in this expansion. Which I feel like is why it's, like, they made it so early to throw everyone off. It's one of those things where it's like, I absolutely expected to fight Zodiac. But fighting Zodiac as early as we did, and everything that happens there, I legitimately think is the most thrown for a loop that I've ever been by a plot twist in any story I've ever played. I honestly, like, there have been some plot twists that have, like, thrown me for a loop of going, what the fuck? In games, there's a lot of them. But in terms of just, like, sheer, I now have no idea what the fuck is going to happen. I don't think it's ever been more than this moment right here. No one predicted Zodiac in 83. It's one of those things where, I mentioned this on the Discord. Sorry, if you're tuning into this video on YouTube and not expecting me to play the game in the first half an hour, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Danganronpa 1 Final Trial, child's play compared to this. Fucking child's play compared to this. Again, I honestly don't think I've ever been more thrown for a loop than this. I really don't. And you would clap up if you called it. The thing that I mentioned on Discord is that the nature of the MMO, because it's MMO, and they do stick to a structure for the MMO, which I imagine is mainly for development pipeline reasons. Like, every expansion since Heavensward has been 6 zones, there's dungeons at the odd levels, though it took them a while to go, maybe all of the dungeons throughout the main story should actually be part of the main story, and we shouldn't have, like, a Dusk Vigil or a Violet Tides as just a random side leveling dungeon. That should be part of the MSQ. But it's been very consistent that it's like 6 zones. You go to 2 zones and they split in half at the beginning of it. Then you come back. You do your first dungeon. Every odd level's a dungeon, then level cap. There's a trial at every 3, 9, and level cap for each expansion and everything like that. There is very much a structure that it is here. And I'm not someone who's saying they have a structure, so therefore it's bad. I know some people say that it's just like, it having a structure at all means that it's bad, and it's just like, you have to judge this on MMORPG levels. They could break free from that structure, but anytime they do break free from that structure, people then just complain going, but I missed the thing from the old structure. Like, if you have dungeons not at every odd level in the MSQ, then you either, like, have more, which then people will say is padding, or you have less, and then people say, but I wanted this, but you've always done this many dungeons, so give me all those. It's like, we have role quests now, and it's just like, and people are just like, but we had job quests before, I want them back. It's like, they tried to do something new, and now people are complaining about it and everything like that. There's, like, I want everything to change, but I want everything that is currently existing to stay the same. One of those things. But it's like, since, like, it's one of those things where the structure, it's more so, like, Heavensward and Stormblood, you can feel it the most. That the structure is something that they feel really beholden to, that they've not been able to lean into very effectively. Why the fuck is Siren Song Sea a dungeon? Why the fuck is Bismarck a trial, like, when it is? Because it has to be at the 9 level. Like, why don't you fight Bismarck earlier? Why do you fight Bismarck after Orshafon dies? It's so, like, it feels out of place, well, because it has to be at the 9. So, there's elements of the structure that do feel like they've been kind of constricted to it. Like, even Susano. Susano's awesome. Susano just happens because you're in the second, like, you're in, like, another zone. And you're at the level 3 thing. So we need a trial, so, the object spawned a primal. So, there's stuff like that. Like, Shadowbringers is really where it feels like, they understood how best to tie in their structure into their story. Which does mean that, like, Shadowbringers' middle section feels a little Monster of the Week in its vibes. In terms of just, like, the beginning of the story is learning how fucked the first is, the end of the story is fighting Vorthri and then Emmet. So it's like the big bookends, and then the middle of Shadowbringers is a bit Monster of the Week. It's just about finding all the Light Ones and killing them. But it works because they also deliberately break up, like, each monster of the week also has, like, its own character out of the Scions that it's focusing on and their story progressing and everything like that. And it breaks up all those sections with, and by the way, in Lakeland, this shit's going on. So, like, they manage, like, they're clearly aware that it's like, okay, we've written for the structure and we're doing it well. Every dungeon is highly important to the MSQ. There's, like, a light warden at the end of a lot of them. Our trials are directly, like, major elements. They're either light wardens themselves, or it's Emmett and stuff like that. So I feel like Shadowbringers was the first time they really, like, were able to tie their structure into the story very effectively. So it's very funny that we get to the immediate next expansion of Endwalker. And what they've done is use the structure, the very predictable, you know what the structure of this expansion's going to be, to deliberately fuck with people. Fucking masterclass here. Absolute holy shit. That is so amazing. It is so funny that they nailed down their structure into their storytelling so well in Shadowbringers to just the immediate next expansion just be like, oh yeah, you're expecting a level 8 83 trial here. You're expecting the dungeons lead into that. You know that, like, oh, you're in, like, there's gonna be 6 zones and, like, what the final zones are. Fuck you. You're already in the 4th zone. You haven't even done the trial yet. You're in the 4th zone. Fuck you. Fuck you. First trial oh, you thought it was gonna be Anima? Fuck you, it's Zodiac. Eat shit. It's so good. It's so good that they've immediately just used that structure to, like, because fighting Zodiac on the moon is not a surprise. It is not a surprise in any capacity that in Endwalker we fight Zodiac on the moon. That is, like, I came into Endwalker knowing that the thing, like, the only thing I knew about Endwalker, because it was obvious in terms of, like, where the story has to go and also just the moon illusions, is that we're gonna fight Zodiac on the moon. Fighting Zodiac on the moon is not at all a surprise, and they still turned around and made it a massive fucking surprise by just doing it way earlier than I expected. It's fucking genius. It's so good. It's so good. But like in the 14 Commander set, I don't know enough about Magic the Gathering to know what the cards do. I just look at the pretty art. And even then I can't do that because it's just Final Fantasy spoilers of everything. And probably Final Fantasy. Someone showed me the fucking Zodiac cards after I did the trial last week, so it's like, I probably can't look at the other cards. But at the end of Babel where the trial fight is actually, yeah. You're just going through Babel and then, by the way, Anima's there and you're like, what do you mean Anima's there? Is this gonna be a Zodiac situation where you fight him but then, like, you fight Anima Prime or some shit after? Like, no. Are you telling me that my 2 partners are the 2 commanders? I am too predictable. You better look at them all when Endwalker's done. Oh, poor Dontrell. Poor Dontrell. Anyways, I'm gonna pop open my energy drink. Remember that cola-flavored energy drink I had a couple weeks ago? Aldi had a Pine Lime now in the same brands. I also got a Coke one. It's a very tasty pine lime. It's a very tasty pine lime. Mind if this is a secret 3rd Commander? I have made the Warrior of Light. So that's fair. Anyways, our pretty screen is done here. Let's bring up the UI. Oh god, this game has so much UI. Oh dear god. Oh dear god, how is there so much UI in this game? Meanwhile. Meanwhile. Hello. No, hi, Horatio. I do appreciate it. It's like, Pie's always busy during these streams. So Pie's not in chat as often, but Horatio's always just around. Do you, like... Pie, how do you do this? Are you doing all the stuff that you're busy from home, so this is just on another monitor? Or do you go around and, like, you've got this on your laptop at the same time? Because I know you're always usually busy during this, but then I've always just got a Horatio that just constantly shows up and it's awesome. And also Val and Averil here, who I knew were here before because I saw them before. I'm AFK eating, don't mind me. I don't think we're gonna have a dungeon immediately now, so I think you're safe. A lot of adventurer cards, there's tokens with background cards, and you can't tell me the artists didn't like sneak in some of their own walls and some of the art. And this event, Daniel cards in falling into the Zodiac hole. Oh god. By the way, there's the star. There's the star. Hi, Watcher. Did you watch that shit? That shit was crazy, wasn't it? That shit was fucking wild. In Shadow's wake, the Watcher would discuss grave matters with you. Yeah, they're fucking grave indeed. It's the final fucking days. I got really close to the camera today. I'm in the middle of reorganizing a lot of my room and things have been moved around and everything like that. A lot of that's happening at the moment. So right over there is a fucking disaster. And all of that right there is actually now nice and clean. But some of it has been moved around. I've had to move some things. So I feel like I've either moved like the thing that my monitor is on closer or something. I feel very close to the camera today. I feel very close to the camera. Or maybe I'm just leaning forward because I'm so intense today. I don't know. You were sitting here talking to yourself about Xenos being maidenless and Magic the Gathering. Look! I need something to calm down after what the fuck I went through last time. The Watcher would discuss grave matters with you. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sense others arriving not long ago. Good others or bad others? Please tell me it's like my besties. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. Comrades! Yo! Y'all want to be on the fucking moon? As luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Post event Neka along with Watcher and Zodiac cards. I have seen the Zodiac cards at least. Chat brain moves are stirring. Probably just another Moondog. By the way, there was a Moondog last time. But it's about I have time about an hour and a half where I have to go. Luckily, been moving into a place that's much better spot in terms of driving time. Once fully moved, won't be nearly go on for nearly as long during stream. Yo, what's up, bye? Yo, let's go. That's why I mean, like, where I live now is where I used to live was literally a 4-minute walk from home. Where now I have to catch a bus home. So I get home about 20 minutes after I finish work. Assuming buses are on time. So I very rarely am able to start streaming exactly on time. But that being said, I started today late as well. Well, I started today, I wanted to start an hour early today because last week was so fucking long. But I was still late for that. But that's because I had to, all the stuff that I'm moving that I said was over there. This chair was buried under it all, so I had to spend time getting that out of there. Yo! Ah, okay. Okay. These three shut up. I was wondering, it's like, who's gonna... Pillar of Industry, Merchant and Mender. This is one of the fucking... This is the pillar that we saw... tell us about the people who summoned Heidelin down, after, I don't know. Holy shit. And now this one could fix my shit. Just get out of Glam Dresser, throws it away, ruler puts me in dungeon. I get it back into the drop, and puts it back in Dresser. I'll have to fix my Glamour Dresses, soon at some point. Current place like 35-40 minute walk from work. Around 20 minutes to girlfriend's place. Workplace is in the middle of both, our work 11 minutes to both. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The vision model reuse, yeah. Fine, that's a shoe rack. How's this a shoe rack? By the way, Myth Dark Waters remix. We're not. I guess I like. Is it still Neath Dark Waters? We're pretty fucking high above the Dark Waters at this point. Dare I ask what happens before we arrived? May we presume this being is a native of the moon? I don't know what his deal is. It's interesting that, like, the Watcher is, I presume, alive, but still looks like the Shades of Almira. The final gaze. Ah, well, good thing these three showed up. Neath Dark Waters, Scions, and Sinners. But again, we're no longer Neath Dark Waters. Yes, they are indeed the three I sensed. Hi, Ashtola. That's a very joyful hello we just did, given everything. Alright, so you're saying Scions and Sinners. Yeah, this song now has lyrics thanks to the Edge, doesn't it? Just, like, sing the To the Edge lyrics, just very softly and gently over this piano one. Just very gently. Our tears are painted in red. Crazy, I can recognize it because I've voice or not by the FOV. Yeah! Yeah! I've started to pick up on that as well. The way that it pans into a cutscene, you can tell if it's going to be voiced because they always, like, frame them very specifically. And Ghoul apparently also now has lyrics. Oh yeah, I heard that, like, the orchestral version of that has lyrics. But the one that we heard in the trial fight is actual gibberish. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonate explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers have had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. That's, yeah. I mean, like, the order that was given to them was literally end the world. So, yeah. Lest you wonder, Mistress, Kral hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. Oh, sorry, I got my hair cut, like, between last stream and this one. And the way that I got, like, the fringe cut, like, you can see this part's a lot shorter now. It's not, like, the beginning of the fringe. This part here was this long here, where now it's a lot shorter. But, because it's now shorter, it means it curls easier. And when I washed my hair last night, I forgot to put in the leave-in product that I meant to do for that. Well, I didn't forget. It was very late, and I was too tired to do it. So now it's, like, super curly. Like, even now, like, it looks, even if it looks, like, even with it looking quote-unquote bad right now, it's still a hell of a lot better than what it was before. So even my hair bad now is still better than it was before. How the fuck did Kral travel to Garlemald? So I assume that's just a matter of, if she served as a conduit for Hydaelyn, Hydaelyn could have done teleportation magic. Hydaelyn could have used flow. Like Y'shtola using flow was like how Hydaelyn got Minfilia there in the first place. So I presume that Kral getting to Garlemald was as a part of the conduit for Hydaelyn. And used some form of teleportation. And then, like, shifted the beams and it's like a lot of energy. I can't even between forgot and chose not to. Well, I forgot how bad it would be. Well, it's more so, I went to do it and I was really tired and I wanted to go to sleep after I had a shower. So I'm just like, it should be fine. And I forgot how bad it is if I didn't do it. As for Alphino and Alisaie, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. Yeah. What manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amara. I don't, like, is the Watcher, like, a created shade similar to the shades down there, but created by Hydaelyn instead? Or is the Watcher straight up someone who was alive from that time period and just, like, takes this form? From far away, the concept crystals kind of look like Christmas ornaments. I'd love to hang those on a tree. Shit's fucked, yo. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn, there's my answer, together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac. Or, rather, it was my duty. So yes, this is another created one. It's another created shade. Which is why, again, it, like, is more formless than anything else. Again, I still take the idea that the shades in Amara are formless, not because that's how they actually looked, but because Emmett can't remember specific details about how the individual people looked. They absolutely... I mean, to be fair, when we saw Hydaelyn on the boat, she looks like having similar robes to this, but a lot more detailed. And, you know, had a face, a very, very beautiful face. So that. A lot of great art of the Watcher out there. I mean, man, like, Old spirit in space robes. Hell yeah. Like, I love the look of the Watcher's robes. The space of them is nice. Am I being bonked for being horny over Heidelin? Heidelin's pretty. You know how much I like my tall grey-haired women? Then Zodiac is no more. Unfortunately, yes. And not without consequence, I am afraid. For now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of... Are you alright? No, I'm fucked, actually. My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. Yeah, you were trying to rebuild the brains pretty fucking quickly. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means. If you were to review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, Manifest. Well, I see what can be gleaned from the crystals in the lower levels. Oh, I just fought a god, but I just fought God, a god, but I guess I'll be the one to walk all the way upstairs. Alright, that's fine. I'm not exhausted either, don't worry about it. Answer the big questions first. How did dogs first come to the moon? I assume that dog was also just created by Heidelin to just be like, yo, dog, hell yeah. A moment longer, friend. Pray review the records on the upper floor, and I'll see if there's ought to be lens down here. Where are the others? Will the others be on the way? I like how they've got the spot down there. It's just like, that's literally just boxes. This is literally just storage. Never remember how to spell Heidelin? Got it wrong. You got the L and the A the wrong way. Reversed. Hi, Day. Zodiac defeated, I believe. I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I think I am. Heidelin. I'm pretty sure it's that. Hi, Hidden. While he may have been in an incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable. But Daniel would have seen to it one way or another. This is something we've discussed. This is something that we also discussed on the Discord. Daniel, in his final moments, tries to make you feel guilty for killing Zodiac. Like, he phrases it as, let your murder mark the end of the world and stuff like that. Because, you know, he wants to inflict you with hopelessness. He wants you to feel horrible and feel the pointlessness of existence the way that he does and everything like that. So in his final moments, he tries to blame it on you, but it's just like, the moment Zodiac was free, this was going to happen no matter what. If Xenos took him, we would have killed him. If we just didn't fight him, I imagine he would have just done it himself. Or if we didn't fight him, Xenos probably would have. To, like, hey, give me back the body, and then would have fought him to take it. Pretty much also about when we got access to Zodiac, yeah. Yeah, like, there was not much we could do. Like, there's no scenario where, oh, he was only able to kill himself because we loosened it for him. That's not how that works. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power to wreak untold destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of two unfavorable outcomes. See, even that. If neither us or Xenos were there, would he have just flown down to the star and just started killing people and then offed himself? Dost thou suppose our host hath maintained his solitary vigil since the beginning, without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. To be fair, what is Thancred doing? I mean, they do, like, they have posed him. The others are posed like they're tuning with the crystals to read them. Thancred isn't doing that. Thancred can't read shit, though. Thancred cannot read any of these crystals. Why is this one green? I don't know if I've noticed a green concept crystal. But actually, there's several of them here. Down in Anida and shit, were there green ones? I remember in Anida there only being, like, the blue, the dark blue, and the orange ones. I don't remember, like, the more turquoisey, aqua-y ones here. Thancred's just hanging out. Still an attack from military base of GTA. It's not gonna end well either way. No, it will end well. All we have to do to make sure it ends well is turn on flying cars, turn the turret backwards, and continue flying until we get out of there. Then we're fine. It's amazing how it's like all of the things about GTA and what GTA is, and to me it's just like the most quintessential GTA experience I can think of is tanks, flying cars, turn turret backwards and fire until you go into the sky. To me, that is the quintessential GTA experience once you realize that's how it works. Think good, you're doing more than me right now. Don't look at the light. I guess you do have flight unlocked. I'm like, how'd you get up there? We're not in a city. You probably have flight unlocked. Dimly glowing crystal. I got the big one! I got the big one. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your minds. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Oh, I still tanking the show as much as possible before I died. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Yeah, it is. Yeah, straight up to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. So now I'm going to the turquoise one. The turquoise one was important. Told you. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your minds. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. This thing must be pretty words. Yeah, so like, even holding the brands is a consistent thing that Heidelin is still having to do. So theater kids monologuing out there today. Oh no. As you gaze into the crystal, I see your shadows! As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your minds. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loperids, though it is not clear who or what they are. Okay. Yes, shit. I saw shit right there. So they're aware that it's like, oh shit, this could happen at some point. So they've been like working on trying to like, yeah. It's been an active process to like make sure things have lasted as long as they have. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of unexpected visitor flows through your minds. The records note the Watcher's musing with when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. Because Elidibus kept showing up on the moon. Elidibus kept company and hanging out. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they would prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realized we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac, so long as he remains imprisoned. So I think, like, again, with Emmett being the voiceover for the expansion, I'm going to assume that Emmett being the voiceover for the expansion, I'm assuming is meant to be Emmett watching us from the Ethereal Sea. again, with with Emmett's whole role as like being like caretaker of the underworld and shit, I imagine he, out of everyone in the Ethereal Sea, he's the one who's probably remaining the most intact. So he's trying to like see what we're doing with like us being in control of the star being left to us now that, you know, all the Unsundered are gone. I mean, he literally like came to our aid in the fucking Elidibus fight to ensure that we defeated Elidibus. I imagine he has to be fucking pissed at Fandaniel. Like, to try and turn the god that he, like, served for so long against the star and then to kill it. I imagine Emmett must be pissed! Did you learn anything of import? Or just been here the whole time? And they're working with someone to maintain everything. So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands require a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. I mean, that's not surprising? That's not surprising given that the moon is like the imprisonment of Zodiac. It's not that surprising. And then Fandaniel thrown heads to the Ethereal Sea. I guess, yeah, Fandaniel's now gone to the Ethereal Sea. So I imagine Fandaniel's now in the Ethereal Sea. And Emmett's just immediately going up to him, grabbing by the throat and being like, bitch! What the fuck? I restore you to your seat and this is what you do with it? Motherfucker! Yeah, moving Crow by Hydaelyn's not that surprising. I don't know whether, like, in the Word of the Mother cutscene that we had describing, like, the Sundering and everything originally, whether they confirmed that, but it's just, like, it's not surprising. It's not surprising that this is, like, created by Hydaelyn, yeah. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond to anything I could have imagined. The Elder Primals are so fucking strong, and I killed one of them. I think I need celestial body real quick. We're doing a lot of learning. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve. Oh, voiced. You get essentially half an Elder Primal. It still counts. Yeah, we're gonna leave autoplay on voice-acted cutscenes on, because Endwalker's long! And having voice-acted cutscenes where I don't yap for a minute between every line of dialogue is probably important to make sure that, streams aren't 12 hours again. So for the rest of it, at least base Endwalker, we're gonna leave that on.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now.
Yeah, learning about Zodiac's imprisonment, like, old news. Final day is more important now. One hell of a fucking shot. Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world. Averus. They had their own. Of course they'd have their own name, but they wouldn't call the star Hydaelyn. Well, of course. Yeah, they had their own fucking name for it. One day from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. From within the earth. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. First person armor up. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
Because we're not going to have a chance of stopping it if they couldn't. We're so fucked. They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where the next corruption would manifest. We're meant to stop it, and they couldn't work out what even caused it. I think we're punching above our weight a little here. But what else the fuck are we gonna do? We've made the impossible possible before. Fucking Gurren Lagann the hell out of this shit. Let's go. Fight the power, etc. Pray look upon mine globe, it is fancied. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. Aether currents. The currents which course through the lands and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon. That's why we can breathe here. Atmosphere goes up to the moon. That's why we can breathe here.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
It's just like literally the idea of an atmosphere being introduced into this world. Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Oh, so even for them, this is something that not many of them know. Holy shit. Nor would I expect you to be. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Like literally holes in like an ozone layer. Correlation without clear cause, ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of aether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived.
And this is why their god was specifically a darkness one.
Could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
This is why it was specifically a darkness one they summoned. Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted. So Zodiac basically just filled in the gaps in the celestial currents, and when the celestial currents started to decay, would just re-energize them. That doesn't really tell us what
Emmett
causes
Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him, because they were aware that his existence stops the final days. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until he could ultimately identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac, herself, and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. Sundered herself. Sundered herself as well? I mean, I guess there is a bit of Hydaelyn still in the first. A bit of Hydaelyn would have to be in the first because, like, Bert knew about Hydaelyn and everything, and then obviously also the whole Echo thing. When people awoken to the Echo, they still immediately heard Hydaelyn's voice on the first. So in theory, Hydaelyn herself is, like, also in the ethereal sea of the other reflections as well. Though, similar to Zodiac, I do wonder to, like, what extent that sundering actually involves. So, again, I mentioned another thing I mentioned in Discord. Zodiac sundering seems to be specifically different to, like when the people of the unsundered worlds were sundered, they got split into, like their soul got separated into chunks and became individual copies of each other and everything like that. Like, their soul got cut up, and then each of those fragments of a soul is now, like, a full person and everything. But it seems that either because of Zodiac's nature as being comprised of several souls, it could be that. It could be because Zodiac is comprised of several souls instead, or just Zodiac's sheer power. Zodiac is not split into multiple, like, equal beings that, like, are similar to each other. It very much seems, based on, like, what we see when we fight Zodiac in the fight, that when Zodiac is sundered, it's literally fragments of Zodiac ripped apart. We see sections where there are missing parts of Zodiac, so it seems that Zodiac isn't just, like, here's a full Zodiac that's just a much weaker one, and here are reflections of it that look similar. No, the moon of every reflection has, like, this part, or that part. Seems to be the idea. That seems to be the idea. So when if Hydaelyn herself is also sundered and split between the reflections, because she's still there in the ethereal sea and the other reflections, because again, we do hear her voice when we're on the first. So either that's Hydaelyn's voice reaching across the rift to the Echo, or it's a part of Hydaelyn that is sundered, that is inside the first ethereal sea to speak to the people there. That we're a little less sure of. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish darkness, so what she told me in the ethereal sea was false. Oh, hey, look! 13th particular imprisoned his massive dick, probably. Well, that's the one most associated with darkness, so it was the one able to get the most potent part of his darkness. I like how we have this, where it's just like, we're not retconning the Word of the Mother cutscene. We're having the Warrior of Light just be like, wait a minute, that's not what I was told back in 3.2. She told me to kill Zodiac back then, what the hell? And she's like, well, yeah, but she probably thought you're never gonna be strong enough to actually do it. At that point in 3.2, yeah, you're the Warrior of Light and you're a big deal, but you're probably as big of a deal as, like, some of the bigger Warrior of Lights in history. It's really not until Shadowbringers that you kind of become, like, singularly unique amongst all of history in terms of probably the most powerful Warrior of Light that has ever existed, because you're the only one who stopped a fucking, calamity. I mean, you're also the only one who's killed any of the Unsundered. Well, actually, I guess you do that by Word of the Mother because of Laha Prayer. But, even in that case, you don't kill Laha Prayer. You loosen it for Thordan to slurp up his juices into his sword. So it's a little different. It's a little different. To be fair, there's only been, like, one Unsundered that we, like, actually properly killed. There's only one Sundered that we properly killed. We sucked up Laha Breya into a sword because of a Pramol, and Elidibus was just sucked up into the Crystal Tower. There's only been one Unsundered that we actually killed, and it required all of the Light Warden's light combined to actually deliver a fatal blow. The second one sounds more doubtful. The second one sounds more doubtful in Hydaelyn, of just being like, she lied to me. Again, Manifest trusts in Hydaelyn. Like, even this idea of just like, But Heidelin told me to banish the darkness and everything like that. Like, again, manifest trust Heidelin. This is just a case of, like, yeah, like, banish, like, the agents of darkness that are trying to, like, bring back Zodiac. I don't think Heidelin ever told us to kill Zodiac. Just, like, the people who work to bring him back are bad. Get rid of them, please. They're doing a number on me. It hurts. Owies. Labrea was also weakened during his crowning moment of idiocy. Again, we loosened it. We loosened it for him. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. The agents of darkness, not Zodiac itself. Perhaps she did. But as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. It's not a retcon. Don't worry about it. Shut up. Heidelin and Zodiac are both constructs of man. Approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Young Sundered thought that the perfect Zodiac was going to have a shitload of tentacles. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of Aetherus's population? Please pronounce that word. I don't know how to pronounce it. Aetherus's? I'm saying Aetherus's. It's like, it sounds like ether. He thinks Ryan has been reading trivia trips lately. Thus, was it necessary for Heidelin to commit herself wholly to his defeat? Still more effort was needed to confine her. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Aetherus and her history. Like Zodiac, Heidelin's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past. They wish to look to...
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
How much sacrifice to Zodiac would have been enough?
Well,
the answer is it never would have been.
In light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your...
They would have never stopped sacrificing to Zodiac because
And
their goals
even if
perfection,
Heidelin is
perfection
not a
impossible.
god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that.
Again, trying to slow down Heidelin's a weird concept to do now.
Which
I
brings
don't
me
know
to
why
a
the game
rather
keeps trying to
important
insist on it.
question.
Game like
Let's
really wants
suppose
us to
we
go
try
do
but
questions
fail
at
to stop
Heidelin. I'm
this
like,
second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
yeah, I think it's gonna ask that. The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. I thought I was gonna die if we fuck up. Yeah. This isn't just about us. This is about literally everything. It is ready. Okay, for a second I thought that was a bad rumbling of the ground beneath us, but I guess it's a good one. This way, if you would be so kind. Highest things possible, every shot now. Ironworld's riding on this, yeah. Ooh, that thing that we saw in the distance. It's got a laser light show. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Heidelin knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiac and his faithful at bay. She was aware that a day like this happening was going to happen, like, was likely going to happen. Heidelin was literally created to just be like, accept that, like, inevitability of, like, something bad going on. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. The moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Atheris to safe harbor. Okay, so when I said Gurren Lagann earlier, the moon is a spaceship. Never mind, it is Gurren Lagann. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. It's no moon, it's a space station. I prefer my Gurren Lagann reference over your Star Wars one, but that's just me. It's still fucking, holy shit, we're on the fucking moon. Spotedly having no idea what's happening, you still retain your ability to predict things through off-the-cuff jokes, it seems. Look, if there's any part of me that can make jokes better than me actually trying to predict things, it's me making jokes. Chaotic corpse fucker, champion, of making jokes to be funny that turn out to be right somehow. Despite all odds. It's even got laser beams coming out of its ass, though. I should very much like to hear more of this extraordinary story. The moon is a ship? Oh, I've heard everything. It may be true, but others will struggle to believe it. I can scarcely believe it myself. I mean, again, when you think about, like, the people who made Heidelin, right? Having contingency upon contingency upon contingency makes a lot of sense. The whole point of Heidelin's creation was to oppose Zodiac, and the people who wanted to continue sacrificing the Zodiac. You can see it in Emmett in terms of what he talks about wanting to do. You can see it in terms of just, like, the idea of what, like, the Shade of Hythlodaeus was telling us down in Amara in terms of they wanted to constantly sacrifice to Zodiac to try and restore everything. Again, it's the whole, it's the thing that keeps coming up in terms of just like the inevitability of suffering that Endwalker is very clearly honing in on. That like started in Amara, but like Endwalker is going balls deep into it. And the people who wanted, not necessarily the people who originally sacrificed themselves to Zodiac, which is also the impression that I get from the souls that we heard right before the Fandaniel fight. They seem to just want salvation for the rest of the world to live on. The people who sacrifice themselves to Zodiac honestly seems more aligned with Heidelin believers in terms of, like, we're okay sacrificing ourselves if it means everyone else gets to live on, kind of thing. But the followers of Zodiac, the people who kept sacrificing to Zodiac, wanted to bring the world back to perfection. They wanted to bring back the world to the paradise that they knew, as Emmett puts it and everything like that. And Heidelin was created to oppose that. And if you listen to the song Answers, which is obviously meant to be like Heidelin's like ideas, especially considering how much we're hearing Answers in Endwalker with musical motifs and everything like that. Heidelin's, like, the whole thing with Answers and the whole thing of, like, the opposing of that is that, no, suffering's gonna happen. Perfection isn't real. Life will have suffering. It's inevitable. because you cannot avoid it. You can try to get, like, to delay it. You can try and forestall it. You can try and do other things to minimize it. But it happening is inevitable because everything will end inevitably. It's impossible to avoid bad things happening literally forever. That's why Hydaelyn was summoned. So the fact that Hydaelyn is summoned to stop Zodiac, and Hydaelyn is immediately just like, me holding Zodiac in this prison won't last forever. I need to come up with contingency plans because I cannot rely on this forever. There needs to be other plans for when this inevitably stops working. Makes so much sense. Like, it makes so much sense. Wait, what does your shirt say today? Is it oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I'll see if I can find it. They want to bring back the interior religion lens. Give me a second. I need to find the shirt I was wearing last week. I showed it in the Discord, but I gotta show you. Give me a second. It's probably here, because I don't think I've washed it since. Where is it? Ugh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There it is. So last week... So last week's stream, I was wearing my Parkway shirt. I'm deliberately choosing my shirts in Endwalker to be all of, like, my favorite shirts and my favorite bands. I'm not just wearing, like, so I've made a list of a bunch of shirts of just, like, these are my favorite bands, these are my favorite shirts. I want to make sure I wear these during Endwalker. So I have, like, a little bit of a focus in Endwalker of, like, that's why I've got Green Day on today. It's like I didn't Artswake the other time. Last week I had this. I know what my favorite bands are, and I want to make sure I wear all their shirts during Endwalker because I care about that shit because I'm an idiot. But this is the shirt I was wearing last week. Parkway Drive. This is from Revenant's album, which is an okay album, but there's some really good songs on there. And this song, this is a shirt from the song Wishing Wells, the opening track of Reverence. So this is what I was wearing last week when we did Garlemald and then the Moon. Here's what it says at the bottom of the shirt. This is what I wore last week. So I can make prediction. Here's how I predict Endwalker. I don't predict Endwalker by saying anything smart, trying to actually theory craft anything. I predict Endwalker by making stupid jokes that are references to things that I like or shirts that I wear. So today's shirt is Green Day, American Idiot. This is from their Saviors tour. Any chance you can wear that for every X-Pac finale? Well, it would be fitting for that. But yeah, so today I'm wearing, this is from the Saviors tour earlier this year, which I did go and see. But I didn't buy this shirt there. They were selling these shirts at the tour for $80, because Australia currency pricing, go fuck yourself. But I was able to buy this shirt online. It's the exact same shirt, just doesn't have the tour dates on the back, for significantly cheaper. And I'll take that. You're never gonna see the tour dates on the back anyways. So unless somehow Green Day, can you hear the sound of hysteria? She's holding on my heart like a hand grenade, or American Idiot. Unless those are somehow relevant to today's stream, then no. But maybe we do a dungeon today that somehow is about the faggot America who's not a part of the redneck agenda. I don't know. I don't know. Is that part of it? I don't know. I don't know. There's that part of, like, that. That one nation controlled by the media. This kind of would have made more sense last week for, I mean, it wouldn't make as much sense as the other thing. The fourth zone, America. And the last one I had killing, that. But it's just like one nation controlled by the media kind of lines up more with Garlemald than anything. So there's that. Does the Watcher count as Jesus of Suburbia? I don't know. I don't know. I will say, about Green Day. So they had American Idiot, very good album. I do love that album. It is like probably top 10 for me. I don't know. I don't have a top album listing. America's Final Zone and Endwalker. The shirt is early. No. But sorry, I was getting completely sidetracked. This is why streams take 12 hours. But I saw American Idiot, the Broadway production. Though I didn't see the Broadway production, I just saw the stage play. So the American Idiot play, because there is a story behind American Idiot, like the album is a story. So they did turn that into a play, which combines some songs to 21st Century Breakdown, which honestly feels more like a companion album to American Idiot more than anything else. It is its own concept album, but its story's a lot less fleshed out, but it very much works as a complement, as a companion album to American Idiot. So the play, they basically combine the two together. So I did see that an Australian production of it live, and it was quite fun. It was quite fun. When I say this, I do not mean to compare it in terms of quality or importance, so don't get that misconstrued. I'm talking about in terms of vibes. If you've ever seen Pink Floyd's The Wall, the movie, like the animated movie behind it, that's a new camera glitch. No, they're not only that dark. Not that I'm trying to say that American Idiot as a play is as important as The Wall or anything like that, or as good quality. I'm not. Before you get your panties in a twist, for any like diehard Pink Floyd fans out there, but like The Wall as a movie, the way that it tells its story, like there is a story to The Wall, but it is like the way that it's told through songs. It's more metaphor, a lot of allegory in it. It's not conventionally told. It's kind of like very vibes-based story. American Idiot on the play is similar. Actually, comparing it to Nostalgia Critics The Wall, oh no. That fucking, oh god, that fucking Folding Ideas video. I like every couple of months, I go back to watch the Folding Ideas video of Nostalgia Critics The Wall, and you can, if you ever hear me use the phrase homoousians, it's because I watched that video within the last 2 weeks. So I saw this live, and again, it's similar to The Wall in terms of like the story is very vibes based. It's a bit more concrete, I think, in American Idiot in terms of like the actual events of the story, but the way it's shown on stage is much more. It's again very vibes based storytelling, similar to The Wall, which is not a discredit to either of them. It's a story told entirely through music as an album. Like it's a good way of doing it. But I will say. During the song, American Idiot, and the other song, there's another, I can't remember which song off the top of my head, it is. There's a part, because the way they do it on stage is that for certain songs, like American Idiot, the opening track, is one. There's, instead of it being one vocalist singing the entire thing, American Idiot bounces between several, vocalists. They each do different lines and everything. And there was one person who got that line. Holiday. And the other song's Holiday. And they got one particular person to sing a line in both American Idiot and Holiday that have the F slur towards queer people in it. That I probably shouldn't say out loud. Because Twitch are cowards. So there's that part where, like, that's, and again, I'm fine with it in American Idiot because it feels, like, reclamatory because it's, like, proudly being, like, yes, conservatives are against us, we are that, fuck you, kind of thing. So I'm okay with it. But the person who they got to do the line that has that word in it, in both American Idiot and Holiday, the way that they said it, both times, the amount of venom in the word was really funny. Like, it was very much like, well, maybe I'm the fig tree, America. Like, they said it both times with so much like, they specifically carried the F and then spitefully said the word in that and Holiday. And it's just like, was this the right person to have do these lines? Like, it sounded like they were pissed off that they had to be like, I don't want to talk about any of the fucking queers. That's what it really came across like that. I was like, is this the best person for this? Is this the best person to be doing this, to be doing this line? Oh, and then also the person who played the main character, Jesus, in it, also was, like, sexually harassing the woman who played what's her name. So halfway through the tour, he got kicked out and replaced with someone else. That also happened in the Australian tour of American Idiot stage play. So that's fun. Sorry. Someone mentioned shirt, so I had to go on a 30-minute tangent. This is why streams are 12 hours long. Let's continue, shall we? Helping Hands. At long last, the Watcher is ready to fulfill his final duty. Does he have to die after he does it? I'm kind of sick of people dying on me, including Zodiac. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, a familiar whom you met earlier. You should have no trouble. Is that the dog? Is that the dog? Is Argos the dog? It's a familiar! As Haydn created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the god. It is! It is! It is! Heidelin did create the dog! It is Heidelin's golden retriever. Let's go! It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. It's strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of Aether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing grounds and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. He flew me over a gap at one point. If he labors in service to Heidelin's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brands then? Cowards, you're meant to jump off here! We're on the moon, there's less gravity, you don't take fall damage. Okay, I may have been wrong about that, but still though. It's fine, it's fine. Sun's cowards. Southern Mare Lamentorum. So I've obviously... I was honestly considering not playing the game in between the two streams. Some real ominous brand names. I think they're just the names of the elements. Like the drowning one and the crushing one. They're all the brands that are like that element in a destructive capacity to hold him in place. Science fact, the real moon is divided into various mares, which is Latin for sea. Mare Lamentorum would be Sea of Lamentation. We're going Latin. Crushing, drowning, I get it, stagnation, but still. I forgot what I was saying. I was saying something and I forgot what it was. What was I talking about? I read chat before I finished my thought, which is on me. I gotta learn to stop doing that. I keep going to read chat in the middle of my thought. It actually made such a devastation. Fitting name for a place where you put Zodiac, yeah. Yeah, so didn't we come up here? Didn't he fly me over at one point? Did we walk all the way around here? Or is there another way up? I don't even remember. It's really funny when people try to lure mobs over the bottom of the balcony to try to kill small people to an MSQ. How dare. I don't think... Did we go up this way? Is this how we got here? No, because I don't remember these. I remember the... I don't remember them. It'll be weird the moon didn't have its own Aether since the moon is fuck off far away from the planet the riders of any sense of scale. I mean, I don't know whether that size is accurate. I remember these guys. I'm very confused by this part because I forgot where we went. Did all the Zodiac stuff? Yeah. I just remember that one cave that we went through. I remember the cave that we went through. Oh, hey, there you are. Oh, yeah. What I was saying, doing in between streams. Part of me was going to not play the game at all between the two streams because I'm just like, I don't know if I can do anything in between streams after what the fuck just happened. But I did because I can't help myself. But I've not explored any of the moon in between the streams. I've not done anything with the moon. I teleported out. I did not come back until I came into it today, in which case I rode a boat from the Aetherite to the Watcher. Because I'm just like, we're clearly not done with the moon. Today's episode is the moon episode, even though we got here last time. That being said, even Garlemald. Oh, that's where it is. The Sea of Stars. Even Garlemald. Like, I've not finished exploring Garlemald. Like, there's still all of this. When we go back and do the blues in fucking... did I not get the... Oh, that's a gemstone trade. I was about to say, is that Chocobo Keep? Yeah. Once we go back and get the blues here, I'll finish exploring Garlemald properly. Because, like, the whole city area, we kind of only did in the fucking In From the Cold duty. We'll be a lot closer to the Lunar Earth system since the planet appears to be much bigger in the game. I mean, you gotta be able to teleport between these. Again, gravitational forces and everything like that can just work on a different scale in this world, comparatively. With a little preparation, it might be possible to traverse the gap on foot. Then again, it'd be a long, long way down if someone should slip. Perhaps another time. So close and yet so far. Doesn't the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've been before? The Ravanian Falllands. Aye. I was thinking going down in all the caves. I was thinking the Tempest. Down to Almara. A place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders. Well, the solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, it sounds suitable for Zodiac's prison. If Earth was a ball 8 inches side diameter, it would be 2 inches across and orbit 20 feet away. This is probably a little closer than, yeah. Naught could prepare me for the boundless beauty of it there is. Shining, shimmering, amidst a sea of stars. Thank fucking God someone mentioned this. Compare the Apollo photos, but that point is probably thinking about it too hard. Again, I think it's more so just like, I see some people just be like, this isn't accurate to real life physics, and it's just like, real life also doesn't have aether. I was gonna say, someone had to mention what it was like to see the star from the moon. Because that fucking broke me. Had to be oriented to mention the poetics. Like, you all saw my response to seeing the star in full, really, and not an illusion in the middle of a duty for the first time, and it fucking broke me. And I was gonna say, at some point, one of the characters has to mention that, because that is meant to be a moment that is meant to draw you in and go, holy shit. There's a reason that when you zoom in, you can see the star basically in front of where you spawn, and it's always there. It's like how where they spawn you in and where the Watcher's house is completely covers the Zodiac thing, so you can't see that either. This place is very deliberately framed, so someone at some point had to mention what it was like to actually fucking see the star. A blue sapphire, and but one of countless other jewels brimming with life, no doubt. Also, by the way, Allagan. By the way, I see the Allagan thing over there. That was also a thing that I mentioned. It's like, even when we're dealing with the star of the final days, and Zodiac dying, it was Armon who did that! So it was still the fucking Allagans? It was still the fucking Allagans who were kind of, like, responsible for this shit. Because it was Armon who fucking killed Zodiac? Fucking Allagans! Even this far in! God. Seeing Earth from space is supposedly a huge changing moment for astronauts. If there is, like, a bucket list item that I have, if there is a bucket list item that I have that is completely, like, inachievable for an average person, it's that. It's to see the Earth from space. Oh, look, an attempt was made. Well, some of their shit's here. It was probably them, like, trying to land on Dalbud, and they just took a wrong turn. You can throw a stone, a pile be hit fucking guns. A blue sapphire. A sapphire star. Monster Hunter reference. The place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophyskite. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient aether. You'd be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Chlorophyll. Zora Magdaros. The whole moon is secretly Zora Magdaros. Oh my god. Chlorophyskite. Have I mentioned that I fucking love the moon creatures? Have I mentioned that I fucking love the moon creatures? The moon is one giant Gravios. Hell yeah, let's go. Moon creatures are so fucking good. How much the moon creatures are just like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. except for the Sabatender, which looks like a weird Sabatender, is so awesome. It's so fucking good. Not Basil, no. Curious. This playthrough calls to mind Pla Annie, home of the Pneumo. The guard of Zodiac's prison, eh? Blood red eyes, slavering more, and built like a behemoth, I'd imagine. Let's hope he's friendly. Not quite. Not quite. This entire cave is thrumming with ambient ether. Alas, any further analysis will have to wait. I do appreciate how it's just like, the moon has been created artificially by Hydaelyn, but we've still created like some like form of ecology on it, as opposed to our moon, which is barren. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar sponge draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed into the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might be willing to spare some of your own to help the Sponjoy along. Which Sponjoy? Sponjoy! Luna Sponjoy! Soak up my hand. Moon dog! Dog on the moon! Hey boy, how you going? Oh, I get to tell you. Argos manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. Most fascinating creation of Hydaelyn's, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to recreate reflections of himself on a whim. Ah, like Mother Poxy. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. With a friend contact, no, people are allowed to have blue eyes. No, Argos was quite eager to be aside then. As he is now, it seems. Cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity for anyone. The only other person who comes to the moon is Elidibus, and no. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. He recognizes that I'm besties with Alpha, and it's just like, nah, you're awesome. As for your companions... Argos! Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. We have an Argosy of Argoses! I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Yo! Let's go! Yeah! Fluffy Moondog. People with blue eyes. Why do people hate people with blue eyes? I'll be honest, this is an internet thing that I do not fucking understand. The fact that people are just like, ew, blue eyes, I don't get it. Animal treat me this way too, so not that unusual. No, I have blue eyes. I don't know. Maybe it's like, I don't know, blue eyes are like super common in Australia. Like blue eyes are super common. Yeah, you kill those rocks. Blue eyes are very common in Australia, so to me it's like normal, it's like standard, it's like what I mostly see. But I see so many people online just talk about just being like, oh, blue eyes, get them away from me. And I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. Dalamud has long been described as the loyal hound of Menfina due to its relation to the Greater Moon. Seems highly improbable, if not impossible, for ancient peoples to have known of Argos. But now I wonder if there is some connection. To whom would Hydaelyn entrust the command of so grand a vessel, I wonder? Argos favors you with what could almost be described as conspiratorial grin. The dog's giving me a shit-eating grin, let's go! Possible combination comes to mind as Iron ideal, but I'm reaching here. Yeah, I don't get it. Your destination is the structure there across the cradle of darkness. But climb on Argos's back and he'll take care of the rest. A different Moondog. Once you arrive, shall take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. That's because there are people with blue eyes that really want you to know and see that they have blue eyes. Again, Argus is still there for me, weird. Moondog. Here's where people lie away from, at least put them in a skull. Yeah, and blue eyes are so common here that I feel like it's just like average. It's like it's standard. I like if you're somewhere where blue eyes aren't that common, and then people have blue eyes, are just like, wow, I have blue eyes. Like I can kind of get it, but that's not what I like here at all. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kind of fate. This is where we part ways. But know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Ah, you're not dying. Let's go. Worry not for me. Real though I may appear as you and yours, I am but a part of this, a creation of Hydaelyn, entrusted with the memories of an acquaintance long dead, but not forgotten. Ah, so you're based on someone who existed. You're based on someone who existed, but you aren't them. You're basically the Hythlodaeus of the moon. But the Hythlodaeus on the moon was also the real Hythlodaeus. You're the Hythlodaeus of Armorer of the moon, is what I'm trying to say. The recreation of Armor. Whatever. My charge of Zodiac is ended, but so long as the moon exists, I shall not want for purpose. I shall remain ever watching, ever praying for your success. Is this what you got? Is this what you got? Ah, it's the sisters! It's the sisters. Nice. Yo. He's Hydaelyn's best buddy, Roger. It's a very red job. Nice. Our allies' assurance is notwithstanding. We cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side. So perhaps it'd be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first. Well, thank you, and Ariana wait here. That is sarcastic sometimes. Alright, right, Argos across the chasm. Never use it because he wants it. Onward! Yeah, let's go! A malefic aether yet permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiac most like. Two lesbians on the moon riding their dogs together on a date. Let's go! Why do we sit on it? Why do we sit on it with... Why aren't we like... Why aren't our legs on either side? Just a little further. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, we could have walked down there. As this, you know, the fall would have been bad. Yeah, we're not like legs on either side. Where both of our legs are on the same side. If we don't want to fall down, I feel like that's not the way we do it. And we want to make sure we don't fall. Yeah. So it's like a proper ladylike method of riding animals. Then why is Winifus doing it? So how's the gay way to ride to represent? Okay. The structure is enormous. Though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amorantine. Apologies for the wait. Do we have a name for the unsundered people? Because they usually use Amorantine to refer to them, but like Amorantine was like one city. So I don't know if they're all Amorantine. Right then. Let us head inside and... Oh? Kingdom Hearts is light, lol amount. Dog, no! My dog oomphed away. Anxious as far as we know, I think. They said that before, yeah. Yeah, they said that before as well. Most intriguing. A means by which he can serve energy, mayhap? Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Sorry, we all gotta ride the dog together now. Thank you, Argos. We'll take things from here. If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Dog is so sparkly. Hydaelyn caught like a shiny variant of Argos. Normal Argos is probably just brown. I bet it's only the shiny Argos that has the blue eyes too. Amorous is the capital? Yeah, so yeah, it's calling them a... Oh my fucking god, it is fucking huge. Calling them a Amorantine just feels a little odd because of that. Because, like, that was just, like, one city. fucking, this feels, okay, no, this feels, no, even for the city. Even for the people of Armorot, this is huge. The doors in Armorot were nowhere this fucking big. We have the Watcher next to us. This is still, Jesus Christ, it's massive. So I just thought it was Kingdom Hearts. I'd be calling for its Parisians. Yeah, exactly. Which, to be fair, I have heard people say. Hi, everyone! I'm on the moon. Best ways burrow. Orb. Who are pondering the orb? The person Hyland has entrusted with the star. A bard. Truly a marvel in description. Scales reminiscent of Amarot, or rather, the replica we visited on the first. God, there's so many instruments. Trying to feel if I recognize the song. I'll not recognize it. Uematsu original. I thought Uematsu... Oh, from 1990. I was about to say, is this an Uematsu song from this game? Because I'm just like, I thought Uematsu stopped making music for 14 in Stormblood. I thought Stormblood was like the last thing he did for the game, for 14. But okay, it's a 1994 song. That will come up at some point on the moon here. Why are we playing the ominous music? It's just a big building. Why are we playing the creepy music? Maybe they're not awake yet.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Why is it ominous music? I'm confused. And like, they wake up when everything's destroyed. It's probably taking a second to register. Oh my god. Is that a rabbit? It's a bunny! It's a bunny because it's the moon! Moon rabbits! Yeah, let's go! Moon rabbits! They're so adorable! Let's go! Yo, look at them! There's so many moon bunnies! Look at them go! They're so adorable! I immediately love them! I immediately love them! Yo! The leader of the moon rabbits. You can tell because different color.
Look lively, everyone.
Yo!
I know,
Moon bunnies!
I know. This 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more.
So casual!
As of now,
So casual!
has a new purpose.
Zodiac is no more.
People of Aetheris to safety.
Aetheris! There we go. Aetheris. There it is.
Our time has come, my friends.
Yeah! World-ending doom! Let's save everyone! Let's go!
We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
I immediately love the moon bunnies! I immediately love the moon bunnies. They're so adorable. They're so cute.
As a rather curious crew she have chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
The world is ending, but look, cute rabbit to cheer you up. Cute rabbit will cheer you up to distract you from the end of the world. Very good, realizing he has not in fact heard everything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. I'll buy her a share. The player is wondering, wait, does Heideland just have a thing for bunnies? Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Wait a minute, sorry. We gotta find the right minion then. Sorry. Where's ours? It's crazy how good the planet has these sensibilities of your arm, largest hair dogs, tiny bunnies. Heideland is collectively all our why nots. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I got one from Deku at one point. Where is it? Where is it? Bunny. Banyoi. 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 Sorry, that's actually the minion that we need today. Sorry, that's actually the minion we need today. We need a bunny. Is this mean? Is this another? Actually, this might be another hate crime. I don't know. I might be microaggressing again, I'm not sure. Bunny! So you don't even need to do anything. You are just Bunny. You don't even need to do anything else. Oh, I have that one, actually. Oh, I have that one. It's probably at the ends, because I got it from the book. Yeah, I have that one, yeah. Yeah. I have this one. This is slightly racist. No, I have this one, yeah. Yeah, I do have this one. There we go! Encyclopedia Eagles, you won! So this would have been a minion significantly longer before this actually existed. So I assume that these rabbits are a reference to another game then, because I assume this is a reference to another game. Read the text of the minion now? Okay. Naming word. While it is whispered that this cheerful vagrant is the sole surviving member of a tribe hailing from none other than the moon, most see naming way for whom he is. A queer fellow with a punch-on for giving all he meets absurd nicknames, jotting them down in his mysterious journal. He's not the sole surviving member! There's shitloads of them! This one just abandoned its duty and went to the star instead. You have very evil rabbit ears there, Horatio. Given the present crisis, Heideland doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passenger. Indeed, it would require hearts as hard as diamonds to raise one's voice in anger to beings possessed of such profound saccharidity. I got Oriange's just like, no, this was deliberate. Islanders want people to not freak out about the bunnies because of the apocalypse. We on the moon gotta find them whales. Ah, you're the whaler on the moon. That's why you're carrying a harpoon. I found Oriange's reasoning somewhat flimsy, but the crew seems amicable enough. That's why Oriange's girded. A hairy situation. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he's still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. They must be the lopper roots mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about it, in order to track them down. Come on then, let's be about it. Ron, did you buy the 8-person Luna Whale Man? I ain't got that kind of cash. Camera glitches! Why are they so weird today? Today's camera glitches are bizarre ones today. Am I already seeing a gemstone trailer? Well, not like I've used stairs at any point today. Music from Welcome to Our Town from FF4. Is Endwalker just Final Fantasy IV? I swear that people have said this multiple times. I swear so many times throughout Endwalker, people have already said, this is Final Fantasy IV. This is Final Fantasy IV. The Loporoots all appear to have set about their tasks. With it as their leader, I wonder. That was the music? Ah, it's this one. Chipaloporate! Trading Way! Oh my god. Oh, do they all have names like this? Is this the naming structure of all of them? My minion's naming way, that's trading way over there. That's fighting way, okay. That's all that's just how their names are. God is on the moon at the FF4 reference pad from Heavenswood. Camping way! I found camping way. 14's been described as Final Fantasy theme park. I just didn't think that Endwalker would be so explicitly a previous game. Like, there's usually sections that are taken from previous games. Like, Eden, I believe, is 8. I think Crystal Tower is going to be 3 or something like that. I just didn't think, like, this entire expansion is 4. That's just, like, not the kind of thing I was expecting. Saw all the fun traders on the Theros were getting up to, and I thought myself, hey, I could do that. So here I am, eagerly awaiting your patronage and buy all the gemstones. There we go. But currently we have nothing good. Moose flesh, apparently edible. Aww, Lear Tender Blossom. I gotta do fates before I can actually buy anything here. Hi there, Chipaloporate. How are you going today? Yo, hello there, Dark Knight Mooncat. Oh, you're not Mooncat. We did have a whole expansion spending art from Cactus in 12. Yeah, but again, like, that's like not the base. That's my thing. Is this like, yeah, there are sections. There are sections of the game that are, this is from, like, this, like, Evilis is from 12. Omega, I don't know, Omega's probably from whatever game Omega's originally from, and stuff like that. I'm aware of that. It's more so just, like, I didn't realize, like, the core of an expansion. Like, all the stuff that I've seen that is taken from other games is normally, like, side areas, like raids, trials, stuff like that. Well, Omega's a potluck because of all the fights, but I mean, like, the Omega and Shinryu thing. Like, the game that Omega and Shinryu fighting is a thing. Unless that's also come up multiple times. Hum, hum, hum! The leader of the crew, not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. I am the crispiest, cleanest air for the people of Atheros, and that's a promise. Diamond Hand was pretty heavily referenced to. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I've heard about other games being referenced in 14, and that's like a lot of what it does. It's just I've not heard that for any base expansions, like the core of an expansion. I've only heard it for side content stuff. So I just didn't realize that, like, oh, okay, apparently core expansion and other things are also from other games. Like, if Heavenswood is primarily based on another game, I've not heard that. Oh, the sun's coming in. Such a fascinating apparatus. Though it's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there was nothing else here to suggest other types of accommodation. Good bit of the first is FF1. That makes see, that I can understand because the first is like explicitly more fantasy themed compared to others, so that makes sense to me. That it's like, oh, it takes from the original fantasy game. How goes the system change? Oh, about as well as can be expected. Honestly, if it weren't for bad luck, we'd have no luck at all. Little Chiptune's also from 4. 14 in the total conversations list. This is just previous entry. And does 14 have anything original? Rejoice! Yes. It has Ravana. It has Ravana. How dare you? What do you think of our clothing? I'll have you know I'm the mastermind behind its design. I actually really like your outfits. I think your outfits are absolutely adorable. I think the way the ears peek through your headpiece, which definitely has an accurate name, but I am not familiar with the exact name of this form of headpiece, so I'm not going to actually give it a name, because there's many dissimilar names for that type of headpiece, and I don't know what the differences are. Oh, so that the Guardian Regiment you're fighting is numbered, then it's referencing that FF game. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard as well. That's why the Nail Vendana stuff is FF7, because it's Meteor, because Sephiroth's trying to do a Meteor. I don't know much else about what Sephiroth's trying to do with a Meteor, but I've played enough Remake to know that. It's like, well, I don't know how much that lines up, because you're fighting the 4th in Bosnia, but Bosnia is FF12, like explicitly directly. People are saying that it's like Noah's and Messinius' armor is literally just character armor from 12. So you're not fighting the 12th. You're not fighting the 12th Legion in Bosnia. You're fighting the 4th. But then the 4th is being referenced all the time here, so a little confusing. I might have to close this blinds at some point. As the sun rotates, as the Earth moves and rotates and everything, I realized that, oh, we're now at the point in the year where I guess at this time of day, the sun's coming in through here. It wasn't that long ago that the sun was coming in through the window next to me, and it was shining into the room before these streams would start on the weekend, so I'd have to close the blinds before the stream started. Otherwise, I couldn't see the monitor. It also doesn't fit with the Legion and Azizla. Yeah, some of them do fit, some of them don't. Well, I guess that's why Gaius's is the 14th, because Gaius is the one that's unique to 14, I guess. Do you think they're still up there? Well, their legatus died, and I don't know if they get any communications from the capital at this point. Another fun fact: Male Elementorium does not have a day-night cycle. Shocking. The moon doesn't have a day-night cycle. I am baffled. Does the weather ever change, or are we staying on fair skies forever? Blem, blem, blem. Oh my god, actual blem. Leader? No. Are you dozing away? Observes the regular rotation of Earth. All in existence. Bend to my will. What's up, Densha? We found the moon rabbits. We found the moon rabbits. The end of the world is nigh. Here are moon rabbits. They're adorable as shit. Thus, sometimes. That makes sense. Community Guardian deserters who have formed a society under the tailpipe of Azizla. Sleeping way. My job is... Perhaps I'd better ask. Okay. Alright. Let's go speak with the Snappy Lopperit. Hi there, camping way. Hey there, serving way, I guess? You wanna get them? I'm subscribing. Avril is serving way. Because she is a rabbit, so therefore she has to get a name. Her name is serving way. There we go. I can attune to this one. I don't need permission. Yay. Hi, camping way. I think I'm spending a night outside Best Way Burrows. Best Way's Burrow. I'm not sure what I'll need to take with me. Aside from a tent, I suppose. Either is big page for a slipper, so they'll have basically the exact same picture. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fujoshuing way. Boosting way. It's a pleasure we finally meet one of you, miss. I'm just preparing this and that for when more of your kind arrives, so you can all feel at home. Recording way, hell yeah. That's where's content creator way? Where's streaming way? Where's streaming way? And I'll take the name Yuri way. Oh my, but isn't this exciting? I've never seen one of your kind so up close before. Would you mind if I take some measurements of your body? Just for reference, of course. I'm taller than the others, but not as tall as the Watcher, so there is that. Ah, there we go. You have different colored ears. Boosting way stealing the cars. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Hum hum hum. We can just do the tune that Singing Way was doing. They did a gimmick on 14 Twitter account multiple times where Tweeting Way took over the account and answered questions in character. Incredible. Incredible. Did Tweeting Way have to change their name to Xing Way though? Because that sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. Hear me, I bought the Watcher, but also Dragon Guard. This is Yoko Taro's way to tie in the law. I will ban you. Hum hum hum. They changed it to Posting Way. Okay, there we go. Okay, we gotta change the Posting Way. What was that supposed to be? You're humming, if one can even call it that. It's atrociously off key. It should sound more like this. How are you humming in chiptune? How are you humming in chiptune? How are you doing this? How? It's one of those moments where it's just, you know, those things where it's just like, no, it sounds like this, and the other character's just like, how the fuck did you say that? How did I do that? I don't know. As leader of the Leopards, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being the magnanimous sort of that I am, I'll forgive you just this once. Chiptune Way taught him, obviously. Well, well. Looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it? Is this all of them? That are on the moon currently. A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? We're once again being referred to as children. This happened down in Amarot. Well, what way would Val be? There's a lot of options there. Most of them will get you banned if you said it in-game chat here. Do I call the name of this episode No Fucking Way? Do I name this episode on YouTube No Fucking Way? Consistently used by ancient associates as children as a mood. This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No, Matty, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be sitting around gawping. I must take you to meet the others. I need to get a drink soon and close those blinds. The sun is starting to appear on me. It's gonna throw off the white balance so much. If you can run along back to toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads up to the central platform on the upper floor. There's serious questions about Emmett's morality. I must murder all of the children. Oh my god, Emmett's a Anakin Skywalker. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center. If you should find yourselves lost, I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Unfortunately, I can't jump and ignore fall damage onto a higher floor. Even though I am a trained dragoon, I can't just jump up there. It's bullshit. I'm gonna grab another drink. Wait. I'm gonna go grab another drink, and I'm gonna close those blinds. It's gonna make the rest of the screen go darker if the camera picks up that something this bright is coming up. So that's the thing, like, I've got this fancy light going on, and it makes my skin look this color. This is my real skin color. What you see here when I've got, like, actual natural light shining on me, this is my actual skin color. It's just the white balance and the type of light that I have that actually makes my skin look this color. But that's the real color. City continues to have bullshit cutscene powers that all player dragoons want. I wish I could jump up 40 feet into the air. I'm gonna grab a drink and close those blinds. I must go! My drinks need me. And God said, let there not be lights because it's ruining the camera vibes. And alas, was there no longer lights except for the giant street lights that was shining on from on high. Or something. Ah, I didn't close the fridge. Okay. I am back. I am back. So now I have the Coke flavored one. Now I have the Coke flavored one. Also, a serious question about the Athenian, about the ancients' growth stages. I mean, we're like what, a third of their size? Toddlers are like a third of our size. Didn't start dissolving when exposed to natural light fire, not real gamer. No! Ninja have reduced fall damage, but not Dragoon. That's a good point. Cock flavored. It's that vending machine that says the cold crisp flavor of Coke, but then the teens scratch out the E. And then you giggle at it every time you catch a train. So I'm gonna have a cold crisp taste of Coke. Again, I don't know how this is the only time that I've seen a cola-flavored energy drink. I don't know how that's not, like, a more common thing. Like, I know that just normal Coke exists, but if people want Coke and a shitload of caffeine, I honestly... Like, I'm just surprised there isn't, like, another brand other than just the Aldi store brand. Why do their children have fully proportioned bodies? That is a good point. Why do ancients have boobs this? Why do ancient children have boobs this big? That doesn't make sense. Surely the rabbits can tell I'm not a child just based on this alone, right? Surely. Maybe the rabbits have not been told a massive amounts about how we work. All right, how the fuck do I get up there? This way. Sorry, let me just take the 6 minutes it's gonna take to get up there. I do wish they were called Junking Way and Mending Way. I do wish they would have changed their names as well. They should absolutely be called Junking Way and Mending Way. I'm not seeing just regular Coke energy drinks, but I've seen Coke coffee cans taste like Coke with the aftertaste of coffee. Very strange. So they ruined Coke. That sounds a lot worse. This is an issue with the shades too. But I'm breasting so fucking boobily. How can they mistake me for a child? Time is of the essence. Pick up the pace, everyone. Don't slow down, won't you? I can't keep up. I'll do slow down. To the next shelf quickly now. Oh, they disappeared. It was expensive punchline when they tell us to Avril and teacups and push-up bra. People really want it to be vending way and mending way. That would, yeah, vending way and mending way. That's the one. Yeah, vending way and mending way. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the idea that Averil has D cups and still insists on wearing a push-up bra. Like, not big enough. They don't. My D cups don't stand out enough. They need to stand out even more. Mapping wave. Arizona energy drinks? Wow. I had a lot of Arizona stuff when I was like in primary school. They had it in our canteen. Not had much of it since. Nowhere near as common in Australia. Plain the yards. It is astounding how the Loppers, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such gargantuan facilities. Waiting for the introduction of sledding way and pinting way. One of those could be Val. Given their size, getting from one end of this place to the other must be exhausting. I don't know how they do it. The etheric composition density of this sphere is quite similar to the crystalline concepts we've seen before. It likely shares the capacity for storing memories and knowledge. First lecture of wakefulness, Aussie Lemonade wants to open. Yeah! Aussie Lemonade, let's go. Visitors at last! Welcome! Flopping way? Hell yeah. Sorry, I have to speak the flopping way first. Oh my god! Aether currenting way. I forgot about you. Oh, I'm not allowed to walk into the pool of knowledge. Wobbling way. Oh dear, I hadn't expected to meet a people person here. Whatever shall I do? No. Hi there, flopping way. Me, you're speaking to me? Oh, but of course. Answer any question you may have. I'm the manager and operator of the Central Control Sphere. Regulates every single facility here in Best Ways Borough. If anything would happen to the whole place would stop working in no time. It's very important and so is my job. In this place? Best Ways Borough is where we Lockbirds live and work in honor of Heidelin. We're all doing our best to make them in a suitable ship to transport everyone. You may arrive someday soon, don't you worry. Also, Aethergarn. There we go. There we go. That can be Val's name, Criming Way. Chopping Way, Kia Asyluming Way. Definitely funny jokes if you understand them. I will have to take your word for it. Cramming Way. It's me, Headingway.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order.
Modding
Our
Way.
name is Living Way, and we are the Lotharites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Aetheris to a brave new world.
Living Way feels like I care about the living about most.
I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw.
I care the most about living, so I win. Haha.
Always the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense.
I'm still confused. We were talking about the final days, and now there's rabbits.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration.
Blame Van Daniel!
Acutely aware
Dying
of
Way.
the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
We're the adults. We're the adults. How do we explain this to them that we're the adults?
Still not following? No? Very well. I shall elaborate further.
I wasn't expecting to laugh so much at the immediate aftermath of what we did last time. Hyla knows how to cheer people up at the end of the world. It's working. Her plan of making the rabbits like so cute so we like feel happy, it's working.
And the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade.
Oh no.
A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
Very sad.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. But by thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
I think they're unperturbed because they're just
The
like...
doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Aetheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun.
Alright,
The
carrot
most
metaphors.
earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Aetheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
Stop telling me about how the world's gonna die in a funny way!
Serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
No, fuck that! I'm not running! I'm not a coward, I ain't a bitch!
So, we will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as
I am
Stewards
Mine
will
who dedicates their all to their love for these worlds and its peoples. I ain't running anymore.
And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star.
Okay, but then everyone still dies here who's
Easier
like...
said than done, admittedly. For one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Where's our destination exactly? Do you have another star in mind, or...?
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
They've spent, like, ever since the Sundering
No need
working
to
on how to
shower
make a
us
big
with
rocket.
praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, She was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings.
That is, yeah, the heart.
And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon.
So the person who became the heart is just like super aware of like universal workings. That was like what they
There's
did.
certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
I see a flaw in this plan.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak.
I see a flaw in this plan.
While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges?
A Charlian working with them?
Still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible.
A Charlian working with the moon rabbits?
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women.
Most of us have fucked each other at some point here. We're grown up.
Much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Heidelin. she teleported me here. She teleported me here.
Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say. Well, that's really not children. But why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
I'm immediately distracted. Wait a minute, you're not kids?
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
I'm like the tall one.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the
No, like
Watcher?
I'm tall compared to everyone, most other people.
Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Have you got Encyclopedia Eorzea?
One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed.
How short they are.
The total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
Yo, you've only got volume 1?
It was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale.
People are tiny now. Shit, change it all quickly. Go, go, go.
All of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Rebuild literally everything at 1/3 size. Hit it with the shrink rate.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Have I mentioned I fucking love these rabbits? Have I mentioned that I fucking love these rabbits? Tradition of inside complete heals is woefully out of date, my friend. End of the world, no big. End of the world without proper sized beds? Fuck! And people got taller with every rejoining. Oh, I think all the hype for the rejoinings went to the Rogadins, I'm sorry. With a little leftover for the Ellisons. I did not think that, like, after what happened last time, that I did not expect that the immediate next stream, after what the fuck we went through last time, I'd be laughing so much. But I love that's what we're doing here. I love that's what we're doing here. I love it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Was meant to spare gaming for 7 more levels? Honestly, yeah. We had chill time for 3 levels, and I'm just like, that's what we get. That's what we get. So good. That was really heavy. Let's add some lightweight stuff instantly after. I appreciate it a lot. Should have realized something was amiss when living were referred to us as children. What other delightful misconceptions do they hold, I wonder? Oh dear, I've certainly heard building waking completes the renovations before more guests arrive. I'm giving every Lopera voice Living Way's voice. I'm not changing it. I'm not changing it per one. I know they don't all sound like Living Way because Mapping Way sounded different. They all get Living Way's voice. I'm not changing it. Or perhaps you should leave them as they are. That way you'd have more space to lounge about. Think about it. Your entire polycule could probably fit into one of their old beds. Into one of the Amara team beds. Why do I get the feeling we're gonna have to have our hands full dealing with the Loperids? It is unfortunate the domiciles were constructed in error, but their willingness to perform such sweeping renovations is a testament to their commitment. I cannot fathom the resources required for a facility so vast. Okay, but one question though. Like, one thing. If the plan is to just fuck it, if it sucks, hit the bricks, the final days, I will still be able to farm. I see one major problem with trying to bounce to another star. And not just in terms of like, oh, the reflections are gonna die, or just like getting there or how long it would take. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something that's been mentioned in lore before. Did Midgardstorm see any other planets worth staying on the way here? Like when Midgardstorm was flying and landed on Hydaelyn, Vitra said that this star was the last bastion of hope. We'll go the other way. I guess, yeah, if the Dragon Star's here, and Hydaelyn's here, Theros is here, then we just go that way. We're just gonna go that way. Between here and here, everything's dead. There's nothing left. We are the last bastion. But he didn't go past us. He found a good place in the last place he looked, but that's because he stopped looking. I think if there's some Fermi paradox shit happening, it's just... There's also the question of what is causing the final days. Surely after millennium will not extend beyond our star whatsoever, whatever it is. It's fine. He went from space east will go space west. Well, okay, so here's one thing also about the final days. Will going to another star work? If what protected the star from being affected by the final days was boosting the celestial currents, does that mean it's a problem with space? Although they did say that it came from the land, that it was a cry from the land itself. They did also say that. That's confusing. Like, the cause of the final days is confusing. Because they describe it as both, like, we needed to fill the, like, the weakened celestial currents and boost the celestial currents with activity. Because it's where celestial currents were weakest that things were happening first. So it's like a hole in the, like, I just assume it's like hole in the ozone layer. So it's like, that's where the hole is, so that's where it's at its weakest. But he also described it as it was a cry out from the land itself. So I don't... So does it come from within the star or without the star? Is what I'm not certain, is what I don't understand. Which I'm not supposed to, because they literally couldn't work it out. They were just like, we don't know what's causing it, but we think that this is like the problem, and when we went and we addressed the problem, it worked. We don't know why it was a problem, but we rectified that the celestial currents weakening was a problem, and then we fixed that, and now it's not a problem. My giant space wave from the way theory is holding water. You can't fish in the mystery moon fuel. Damn. Hi, living with a taste of the moon. Is it like cheese? Like it's a bunch of bunnies. It's probably tastes like carrots. With the final days fast approaching, rabbits. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. Like a fish on the moon, but not there. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you're all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Carrotorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. I immediately see a problem with the food you may be supplying us here, just based on the name. I am immediately seeing a possible issue. Run, Mapping Way, run! Oh no, Mapping Way is just doing an adorable goodbye. Can I play as a Loporrit? Can Loporrit be the new race that they add to the game? I want to play as a Loporrit. I saw Mapping Way's emote then. I want to play as a Loporrit. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Theros running to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning though. Nevertheless, let's take this opportunity to learn more of the Loporrits and this vessel. Do you have any obligate carnivores among us? If not, no problem, trust. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Minerva's favorite food is just gamey meat. It's fine. Minerva's favorite food is wildlife she has hunted and killed and then has a gamey texture to it. It's fine. Oh dear. I certainly have building making complete renovations for more guests arrive. Perhaps you should... Oh, no, please don't. Look. People asking for moon housing immediately. Yoshi, please beg. Please, we just made Ishgard housing. No, I want playable Loporrit first. If everything was made too big, imagine how huge the food will be. Oh god, there'll be giant carrots. Oh no. Oh no. Mods to replace Lala with Loporrit? I might need to play with mods. I might need to play with mods then. Run! Run, Loporrit, run! They are so fucking adorable. They are so fucking adorable. They're all cute anyway. What food did you get eaten last? So it is just America. I am wearing the shirt too early. I will say though, I'm going to take back something that I've said about Heavensward. A lot of people have said it about Heavensward, and I've disagreed with it. A lot of people say that, like, it was unnecessary, it doesn't do anything, it was stupid, and I'm just like, yeah, it's tragic, and, like, it hurts, and everything like that, and that's the point, because Heavensward is about cycles of violence and everything like that. Esel's death. I've seen a lot of people say that Esel's death is stupid, that it doesn't make sense, it doesn't fit her character or anything like that, and I'm just like, literally, did you play a different expansion than I did? Heavensward is all about the cycles of violence and how much needless death it causes, The reason that Oshafon and Acel end up being such heroes in that story is because they're the ones who are willing to die, not to kill an enemy, but the ones who are willing to die to protect who they care about, which is why they pay the better future forward. Because even when you go to do 3.3, Aymric's just like, I am super willing to kill Estinian if that's the way for peace, and Hreisvelger's not swayed by it at all. It's just like, if you're just willing to kill more people to bring about peace, then how do I know that this is going to bring about peace if your goal for peace is to kill more people? This is the cycle that we're already in, that I saw my brother go down, that he's currently still doing with Nidhogg and everything like that. And we convince Hreisvelger by just being like, no, I want to save Estinian, and that's what convinces Hreisvelger to help us and everything like that. So of course it's like a similar thing that Acel is able to convince Hreisvelger by being just like, I've cast aside that part of me that wants to just kill people to end the war. I'm willing to fight to protect the people I care about in the war and everything like that. So, and again, it's similar with Horsefon. It's similar with Horsefon. Horsefon's fight is not about trying to like kill the dragons and everything like that. It's about protecting the people he cares about, especially the Warrior of Light. I am now taking it back. Killing Acel was a major problem. Killing Acel was a major critical problem with the game, because we can now unfortunately never see Acel meet the Loperids. Remember how Acel reacted to the Moogles? Holy shit! Someone needs to link me on Discord all the art that's inevitable of Acel in an alternate universe meeting the Loperids. I need to see it, because holy shit, she would love them so much. Holy shit, she would be so infatuated with them. We're all gonna die someday. So whatever happens a little sooner? Oh my god, we met okay, when your name was Nothing Way, I didn't realize you were actually Nihilism Way. Jesus Christ. Alright. No one tell Nothing Way about Vendaniel or Amon, please, for the love of God. For all of our gods, please. Giant bills. Maybe they're dead lovers, but you don't know. Nothing Way suited, but don't be careful. Seen out of Moonbreeder with them because her name is Moonbride. That one is also appropriate. Moonbreeder's death would have worked if she was just like part of the core cast of the Scions for a lot longer. Like, because again, Moonbreeder's death character-wise lines up because of how much she worships Louis Soir. Like, Moonbreeder's whole thing is, like, leaving Charlian to follow in Louis Soir's wake and everything like that. So, Moonbreeder giving up her life also, like, makes sense for what character she does have. The issue is just that she's introduced the patch before she dies, and it's so obvious she was introduced to die. And just be like, oh, we wanted a character death to be shocking, but we don't actually kill any of the current characters, because we're going to do that at the end of the, of ARR. So, here's this character that we're going to kill off immediately, bye. And also just, like, the reasoning behind it, like, did we need to kill Nabrialis then and there that very seconds kind of thing? Like, if there was a more immediate threat to leaving Nabrialis alive, that's just like, if I don't sacrifice myself to kill Nabrialis, someone's going to die, like, immediately after. Because, like, we just beat him to, like, rescue Minfilia, so it was, like, more immediate that Minfilia was going to die if Moonbreeder didn't sacrifice herself. If Moonbreeder was around for a lot longer and everything like that. They could have made Moonbreeder work. She just needed to be part of base ARR. Nabrielle's such a nothing burger of a character as well. Yeah, it's also the fact that, like, she gives up her life to just stop, like, the pervert Asien. Tsukiyomi up with them because, Moonrabbit? Yeah. Also Yotsu. Yeah, makes sense. Suyu? I just still don't know whether to refer to her as Suyu or Yotsu. Like, in terms of, like, Minifest canon, I don't know how Minifest refers to her at this point either. Because, like, at the end, she was Yotsu, but, you know, it was Suyu that we tried to save. I'm delighted to see you, but I'm very, very busy. Perhaps we can chat another time? Okay, hopping away. How about yawning way? Are you besties or sleeping way? Oh, what's the day stuff? What was I supposed to be doing again? I thought I would be unfollowed if I yawned out loud, so I couldn't do it. Yo, you've got gay rocks here too. Let's go. Yo, the moon's also gay. Let's fucking go. Gay moon, gay moon, gay moon, gay moon. I tried to tell you all that the moon's a lesbian, and I was right. Hey, Artesia. How are you enjoying the gay moon? The moon is so fucking gay. You guys know how long it takes us to get one gay rock? We had to have these lesbians go on an entire existential crisis, and both of them nearly die to get a gay rock. And y'all just have several of them here? Why are there... Why? Why are there enemies? This is one of those things where because the game's an MMO and there has to be overworld mobs, it feels really out of place. I think I have this. I think I do have this mount. I do think I have this mount because I'm pretty sure it's a PvP one. No, I think... Oh, sorry. It's this one I think I have. I think I have this one. I think I have the one with legs. Yeah. MMO structure. So, the Caratorium has... the robots to help build everything, but they're hostile on sight to you. Hit the robot? I don't want to hit the robot. We have unique fight music. Yo! Hand drills, let's go. Isle drop? FF4 battle theme. When was the last time they did this? Of overworld mobs having unique fight music? When was the last time they did that? I gotta go for D&D. Bye, clone! I can't think of another time where there's been, like, at all. Outside of, like, not including, like, hunt marks. Like, an area where the mobs in that area have unique music. I can't think of that. Oh, my god. There's something here that isn't a carrot. No, never mind. It's surrounded by carrot. I thought that was a cactus. No, it's surrounded by carrots. Never mind. It is. The Caratorium is indeed filled with carrots. What if someone's got a carrot allergy? Hast thou spied the peculiar sentinels patrolling the vicinity? Approach them with caution, but yet not all. For they make no distinction between friend or foe. Then why are they here? MMO structure weird. Given their earlier confusion regarding our size, can help but wonder if they even know the first thing about us. Am I the only one who suspects we're not going to find anything edible whatsoever? Cooking ware! Doesn't want to count the temper/armor. Do they have unique fight music, or do they just not interrupt the normal music? I thought it was that. I thought it was more. I thought if you fought enemies down in the Tempest/Arm, like they just didn't interrupt the actual music. It just stays. I thought that was the Tempest Armor thing, which is similar. It is similar. No unique music, but it just doesn't interrupt the music that's already playing. Instead of playing the Shadowbringers battle, like overworld thing, like battle overworld thing. You're not smaller than me, expected, but I trust you still have large appetites, yes? Welcome to the Caratorium! Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Sundries. Carrots. Allow me to introduce the head of our foodstuff production. Cooking Way! Pleasure to meet you all! Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I decided to create the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we've received. I've practically won the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we also consider ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop on the platform scene, you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Do you like carrots, 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 or carrots? I think, you know, I'm feeling a bit daring today. I'm gonna try a carrot. Let me hear what you think of our work. Sure, there's some small room for improvement, but I'm confident you'll be satisfied. Pardon me. One serving's never enough. You'll come back for seconds and thirds, I'm sure of it. Do I have to go up? Wait, is this where I'm going? Don't make people jump up to their food. That's my first advice. Don't make people jump up to their food like this. How's Aaron Martini's food now? Blasting way! We found the gunbreaker, man. Here's a conundrum. Which carrot should we start with? Vote Philosopher's carrots. This doesn't require a debate. We have work to do, so quit dragging your feet and get to it. Probably designed for people of a size who wouldn't have to jump. That is true. That is true. I could smell this all day long. I could. God. It's just different colored carrots. Oh no. Rainbow colored assortment of carrots. Unassuming orange, peculiar blue, vibrant yellow, ominous crimson. You know what? Out of all of those, blue is the most why is a carrot that color? So I have to go for the most why the fuck is a carrot this color one. I know, but the Crescent Moon Mount and the cash shop also got a Lopera on it. Oh, I've never noticed that. The blue variety is strangely supple to the touch. It smells vaguely of mint. Excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of this so-called carrot. Are you certain you wish to eat this carrot? Oh god, there's so many opportunities to get the bad end of Endwalker. How many fish you do, whether you eat the right carrot. Try them all. I will eat the carrot. On second thought, you'll like to simply... I'll take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it'd be prudent to ask cooking way whether it's safe to eat first. Oh. I didn't get to try the others. I'm just... Obscenely large carrot. Even Vieira are likely to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot. That would be offended by all those who assume that they would. I don't like carrots. Fuck off. Any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Do I just munch? A fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Alright, eat the obscenely large carrot. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. You are taken by surprise and the blue juices burst forth from the carrot and dribble down your chin. As you take your second bite, you can feel your mental faculties sharpening. Your mind opens to the universe, and for a brief moment, the mysteries of existence are simple, transformative truths. But the revelation is fleeting. When you last finish the carrot, a sweet yet sour aftertaste lingers on your tongue, and the number 42 on your mind. Okay, it's just a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference. I got a buff from it! You'll find your mind is suddenly much sharper than usual. Oh, that's the Philosopher's Carrot. What does this buff mean? What does it do? Orange. From front to tip, no scratches or blemishes mar this immaculate specimen. Nevertheless, it's not for its excessive length and girth. One might think it was an ordinary carrot. There's a satisfying crunch as you sink your teeth into the orange skin, and a warm tingling sensation runs down your spine. With the second bite, a wave of euphoria washes over you, and you drown in bliss. Alas, as you finish, the elation fades, leaving you with a desperate craving for another carrot. None of them are normal carrots. None of them are normal carrots, oh no. Oh no. Also, they're all carrots. What do you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes. This carrot tasted like the universe, so you could say that, yes. That it is a very new sensation for me. The Philosopher's Carrot improves mental fortitude. Something of a shock at first bite, but it's well worth the enhanced powers of cognition. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. Why is this carrot on fire? I certainly see this. I see demand for this in Charlian. The carrot of happiness is full of bursting and nutrients is guaranteed to leave your feelings satiated. It's a staple among leopards. That's why they're always so happy. They just ate the Prozac carrot. That's what it is. I like how you can just say, yeah, the fish bread people would probably fucking love these carrots. But what if I don't like carrots? I'm gonna ask this, just because I legitimately don't know if they've thought of it. But I mean, I like carrots, but what if someone doesn't like carrots? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you like them served in this fashion. Why not? We have pureed versions on hand if you haven't had time to chew. I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and naught else. If I may ask, where exactly do these collaborations share with you about cuisine on Atheros? Surely you're aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. But they spoke to fucking Charlian. Of course we are! But, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't that encyclopedia I found, I would have been at a loss of where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. Cooking Way has not thought of cooking any of the carrots. But our primary concern was efficiency. And what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? Rather strange approach. Take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Witcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjunctions, just the basics. Conjugation, sorry. Just the basics. Then we found terms related to our given task and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? Are we gonna have another thing about names and the themes of, like, what names mean? With the characters who are literally just named after their favorite thing. Are we... God, dictionary that everyone picked a word they vibed with. Are we gonna have another part of this game that is just about names? It's okay! Minefist has had her revelatory self-revelations or revelatoriness. She's fine. It's okay. See, Fisting Way. There's a name for Minefist. I say that she bottoms to your shoulders open. No, not really. But it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand it merely what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. Do you have, like, name tags? I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though should you decide to preserve flora and fauna from Atheros as well, you'd be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, when I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is not but carrots on the menu. Yeah, but these are like the good... These carrots are the good shit, though. These carrots are the good shit. If you rather say making some combination of Ween and Woon would get confusing indeed. I'm Ween Woon. I'm Woon Ween. I'm Ween Woon Woon Ween Woon. I've already lost track. While I'm sure the Loporits would hop at the chance to expound upon carrots in exhaustive detail, perhaps it is time we moved on? Hate to admit it, but I did rather like the carrots. Again, they're the carrots filled with the good shite. These are grade 3 carrots. They ain't that grade 2 shit. Combination Ween Woon and Ween Woon. Hungry for more carrots? Fear not, you get into your heart's content after you've seen the rest of Best Ways Barrow. Style the hero. Living Way is eager to show you more of the moon's wonders. I think we've all had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Can I wear your clothes? But, like, made for my size. They probably wouldn't look as cute on me because I love VR over the years. No, they're gonna have their hat available for us, and Vieira's is still not gonna be able to wear it. We're gonna get an outfit that looks like theirs, and Vieira's is still gonna be unable to wear the headpiece. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now that we're gonna meet a race of rabbit people who all wear a headpiece that has their rabbit ears sticking out, and then when a Vieira puts it on, you still won't be able to see it. Am I buying every single crafter quest I did? Yes, I am. I gotta get back on the leave quest grinds. I'm so far behind on that. As you can see, I'm at 100 allowances. I have fallen off on my leave quest grinds because I am still focused on my boss grinds instead. I'm trying to do ARR leaves, and ARR leaves are so much more of a pain in the ass. Like once I get past ARR leaves, it'll be so much easier to do leaves in the other expansions, and also less of them. But ARR leaves are just such a pain in the ass because there's so fucking many of them, and there's so many different places to turn them in. At least future expansions, it's all get it here, turn it in there. Where ARR, you gotta go across the entire fucking room to do it. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. I'm like halfway done with ARR leaves at this point. Like I think I've done all the ARR leaves for the first 4 crafters, but the last 4 I still gonna do. It takes 60. There's 60 ARR leaves per job. So I can complete one of them now. I just need to actually work it out. Work out all the materials, all the things that it's craft. It's a pain in the ass. Remembered how much the dwarf tank, so I'm now spamming vermin to level Weaver? Hell yeah. Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten. Dress befitting we who walk in shade. Stewards of the esoteric. Do you suppose the clothes they prepared will be as grossly oversized as the carrots? It's hardly sunsilk tapestries. Perhaps we'll be pleasantly surprised. Here we are, the apparel production station. We're choosing to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. The Loporits of creation magic. The Loporits of creation magic. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I'll regale you with the details another time. This explains how they're able to, like, rebuild all the things at 1/3 scale so easily. They literally have creation magic. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. Yeah, and we discovered crystallized aether was a wonderful catalyst that can provide us with the extra V's we need. Notice it easy. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You'll also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume? Glam is just really fun. It's also been taken into account with our designs. I like how it's just like, people wear job gear. We heard you use glam plates to do all of your different jobs. But surely you don't need a glam plate that makes it so you can have one for every job, right? Surely only 20 glam plates should be enough. That's a little greedy to wear more than 20 outfits across your 30-odd jobs, isn't it? Living way. Why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they'll see to the rest. Worried about sizing? Don't be. Should be simple man to adjust our concept as required, and it will be required. This is the funniest thing they could have fucking done, to immediately follow up after what happened last time, and I love it so much. Again, this is one of those things that tells me that they absolutely do expect people to stop playing when they get an achievement for MSQ. The fact that they deliberately leave the achievement until, no, fuck you, go to the moon, fuck you, fight Zodiac, after doing the Tower of Babel, and then the immediate split between everything that happens with fighting Zodiac, here's the achievement, and immediately after that, here is the whimsy of the rabbits. It feels very deliberate. It feels very deliberate that the achievements are meant to be points to stop for the day here, that they want you to break it up at these moments. It feels very deliberate, and I appreciate that. Again, it felt like that in Shadowbringers too, because every single time you get the achievement is when the next quest is to speak to the innkeeper. Like, you speak to the manager of suites after every achievement. So it's like, here is your rest moment. Your moment is your character has gone to bed for the day, and they've woken up, and that's the end. Start the next day of your Shadowbringer's journey when you get the, like, next time. It feels very deliberate in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. That's what they use the achievements for. It works out really well. Finally go darkness and initiate the end of days. Now go meet the moon rabbits. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Atheros. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Alright, you're trying a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? An outfit that embodies my bloodlust, something simple yet functional, a fashionable and refined ensemble. I mean, if it's any of those, fashionable and refined ensemble makes the most sense. Minifus always wears, like all of her job glams are adventurer themed glams, but most of them are not under the category of simple and functional. They are all, like, deliberately trying to actively give off the vibe of adventurer, even though some of them probably get in the way with it, with all of the long flowing jackets and coats she wears. Something cunty. Something that makes me look like a cunt, please. Fashionable. Right. Now I realize I'm asking the rabbit about the concept of fashion, and I'm realizing this is probably a mistake. This will only take a moment. This was a mistake. Do you have a strappy heel? No! No, not the ARR glam! Not the ARR glam! No! The reborn clown suit! No! No! Oh, God! There we are, all finished. A perfect fit if I do say so myself. Oh, no. Oh, this is the person who's not gone to Vesper Bay to unlock glamour prisms. No! I'll be honest, I don't know think of fashion, let alone fashion on Atheros. But I'll wager no one down there has ever worn anything like this fight ensemble. Perhaps you can start a new trend. No. Oh, God. Would you look at that? Speechless. And there I thought you may not like it. If you mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Let's see about for the garment changes area of effect. Speak with the restless leopard to restore or prolong the garment change. No, fuck you. You will wear the clown suit. Fuck you. Dressed for the occasion. Oh. It's so funny that they, like, beat into your head repeatedly before going to Gala molds. You're about to go to a cold zone. Everyone's gonna be wearing their fucking winter clothes. Make a winter glam. You don't have one? Here! Take this one. Wear a winter glam. You're about to go to Gala molds. If you have your dick out, you're gonna look weird in the cutscenes next to everyone else roped up. Wear a winter glam. And they, like, beat that into your head. Only to now immediately just be like, fuck you, it's ARR cloud suit hours. This is so good. Thrift store ancient robes. Modders on patch day realizing what they look like to other players. Oh my god. This is so good. Holy shit. The deliberate, like, fuck you, like, even, like, the mask too. The fucking, like, ironwork striking version, Jesus Christ. Like, oh my god. So good. It's so good. I love how this is basically them hanging shit on their own game for just being like, yeah, the clothing in ARR was dog shit. The error-friendly abomination. Like, that's what I feel like. This feels like this is an in-joke. This is an in-joke with the player base that just be like, yeah, ARR clothing was terrible. This is an in-joke with the player base of like, yeah, clothing back then looked really shit. We're aware. Yeah, we're gonna make you wear a clown suit out of it. It's so funny. This is so good. No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? We should try my clothes. Really? Of course, it'd be my honor. Do you have anything in mind? Got anything with a little more flair? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Get me out of this fucking clown suit, I swear to God. I think I can handle that. Let's see. I'm not. No, this is gonna be... it's gonna be still AR gear. It's still gonna be AR gear, I can tell. It's gonna be... Some of my best work yet! You're a stranger, aren't you? I wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, however, and never want to disappoint. That ensembles a blend of concepts from myriad professions. All-purpose attire for the modern woman of Atheris. Now it's Heavenswood gear. Yeah, Heavenswood gear is still terrible. I was worried how the concept would turn out when I put it to proof, but it looks stunning on you. Why are you going to show living wear? I'm sure she's eager to see what you've come up with. Yes, you have to wear this too. God. Oh my God. I'm still dressed for the occasion. Jesus Christ. Master Rose, yeah, Radol and Rose would have a heart attack. Master Rose! This fills out the fashion report perfectly. Like, what is my fashion? Like, this is what my current fashion report outfit is. It's just this shit. I haven't done fashion report for weeks. That one is very outdated, but it's fine. Hi, Living Way. I may have some critiques. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh, you didn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon we leopards in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Oh no. I think Ashola's gonna actually kill the rabbits if they're gonna put her in the same thing. Oh no! No! Oh no! Sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh no. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Metallic green, my favorite! This is tragically similar to my ARR outfit. I thought I abandoned the potato sack already. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Fucking... the metallic green hailstorm arms. Fucking Christ. Fucking love this game. You're not feeling good with me. I think it's past time we return these clothes. Holy shit. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? Go to the market board, search for level 1 gear. Some of that's still bad, but it's gonna be better than whatever the fuck you get us. The Watcher taught us that in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Nah, see how concept you'll look now? Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Atheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. You're on the narrates a few times. It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so... homogeneous. Speaking for myself, I wear... what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of an inferior make. This one gives me Dommy Mummy vibes, so I have to wear it. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. This sounds complicated. I view have underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorize every term we received, I doubt we'd fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Yep, so it's not an option. Not really an option. We were born of Hydaelyn slept for Aetheris, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all? I suppose you're right. Leaving way. Why don't we have leave to explore Bessoy's burrows unattended? You've given us much to think about. Why, certainly! Until later, then. Urianger is having a lot of pondering thinking. I assume Urianger is, like, clued in that they're the ones speaking to Charlene. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There's actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? I didn't put product in my hair, so this part of my hair's not working properly, and now I'm grumpy. So what am I going to do in this time? Oh, there's a Lopera who's, like, moving, so I'm going to go look at the fidgeting Lopera who's spying on us. Hello! Oh, my apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. I'm spying way. I'm eavesdropping way. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, it's time to visit the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll bring you by teleporting to the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Oh, you're not spying way. Alright. Onwards we go. This is so fucking good. It's just... You know what I was talking about earlier? About how... nothing threw me for a bigger loop in anything than, fighting Zodiac as early as we did. Any birthing way? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the whole idea of just... Yeah, I could not have predicted Zodiac being that early, because no one had... That's Blowing Way! We found Blowing Way. Hell yeah. Imagine rolling into this on Zodiac in the same play session. Again, that's why I think the achievements are deliberately placed where they are. They want you to take a break when you get an achievement. It's a deliberate thing. So some of them are still asleep. Some of them are still asleep in their little things there. OBGY anyway. I can hardly believe that we finally have people here. But I said we'll be ready for the influx, I guess. What does splitting way mean? Do you have a sword? Zandatsuing way! Let's go! Let's go! I guarantee someone's done this. Has anyone made a Loperate VTuber model and called it Streaming Way? Because if not, I think I need to make a Loperate VTuber model and call it Streaming Way. But I guarantee someone's done that. You're here! You're really here! Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Loving Way, I guess? Manifest isn't my name. Cracky, even your names are amazing. Wow, Manifest will be using this teleport into the residential area. Fisting Way. Whenever you're ready. Alright, residential area. No, you don't get moon housing. No, you don't get moon housing.
ready in the teleporter.
I'm giving them all. They're all getting Living Way's voice. I'm not changing it. They're all getting Living Way's voice. I'm not changing it. I am not adjusting Loporrit voice per Loporrit. They will all sound like Living Way, and you will live with it. Let's growl. Catboy Ingwe.
Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
That doesn't sound like a good oh no. All right, because they're rebuilding them to 1/3 size. Okay, I've teleported. I see Urianger. I see Urianger over to the side.
As thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Ignore the giant teleporter of the Rogan woman next to you.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously.
Uh-oh. What are we doing?
Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting?
It'll be good at saving people. It's just, you know, people might be a bit bored with the food and not want to wear the clothes.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and
Yeah, like, what's the
decisive
time
action.
span that we're dealing with here for the final? Like, how long did the final
This
days
vessel
last in the
must serve
Unsundered
as a
World
home
before they
for
summoned
as many
Zodiac?
passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand?
It's absolutely Charlene.
Having seen the moon for
absolutely
yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too.
That's just how he talks.
You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
Oh, don't burden him with the fucking trauma again. Jesus! Jesus, rabbits!
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
We detected that you have trauma related to this. So we're going... Oh, no. Oh, no. Even the rabbits are just like, you seem to be willing to let people die to help everyone.
'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask.
No!
Do I understand
Orianji,
the
no!
urgency and necessity.
You're the one who seems to be the most willing to sacrifice the other
I-
reflections if it has to come to that.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit
Looney
of a
Tunes are sound
malfunction.
effects.
I hadn't realised the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
He may not be showing way, but at least he's growing way. Oh, bye! Bye! Will Urianger... Okay, here's a question. Will there ever be a point where Urianger gets this little thing I like to call a fucking break? Will there ever be a moment for this guy to get one of those. Because I don't know if he's gonna have it at any stage. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I don't care if you're Graha's voice. You're getting the living my voice anyways. I promise to be more careful from now on. It's like how all of my fucking goblin voices are cutesy instead of Darth Vader. That is my headcanon. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime, thank God. A shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. You don't get to see the moon housing. There will be no moon housing. I'm sorry, you never get to go and live on the moon. Yeah, the teleporter can take us between floors. I'm never fixing my hair today. Terrible. All's veil that ends veil. Growingway is keen to put his recent mishap behind him. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this for far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. One thing we all agreed upon was that people of Atheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place that hope and a chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. What? What makes you think would be like that? Resident Gorges may not be up to the necessary standards just yet. There are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look at the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me! We had to turn the moon into an amusement park so people would actually come and visit. People are just like, I know I'll die if I stay here, but that place seems kind of lame and cringe, so I don't want to go there. Whee! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I got like 8.5 done. Let's go. Let's go. Also, let's go. Change our headphones because those ones died and they're stuck on my ears. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. There we go. Meh. 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 That's, actually no, that's the right one to charge the car. To charge those ones. Meh. I have rune rabbits. While I'm changing that, I see people. Oh dear God. Oh, I was about to say, it's like I see a massive list of text in Discord. I see a lot of text in Discord. I'm like, oh, these are the different carrots. What do you think the guy who's called who uncloaks the toilets here is called? Plunging Way. Plunging Way, also known as my name when I'm around Emilians. Ah, Jesus. I'm seeing adorable rabbit art as well. I also see adorable rabbit art. I also see Tsukiyomi as a Gundam. What is going on here? I also see Tsukiyomi as a Gundam with leopards cheering her on. Okay. Why the fuck is the firmament full on Brynhilda? How's the firmament ever full now? Isn't Ishgard Restoration 2 out? Didn't Ishgard Restoration 2 come out with fucking 7.21 or something? How is it filling up an old one, if that's the case? How is that happening? Giant Tsukiyomi with tiny little bunny rabbit and incredibly long legs. The incredibly long legs on the Tsukiyomi, not on the Blobber. On a different world than your home world? It could be that, yes. It could be that. You can only go to Ishgard on your home world. There is also that. Or you can only do things there on your home world. I can't remember exactly how it works. There's something to do with you can only do home world stuff for Ishgard, like on your home world. Because when it was coming out, they had like because it was per home world, like on each world, there's a job statue for like the job that contributed the most to that world. So you can't go into other people's worlds, you have to contribute to your world, so your job contributes to like the statue they built. Why it still looks like that, I have no idea. That because, you know, that's done, the statue exists. So, yeah. Like the statue is now done. Who you saw that cheese world travelers to get more rewards from fates or whatever was still coming out, so the mess you can only go to your own and then they never turned it off yet. I don't know what the new Ishgard is or anything like that, but I have heard people in my FC are also running into that issue in there. I mean, it's not a massive issue because, like, you know, everyone in our FC is part of the same homeworlds, because that's what FCs have to be. But there was a couple of things of just, like, there's one person in our FC who has alts on, like, every single other server on Crystal. They've got a shitload of alts, and they're all on other ones. And they tried to come to do the second Ishgard on ours, but on one of their alts, and they realized they couldn't do it. And it was just like, oh, I can't bring my alt into the Ishgard. Like, into the crafter section. They're not calling it Ishgard, they're just calling it, like the crafter stuff. Because there are people who are not caught up, so, like, they're gonna... It's good, because my FC is so focused on Sprouts, there's so many new people, we recruit a lot of new people to the game in our FC, that, like, I can avoid spoilers there pretty easily, because people won't talk out loud about it, because of that focus. But yeah, we had someone in the FC that was just like, I can't do the new crafter stuff on my alt here. And someone was just like, yeah, you have to be on the homeworld. It was the same with the Ishgard one. So I assume it's a similar thing for the new one, that it contributes to a ranking for that server. All the stuff where you're like getting rewards from fates. Or like diadem gathering spots, I don't know. Anyways, growing way. Good, you're here. Through this door is the greatest End's Vale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you've ever seen. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. Kind of not interested in the game. I'm kind of remove myself to run the raid. I'm just playing RPGs and vibing at the moment. That's funny because this is like the moment that everyone's getting back into the game because the new Ishgard and new Eureka are out. So it's like this is meant to be when everyone's getting into it. But just because what content is currently in the game doesn't mean that you're like in the mood for it if you've played a shitload before that and then you're just like, okay, now I'm like kind of a bit more done with it. Nothing wrong with breaks from the game. Nothing wrong with breaks from the game. Hi there, reading way. I actually have a book on you, hell yeah. Don't you just love books? I absolutely adore them. They've taught me so much. Don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious. Oh my god, reading way. Grinding way. I love. Do you want to go down to Bossio? Oh, you got the Bossio one on your back. Hell yeah. These floors look clean to you? I don't know. I feel like they could use a little more polishing. Oh, you grind on the floors. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. Okay. Hi there, learning way. What a pleasure it is actually meet you. I've read so much about you. Is this meant to be the veil? Is this the veil, by the way? Running away in the books to tell them like, oh yeah, we're all short now. No! Yeah, this is... this is the forest. This is the forest. Motherfucking Lego Star Wars 100% completion bonus level ass forest here. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I love my natural forest. You know, I have this funny feeling the Loperids have not actually been on the star before. I have this funny feeling they've not been on the star. They literally walked through the forest while while we wait to find a new spot to climb. That is a highly specific reference that is just for me. But am I... That is an extremely specific reference. But Densha, am I wrong? Am I wrong or am I dead fucking accurate? Or am I extraordinarily accurate? I'm not wrong, exactly. So what do you think of the forest? It's positively pleasant, simply sublime. I think once I smash all those things, I could... There's probably enough here to give me 1,000,000 studs so I can beat the level. I can see the forest or the trees. I haven't seen any... Wait, you don't mean there's crystals out there, 'Tis as transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. Hey, you can't say that. You removed that quest from the game by this point. That quest was removed from this game by that point. There's meant to be a chocobo sniffing quest in ARR that got removed in, like... What are we talking about? There's a quest in ARR where you sniff a chocobo. And it was one of the quests in, like, I think it was 5.3 when they added flight to ARR. But they also cut down the MSQ quests in ARR. I believe it was 5.3. There was one moment where they removed a shitload of quests from ARR to shorten it. And I believe one of the ones that got cut was the sniffing the chocobo quest. So this is a reference for the people who played ARR before 5.3 came out. I think it was 5.3, because that was also, again, I believe that was when they added flight to it, and it was at the same time. So I haven't done it. I didn't see any... Wait, you know what I mean? There's crystals out there. I may have memory holders. Whenever they did the big MSQ of ARR, yeah. Context was the Domans moving from Vespa Bay to Mordona, and they couldn't send the smell of chocobos. Yeah, we still do that part. We still do the part where we talk to the people about the smell of chocobos, but we no longer have, like, the quest where we have to actively smell them. When the Domans come to Mordona, you have to help the kids overcome their fear of chocobos, and you did that by sniffing the chocobos. Do we still have that quest? I thought that was one of the ones they removed. I remember helping the kids go from Vespa Bay to Mordona on the carriage. But from what I heard, the part of you actually having to smell the chocobo was removed. But maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I played ARR like fucking 3.5 years ago at this point. So, it was removed to say in those contexts. Yeah. So it was removed before this line that's referencing it. We're gonna get a line at some point in Dawn Trail where we mentioned glibness, and it's gonna be put in the game after they've removed Gaius talking about shit being glib. It's gonna be only for the old people who remember that. Right you are! Our forest is made of crystals and constructs that on the landscape as far as the eye can see. Yeah, big 5.3 when they did PvP quality lifestyle from moving quests for Crystal Tower easier, adding flight, putting in some more merchants. Can they make Crystal Tower harder? So it's actually like worth running and you're not bored by it? Can Crystal Tower have mechanics? Could Crystal Tower get reworked the way Praetorium did, please, for the love of God? Especially now that it's mandatory. I'm not asking it to be as hard as Evilus or anything, I'm just asking for it to have mechanics. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person, let alone a forest. The information sent by collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in plane of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, the source produces air as clean as night as you'd find on a forest in Aetheris. Found here behind us, powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top. Oh, the big ball. The big ball? Plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Do a nice big stretch near Growing Way. They're cleaners. Wait, he's having the unlock quest, making you don't have to grind fates for sand or whatever. The duty didn't get changed. Ah, you just have to. Oh, that's what it was. Oh, you had to do fates to get the sand? Oh, I didn't realize that. Given that was what they made since it required, yeah. I stumbled on 2 separate guild farming bots and Labyrinth of the Ancients today. Jesus. Feeling tense, Manifest? Why not stretch to relax? Growing Way looks at you expectingly. Perhaps we'd be blessed to oblige him with a stretch. Oh, big stretch. Everyone look at their cat and go, oh, big stretch. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth many years spent building this place. You just like seeing my boobs move. That's why you're Growing Way. I now understand. It was not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe? Alright, okay. You will? Oh, please show my quivering whiskers. Alright, okay. Alright. Let's go, Growing Way. I now have 2 rabbits following me. Both Lolo, Black Mage with 3-syllable, names for fortune, zombies, dragon, poisoned, and died and immediately returned. Jesus. If I go here, it's not gonna fuck me over getting the elimination. Nothing like a relaxing stroll to forget one's worries, eh? I was thinking, Manifest, but maybe I can be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Haydn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. So it has been 6,000 years. It has been 6,000 years since the Sundering. Emmett Silk, motherfucker, I have lived 1,000 of your lives, lying ass bitch! It's not been 1,000 years. You're a liar, a scoundrel, a miscreant, a ne'er-do-well. God, we almost went a whole Endwalker stream without a walking with NPC quest. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. Better give us you sometimes give it optional dialogue bubbles. Be careful of that. Yeah, gotta be worried. I was just thinking because it was like after like direction wise, I was like, surely not, right? What? No, I'm not sure it is. Yeah, you do with crystals on a Theros, but we don't eat them. And certainly not this one. But I must eat the Jolly Ranches. The best of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, earth, fire, ice, and water. We use crystals like this to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning though, because of Haydn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, feeling the elements here is different than it might be on a Theros. Conjuring a fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. But simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, it is all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. We get lore explanation for why this moon is so similar to our moon, despite it being created completely artificially. Let's go. Let's go. We actually get an explanation why the moon's so similar, despite being a completely different creation. It's because stasis. It's honestly wild how they gave us like that one thing in Oriante's bachelor pad amongst the fairies to just be like, oh, here's what light and dark actually are, and then that has come up several times and been very important multiple times since. This may come as a surprise. We didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who'd have thought we needed 4,000 years to make all this? Certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period when our productivity came to a screeching halt when that bizarre red satellite was sent out from Atheros. The Elegance Mischief, I think. Ah, that's the explanation for the thing outside. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. Can't say I believe we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Oh, you mean the Dalamud. You mean the... sorry, I'm thinking of like the satellite that's like... Oh, the thing that... No, they're talking about the Dalamud. What about the Dalamud? Right, planetary satellite. Wait. That's the same one. I was about to say, this one about that. It's the same one. No, this here? No. Okay. 6K for the propulsion, 4K for a bunch of other sort of stuff. Couple hundred years where they couldn't do shit because the Asians are being assholes in space. Again, Emmett still said 1,000,000. Like, bruh, 1 a year? That means 1,000,000. It's not been 1,000,000 years. Laura's having fun humming and dancing as the Dalamud falls down into a Theros. Yay, it's gone! Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. That means when they do their AoE attack, there'll be another bigger ring outside of it, and you must position yourself between the two. Or it means it's possibly an inn entirely and it's a donut AoE. It depends on whether you're doing Mount Golg or Cedar Sacrifice. Along with the device fixed in the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun. And do so better, even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight. Or rather, a close approximation of it. The sun is indeed radioactive still in this world. The celestial currents around Theros probably do protect us from that radiation as well. So giving me sesame, I need hemp. Me when I'm trying to get high, but they keep giving me bagels instead. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. Get a tan without cancer. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go. No cancer, Pog. There was someone else I wanted to tell you about. Oh right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and within the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Atheros. Want to go and visit Atheros yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. There were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her people to find on Atheros we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. So that's another 2,000 plus however many years that they couldn't work on stuff for the because of the Allagons. Then a couple more rejoinings, and then they sort of started speaking with Charlian. So it's after the 6th. Because Charlian didn't exist until after the 6th, because Charlian's founding is based on the 6th. Thanks to our boy Nyon Crap. Boom. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited. Hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak with them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. Hey, I wonder if it was Charlian. I certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. That's why, like, the moon is not designed to, like, habitat people and make them happy. Because they started talking to the land of fucking fish bread. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. Really bearing the lead, eh? It's like, it's so obvious it's Charlotte. Who else would it be? We were communicating with that place. What was it called? Garlamold? But we haven't heard from them for a while. What's going on down there? I know you'd like Greatest Ensvale. I knew it. Thank you for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. So are the Loporrits familiars, or are they something different? Because, like, if it's creation, I don't know. Do creation magics count as familiars? Or are they, like, I don't know enough about creation magic to know that, I guess. Because if Heidelin created them like the Watch, I assume it's creation magics, but I don't know whether creation magics count as, like, because the Watcher described Argos as a familiar. So I would assume that, like, if it's not, like if the Watcher's describing that, they count as cute critters. But I guess we don't know enough about creation magic to, like, actually say, like, what it is. It's a creation. Presumably different to a familiar. There you are. I take it you've already received the Grand Tour? Shame we missed it. Growing Way! I've been looking all over for you. Oh, that was a good neck crack. Oh, fuck. It made me come a little. Oh, this is about teleported to the residential area. Why the botanist hatchets L-shaped? Because when you try to gather stuff and then you never have the good things appear, you wear that massive L. No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I'll be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Oh no, a body's been found. Oh no! One of the Loporrits is sauce or something. Really? I can't imagine why you didn't be there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you're all more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, growing way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Yeah, this is apparently a forest. Also, it's been like a couple thousand years since they've been doing this, and also they spoke with someone down there and are making shit. They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. Hey! They added up all the numbers for us. Give or take a couple hundred years. We have an estimation of how long it's been. We have a time frame of how long it's been. Emmett is a bitch. I'm not saying that living for 12,000 years. I'm not saying that living for 12,000 years thinking that all but 2 people that you've ever known are dead wouldn't be difficult. I'm not saying that wouldn't be rough. I'm saying my man was exaggerating when he said 1,000 of our lives. He was slightly exaggerating. He was dramatizing for effect. My man is a bitch. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen that people can be persuaded to evacuate them when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's the technology? Well, to be fair, we haven't been down there since they started. We haven't been down there since Zodiac died. Maybe it's fucked down there. I don't know. What's more, the technology in this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. To be fair, he didn't say I've lived 1,000 of your lifetimes since Sundering. Could have been including the lifespan he lived before the Sundering too, which is absolutely puffing the numbers, but still. Like, oh, I lived 1,000 of your lives. Admittedly, 1,000 of those minus like I've like a couple of like I've lived 1,900 of your lives. Most and all of them were before the Sundering, but still, shut up. A 10 of your lives is dramatic and doesn't get his anchor across. Again, my man is an absolute fucking drama queen. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities, or remains to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. You already know it, Charlian. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, I would like to do this alone, because I must be up to subterfuge. Nay, that will not be necessary. If you'll excuse me. I guess Urianger is being secretive again. Urianger's holding secrets again. Huh. What do you suppose is suddenly tickled his fancy? I mean, his autism would be going off the fucking charts seeing this place, but I feel like it's not that, because he's hardly talking about it. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Atheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections. And I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Final days will make brave fools of us all. Back to old tricks. By now, Vingard can tell when his friends are up to something. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel. Sorry, I've learned how to say that word from Elidibus. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Shoal and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Brandon Mastrabi, you seem the type most apt to deceive your friends. Urianger. How am I so seen? But I finally one of us to go, in case it's a delicate matter. Hopefully I'm overthinking things. Urianger usually puts more effort into concealing his clandestine endeavors. Or perhaps he's simply given up on trying to hide it, knowing we'll find out eventually. In any case, that he actually good intentions is plain, so please give him the benefit of the doubt. Alright, where are we going? Just back to the middle. Awesome. Hell yeah. I didn't explore more of the moon when I was there. Like, look at this giant section, right? Like, this is where like all of the, like, this is the moon shit, right? Where all the moon shit happens, and this is like before the building. And then I'm just like, okay, so there's a lot more map to go, and a shitload of that map is just this underground section. Ooh, blues, double D's. Do we have time for double D's today? While we're doing MSQ, or is that another thing we're saving? My thought process is basically if we get to like end of MSQ streams and we have spare time, we'll do blues then, unless we really want to do them beforehand because it makes more sense, like we did in Armor Rod or Jump Quest streams. We'll have time. Do we want to start them now then, or do we want to start them, or do we want to like, we may even have time for Garlemald blues? Ooh, we're gonna go for 12 hours. Do we want to do these blues then while we're doing rabbit stuff? Like, while we're already here, or wait until we finish MSQ? Like, achievement stuff today. First time I actually, like, looked at the map, these could have been open way before. I've not been looking for Aether cards. I've, like, forgotten we're on a map. Hey, pretty girl. Let's finish MSQ. Oh, good. 300 yalms to the east. Motherfucker, I didn't even get the fucking... I mean, it probably makes more sense that it's like, again, unless it's something like Armor Rod, where it really makes sense to do the blues as you're going through it, because then you learn more about the thing as it's happening. Unless there's reasons otherwise, it probably is better to like finish MSQ and then we'll do that for the day. To the north. Yeah, we didn't go anywhere near this one. Hey, they hid this one from me. How dare they? How dare they? I have no idea how many Aethercrons I have on the moon. I don't know if I picked up... Did we pick up any last stream? I don't even know. 504 to the southwest. Motherfucker, that's like somewhere here probably. And I missed it. Oops. Oop. And I oop. And I oop. We're really, really lucky we could even do Make It Rain. If we do Make It Rain, it won't be part of this YouTube video. I'm still standing by, I gotta do the seasonals, but I'm gonna wait until a post Endwalker stream, and then for the YouTube video, put the seasonals into that section, is the idea. Like, Endwalker MSQ is very much its own thing, a lot of, like, the end of the world is approaching, so, yeah. Because, like, soon there's also gonna be Moonfire Fair, and then the Rising will be not long after that. Rising probably won't be until after we finish Endwalker, maybe. But either way, I'll put them like in like the first post Endwalker stream that we do of just being like, oh, and by the way, here's the MSQ, here's the seasonals we did, and then just cut them in there. You know, takes away from the impact of the final days of we're just partying in the Gold Saucer. The idea was I was going to do it, like, at the end of one of the streams during the week, but this is the first stream I've done since the last 14 stream, because I'm reorganizing all my room shit. Urianga! Urianga! I am seeing him walking away. Urianga appears to be heading towards the entrance to Best Buy's Borough. He's going towards the entrance of Best Buy, and before I follow him, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a second. Yeah. The final days are upon us, my Nephist. Don thine finest bikini and make yon way to Costa del Sol. And this is why we're not doing events as part of Endwalker MSQ. Skybuilder's rope is coming level 21 to 44. God bless Firmament. Damn. How long did they have to work on getting that rope? I must have passed out so many times getting all of that rope. I don't know. I'm trying to make a sex joke and it's not really working. Dog! I see shiny dog. We blasted and rope in the firmament. We lost our gallons in the firmament. We can't find them anymore. Oh no. Hey Argus! Wait there for me a little longer. We're so close to him. That's not that far away. He can see us. There's no way he can't. That's not that far away. Ranger ventures off into Mario Lemon's harem for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. There's no way he doesn't already see us. Are we seriously stealthing section Orianging? He already knows, like, we're not that far away. There's not, like, other people he could, like... there's no way he doesn't see us. Please mount up, it's so funny. Alright, okay, you know what, for this one, because it's less serious, absolutely. Absolutely. We're gonna eavesdrop on you as revenge! Oh, am I waiting behind, like, this? You see nothing! My head is poking out the side! The vision engine can is only added in Dawn Trail. Was it in Endwalker? I'm glad, because this would be a nightmare without it. This one feels like they're forcing the mechanic. Like, the one in Golem Mold made sense. This one feels like they're really forcing you to just be like, we made the mechanic, you're gonna use it. This is so silly. This is so silly. There doth seem to be none that are following in my footsteps. Yo, upskirt! Sorry, what? There's nothing left to hide behind here. Yeah! Yeah, this one's been forced. It's an upskirt on an Elizan gentleman Raharan. Unless in your timeline he is transformed. Hi!
My arrival is timely as ever.
It was so obvious! Died an Amara because distracted by Uriyoji. I was just good.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
I was teleported there on accident.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity.
Apparently so.
And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy.
Do I just
Would
have
that I could
Christic
say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine, her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
This first answer is like pre-Shadowbringers Manifest. But this is like post 5.3 Manifest. It's like this nice like follow through, like of like the dialogue options they're deliberately giving our character to say to other Scions. Like, Shadowbringers is a story that your Warrior of Light gets through because of all of the people around them. Like, it's very explicit narrative-wise that it's thanks to everyone else that the Warrior of Light's able to come out on top throughout Shadowbringers, both like base Shadowbringers and then up to Elidibus and everything. Like, obviously Arbor is like one of the major things like that, but even like the way that like all the characters encourage you in post Shadowbringers, even the way the characters talk you up and everything in 5.3, going through the history of all the people who have helped the Warrior of Light and everything get there. Grahal's speech it gives you before you fight Elidibus and all of that. It's like they're deliberately making it in Endwalker that you can give your Warrior of Light moments of like paying that back in kind. Of like, your Warrior of Light has been through it. They've been through the worst it can fucking get, and they've come out on top and better for it. Not because the suffering is what made them get better, but because they accepted that in their hearts, and accepting that gave them the strength to be able to confront it and everything like that. So now we can return that, of just like the lessons that the Warrior of Light has learned are the lessons we can return to others. Because again, before Shadowbringers, it's this. Of just like, there's that. But, like, have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. That is, like, that is an answer of a woman who confronts the manifestation of her legend. And in the face of that, asserts herself as herself.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement.
And it is also direct
Strange.
to Vitra.
Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for
we
the
ever, like,
moderate's
talked?
proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers.
It's Charlene. We all know it's Charlene.
A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Oh no!
He's saying, curse these ears. I've had No matter. We've got our plans.
Such a silly line, I love it. Rabbits who are like 30% ear. Can't hear anything, god damn it! Sorry boys, heard fuck off. Oh hi Orianjay, how are you going? Sorry, we had that entire cutscene. I was actually on this the entire time. You just didn't see it. What on earth is that? So, give me a second, what is that? What am I looking at? Daphnia? Hey! The Ithaca. Fucking love the enemies on the moon. Holy shit. Does this get us Orianjay getting a fucking break? Yes. She's so cute. Can we have pet Daphnias at home? I want a pet Daphnia. Is that all the Aether Currents? Nope, there's one more to the... Fucking Christ, it's back over here, isn't it? God damn it. Oh, is this the... Oh. Is this the thing, like, down in the Tempest? Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is like the thing in the Tempest. They eat the tiny little ones and get bigger and stronger. And if they eat enough of them, they basically become one-shot machines. Yeah, it is. Sorry, RJ, I know we were talking, just I got very distracted. I hadn't seen those enemies before. Yes, that one looks huge. That one looks fully gorged up. So I think, like, Orianjay's now being put in a similar position as before, in terms of, like, the possibility of having to make sacrifice to, like, for the betterment of the future and things like that. There is a but here's the big difference now, though, as that cutscene, showed. He no longer has to do it alone. He no longer has to do it alone. He's now aware that he has that his scions, his friends, have enough trust in him. He no longer needs to do this alone. That's the big difference. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join me in mine endeavor? Setting things straight, but Orianjay's in front of me. How's that possible? Sees the most blatantly bisexual man standing in front of you. Set things straight. Orianjay is quite glad for your company. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's Burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of the Theros. To make clear our resolve to the Loperites, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Is anyone else finding it weird that we're just now calling it a Theros? Does anyone else find it a little weird that we're just now, like, we're just straight up, oh yes, it's a Theros? Like, I don't know. I have a similar, where is it? I can't even say it because it's over the hill here. I have a similar mindset, it is jarring. To me, it's a similar thing of, like, you know, Minfilia, Rain. in terms of that. Name was also before now, and assuming that Ascians didn't deem us worthy of knowing. No, my thought process is more so like, if the ancients called Atheris, I would say Atheris should be the name like saved for the unsundered star. Like, the place that they called Atheris is a different place than where we are now. It's the same star, but our star is sundered. I would say Atheris would be a more fitting name for the unsundered star as it was. Because now it has, like, a completely separate, like, will of the star with Hydaelyn and everything like that. That's why we call it, like, the star Hydaelyn. It's one of those things where it feels a little odd to just, like, the unsundered star and the sundered star have, like, the same name. Especially considering, like, Hydaelyn has been the heart, like, the will of this star since, like, it got sundered, which seemingly is, like, roughly 12,000 years ago. So, like, Hydaelyn's been at the heart of it and everything like that for that long, that it feels weird to just now just be like, oh no, we're just calling it Atheris. How fucking cool do you think the Ascians were that the planet has been called Hydaelyn? Oh, would it piss them off so much. Holy shit, that'd be so bad. Oh, Emma would be so... There are so many little things. There are so many little things that are so, like... that you learn afterwards that, holy shit. Emmett Selk would have been microaggression to fucking hell. Well, I think us being Azam is gotta be one of the biggest things that pisses him off. Us being Azam has gotta be, like, actively traumatizing for Emmett. Not just because, oh, we were his friends, but, like, who was the one Convocation member who opposed Zodiac originally? Azam. Who is the main person fighting against him now to stop, like, the rejoining of Zodiac? The sundered soul of Azam. That reaction against him in the final battle, yeah. Yeah. As he saw us be rejoined, he saw us more as Azam. But a trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. Yeah, there is that. And also, as we've now learned, as we learned last time, Emmett Selk had two besties, Azam and Hythlodaeus. Bruh, his other friend sacrificed himself to be part of Zodiac. As we learned last time, Hythlodaeus' outcome is Hythlodaeus was one of the ones sacrificed to become Zodiac. Like, in the lead up to the final days, Emmett Selk has one of his best friends die to become Zodiac, and the other one, like, fucking leaves and bounces opposing the summoning of Zodiac in the first place. Like, holy shit. Emmett Selk, like, oh, they call it Hydaelyn now, huh? Bitch, see what would happen if I did that so almost years later. And now we're in as the final days of Hades Town. So many things that would, like, fucking piss off. I also like how when we tell Hythlodaeus here, when we tell Hythlodaeus that he recreated Amrot and recreated a shade of him, and Hythlodaeus is just like, fucking typical Hades, I swear to God. Like, his immediate reaction is just like, yeah, that sounds like him. That sounds like him. Yeah, that tracks. Hythlodaeus willing, as we know they all did, gives himself up to summon Zodiac, and the mutual friends Remnant is over here trying to undo everything he's done to get them back. An abundance of sponge oil. Excellent. A chance to spy the segregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the new Mo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might it prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Oh, right, enemies. Right, I guess we're fighting enemies on the moon. Again, one of those moments where I'm just like, can we put aside the MMOness? Like, can we just have literally zero combat this entire section? Do we really need to have this moment of, oh, the players haven't fought an enemy for a while. Quick, spawn an enemy for them to fight. Like, we don't need that. You don't need to worry about players getting bored during this section. Just like, it's fine. Like, we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this little moment where we just fight off these things. Like, we don't need it. It's fine. It's fine. You can have several hours with no, well, I mean, I'm fine with several hours of no combat. And the people who aren't are these things called cowards, and they shouldn't be catered to. The enemies on the moon, they carry a harpoon. Like, it's fine. It's like having enemies inside Bestway's burrows. It's like, we can just not have enemies there. We don't need it. It's fine. It's okay. Surveying the nearby area, see no sign of potential threats because you killed them all. This would be a good opportunity to see how Urianji is faring. Like, enemies in Armorot, like, with the cubers, like, that's fine. Because it's a thing of just, like, even this far on when, like, Emmett's recreating it, it's still slowly being reclaimed and everything like that. That's fine. But, like, this is, like, the rabbits are actively working here. And I know the enemies that are in there are just, like, the robots that have the rabbits. But why would they attack people that are coming in to board there when it's, like, the whole thing is that this is meant to be, like, where the people will go when they're being rescued from a calamity? Why would they have robots that attack random passers-by? Let's just not have enemies. We don't need it. I don't feel some parts of it, just shouldn't be part of MSQ in the way that we don't need, like, enemies, Aethercarons, fates, etc. Yeah, the MMO structure is just, like... I feel like it's gonna affect Endwalker more than anything else just because of, like, how climactic everything is. Like, we don't... Like, yeah. I mean, to be fair, they have done it before without Aethercarons. They can have sections where there just isn't any Aethercarons, because they've done that before. Azis Law? Like, Azis Law is very deliberate. You get Aether Currents as you progress MSQ. There are no blue quests to get it, because you get the ability to fly the moment you get Midgardstormer to ride on. It's like they make flying in that zone a part of the story. So they just get rid of Aether Currents. They get rid of blue quests to unlock Aether Currents. I think that's fine. Well, the blue quest down in Armorot made sense, because again, it gives you an extra chance to learn about this place. That's like a glimpse into what the world as it was and everything like that. So having blues there is an awesome thing. But there are just some times where I'm just like, they can get like, I think it's okay to issue some MMO aspects of the game for the sake of the story. And if people just say, oh, but that means Bestway's Burrows is empty, and it means there's no reason to, like, go to Bestway's Burrows if there's no things there, and I'm just like, People complain about, like, the overall content that the game does not being enough as it is. So, like, you can have fates here, like this section, yeah, because there's this life here. This is like, there's a shitload of Aether coming out of this thing. Life is forming here. Let's have all the fates be here. Don't worry about enemies and fates in Bestway's Burrows. If people say, but now there's no reason to go down there, and it's just like, People already complain that it's like fates aren't enough to do in the overworld anyways. It's like, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, there's no gathering spots in Armorot. There's, like, I don't even think there's fates in Armorot. I think there's only the cubers who are just, like, wandering enemies. And stuff like that. But there's no gathering in Armorot. All the gathering in the Tempest is outside of Armorot. So it's like, yeah, they get rid of those things there. Why? Because you don't need them. Everyone loves the cubers. In the days of paradise. I don't think there's nothing to do there. Would really stop people from hanging out in the area. People hang out in places for vibes a lot. Exactly. It's also one of those things where I feel like they need to make it more willing to, like, make more active settlements inside open zones. We need more things like Mordona that are part of a zone. And yes, I am primarily referring to the Alamegan Quarter. I am primarily referring to the Alamegan Quarter. I do think the Alamegan Quarter should have, like, as much shit there to do as what Mordona does. Because they stopped Alamego from being a city because it's the dungeon instead, which I'm okay with. I think, like, showing us an area through a dungeon is fine. I've seen some people say that it's just like, oh, the storytelling is, like, I wish that storytelling or, like, that location wasn't in a dungeon but was in the open world. And I'm just like, the dungeon's a much more controlled experience. So, like, they can tell a story without having to worry about the MMO aspects. Like, I saw someone say that about Armorot, that it's just, like, the impact of the final days on Armorot didn't have as much of an impact because it was in the dungeon and not in the overworld. And I'm just like, I completely disagree. So, like, in some examples I could understand it, but, like, having just, like, oh, you're walking through Armor. Oh, here are the enemies. Like, the enemies have now spawned in the overworld, and, like, it's, like, bad here. I don't think that would have the same impact as, like, a dungeon where they can have buildings fucking collapsing, the horizon is destroyed, you teleport up into space to see the star like ablaze and everything like that. I feel like that has a lot more of an impact. I think Final Fantasy Armor would work better as a dungeon than as an MSQ questline. Exactly, yeah. Like, for some things, I get it. So it's like Al Amigo as a city, I've seen people say that this is like Al Amigo as a city. Gosh, I tell you that's an appropriate time to be farting. Like Al Amigo as a city instead of a dungeon, I do understand, because you go all this effort to liberate a place that you can't even go to. I understand that for Al Amigo, but I also think seeing Al Amigo and seeing what the city is like in the dungeon is enough. But at the same time, to make it feel like you got something, like you liberated Al Amigo and now there's like Al Amigo's flourishing now, I think the Al Amigan Quarter should be more like Mordona. Instead of just having the standard merchant, mender, and a couple of NPCs around, I think the Al Amigan Quarter should have been similar to Mordona, where there's actively things to do there. Make it like Rhalgr's Reach. Just put like similar NPCs in Rhalgr's Reach there. Who cares if there's like a third place for people to do endgame crafting in an expansion? Does that matter? I don't think so. So like, that's like one aspect where it's just like, yeah, turning the Al Amigan Quarter into like a larger settlement than an average open zone settlement that's more like Mordona, so you feel like, oh, you can now visit Al Amigo and it is flourishing thanks to your efforts in the MSQ. Like that, I think would, like, I think if that existed, then it would be fine that Al Amigo's like just a dungeon kind of thing. I think that's okay. So yeah, there are some elements where I'm just like, I think it's okay to assume more of the MMO nature of it and some of their structure to do other things. But I also think that leaning into that and just like the storytelling for the Final Days of Armor is all about the dungeon. I also think that's fine. I think trying to turn the open world Armor into the Final Days wouldn't work as well as making it a dungeon that you're being guided through by M. My point is there shouldn't be enemies in this Westboro. Urianger remains fixated on his work. It's like how we have the Doman Enclave as Doma. Like, you go to Doma Castle and it's destroyed and all the stuff in front of Doma is still destroyed, and that's a little weird. That, like, it's one of those things where the MSQ, again, the open world, has so much focus on, like, your first time through it that it doesn't get rebuilt, so it is kind of weird. Like, the castle can never come back, because that was a big part of the story. That was a sacrifice to be made. So seeing the castle never come back, that's fine. That was a sacrifice, that was part of the point of the story. That's fine. So seeing, like, the little village out the front of it, begins with M or something, I can't remember what it is. I think it is. Might begin with A, I can't remember. Whatever the little thing in front of it. In Doma Castle is. That never gets rebuilt, and it's a little weird that that just stays destroyed forever. But we do have the Doma Enclave. We have the Doma Enclave, and Doma Enclave is meant to represent Doma. It's one of those things where, like, video games are inherently impressionist. Video games, it's very hard in a video game to accurately portray what it is meant to be like in that world, because time, resources, scale, and everything like that. If you, like, it's like, if you were to make Grand Theft Auto 5 the actual size of Los Angeles, it would be a pain-in-the-ass video game that would suck, that no one would want to play, because no one wants to spend 40 in-game minutes going from one side of LA to the other. So you shrink it down. Video games are inherently impressionist and stuff like that, so the fact that all the stuff in front of Doma Castle stays destroyed is a little odd, and the Doma Enclave is relatively very small, but it's impressionist. The Doma Enclave is meant to represent the rebuilding of Doma. In reality, the video game reality, in the world that the video game exists in, the Doma Enclave would be significantly larger. It would be a much bigger thing that actually has sizes and places for everyone to live and everything like that. There's only so much you can do in the video game scene and everything like that. So while it's a little weird that in Yangsha, Doma stays destroyed, I think the Doma Enclave works to be like, here it is, and just, you know, a little thing like the Alamigan Quarter being rebuilt would have been nice. It's why having, like, the Idoshir and Mordona Like, they rebuild those in the early ones. They, like, every expansion they've wanted to do that. You rebuild Mordona and ARR across patches, though. And just every patch it gets updated, and you never see it again. Idleshire, it does that. Newer players don't even know that Mordona and Idleshire don't look like what they currently look like. Then you get Doma in Stormblood, and then in Shadowbringers you get Ishgard, and it's like, here's us rebuilding Ishgard. The firmament is meant to represent the rebuilding of Ishgard and everything like that. Because the broom stays the way that it is forever, but the building of the firmament's meant to represent the rebuilding of Ishgard and stuff like that. So yeah, like, some aspects of that I think are fine, and then other aspects I'm just like, they could have leaned a bit more into it in other ways, or just like not done more typical MMO things to bring it to life, like to represent it. Small thing in Doma starts with M. Magda. Jesus. I do think monsters are way too big. Like, after a certain point, lemon stops tasting like lemon and starts tasting like caffeine soup because they're 500ml cans. Like, for me, a 500ml can is perfect for energy drinks because I sip on these while I'm at work. So it takes like 2 to 3 hours to finish it, or I sip on it during a stream and it takes me like 2 hours to finish a can. So, if they were smaller, I'd smash them way too fast. There. 'Tis done. So we just had to watch Minifest breasting boobily while standing still with her breathing in and out for a while there. This is why we have autoplay on most cutscenes now. A Magic's ink. Every on's as efficacious as that's created by the Nemo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but it is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Leopards will appreciate. Manifest, Urianche! Oh, thank goodness! I thought you'd been eaten or perhaps fallen into a crater. I'm assuming that's living way. Yeah. I was gonna say, if I gave Thanker that voice, it'd be very funny. Yashtala's been looking all over for you, Manifest. She said she needs a wrist deep? I don't know what that meant. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Manifest alone. Which means, I'm afraid, you must stay behind, Urianche. We're being tricked by the rabbits. We're being tricked by the rabbits. Don't worry, no. It just happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Best Space Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy, for we poor Lopperits, and we'd be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. I have an extra hands before I go and meet with the stroller, but I thought tricks were for kids. I'm really good at lifting things. Do you see how big I am? No, that won't be necessary. Urianche's help should more than suffice. He's the one who makes the most sense to carry things around here, obviously out of these two. I'm sure you won't want to risk getting Nisholla's bad side by keeping her waiting. She seems prickly. Now off with you. Maybe I want to be on her bad side. Maybe it'll be fun later. You don't know. You don't know me. Were we not Manifest, I shan't be long. We're being tricked by the rabbits. We're being tricked by the rabbits. They want to speak to Urianche alone because they're doing deceit. The rabbits are up to foul trickery, most foul and trickery. She'll take you across her knee. Oh no. Say I knew it! I knew that Daphne is at the osculators. My favorite make them suffer song. No, that's what I'm talking about. Let me fall, 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 let me fall. There we go! Whee! And I didn't fall into the chasm to my death. That deserves a let's fucking go. Let's fucking go! There we go. Hey, Argos. Who's a good boy who's just staying here forever? Oh, I want to... Okay. I want to talk to Argos. But I guess I'm not allowed to talk to Argos. I'm gonna talk with Argos. This grows on one of the churning misregular enemies is Dragonet. Why are we killing babies? Again, one of those things of just... I think the zones are perhaps designed too strictly around the first experience. Like, I think making a zone around the first time you go there makes a lot of sense to get the storytelling across. Like, the first time you go through a zone is going to be when you are going through it the most intimately, specifically. When you go to zones later on, you're usually just getting on your mount and flying to the destination you need to go to. You're not walking around it, you're not experiencing the whole thing at once. You're not taking in the zone as strictly. like intensely as what you would the first time through it. So making the zones based around your first visit, I do understand why they do it, because past that you'll just be skipping over most of it anyways. But how intensely they design around the first experience at seemingly the cost of future experiences sometimes I think is a little bit misbalanced. Again, it's something I've mentioned before. Something like the Garlean Empire stuff, like how when you liberate an area from the Garlean Empire, but you still see Garlean architecture, I'm okay with that. Because it's meant to get across that the scars of colonialism, the scars of imperialism, the scars of war and invasion don't go away easily. Like, the Garlean invasion has scarred the land itself, and it will take a while to heal and everything like that. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine that, like, when you go to the fringes and you see Baelsar's walls still there, it's meant to get across the idea of just like, yeah, that's how much the Garleans impacted this land. This is how fucked things got and everything like that. So that I'm okay with. I'm okay with, like, again, there are certain things where it's just like, it staying there despite us getting past that moment in the story still reflects part of the story. Something like killing baby dragons in the churning mists is, Dragonsong War's over. Dragonsong War's over. Like, I know they have, like basic dragon enemies, you could explain that some of them are just like, oh, they're hungry, or they're not aware the war's over, and it's like some form of explanation, but it's like, well, some of them are literally baby dragons, like, that part is not as necessary. No, but back so soon. Everything alright with Urianger then? That's a relief. We've been bamboozled by the bunnies! We've been bunboozled! Oh, Manifest. We thought you'd be away for far longer. I was told by Living Way that you wanted me back. A dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there any way he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? If you use your slinger to grab an echo feather from a Balnos, then you should be able to fire a sonic pod at it, and that should stun it for a little bit for you to use your capture net. Wrong rodent creature running endlessly. What's the rush? Oh, I was thinking we should wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important, you can try using these balls of moose flesh. Not to be confused with the other thing. Running Way's other notable feature is incessant chat. Growing Way's talking about testicles. He is Growing Way. I knew that was the reason that was his name. So you also have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective. He was here in Greatest Endsvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him. I think that's normal in this world. Emmett seems to think killing children is normal. Yeah, but that's because Emmett doesn't consider the children alive. I consider the dragonets alive. There's like there's like 2 sections of Dragoon quests that are entirely about baby dragons. There's an entire custom deliveries that's about a baby dragon. We don't consider dragons to be a case of moral relativism. Search your surroundings for Running Way. You can move the camera as well as zoom in out. Target Running Way and through moose balls with that. Oh, you Stola! Where are you? Aww. Hello. I found Running Way. Unassuming operate. Yeah, Stola. Do not hit the unassuming leopards. Oh, okay. Yeah! Yeah! Hi. They were waving at me. Every single one of these in Shadowbringers, there was a fun little moment of ha ha ha. I feel like we don't get that here. Running Way? Alright, on to the next one. Hi there, unassuming leopard. Yeah, there was always fun to be had with these. And the other one. Hoops or whimsy. Ah! Ah! Ow, that's smart! That was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny! There was always shoe bills to look at, you could hit the other NPCs and like stare at their asses and shit. But we don't get that anymore. Like every single one of those moments in Shadowbringers. There's literally one that's just like, where your stroller calls you out for staring at her ass. You can shoot Graha in the back with a dart, and you can just be like, bro, what the fuck? But we don't get that in Endwalker. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls? Of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Ha! That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard since I woke up. I told you that joke. We're being bamboozled again. As we've got time to look into the final days, and there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true the Highland did impart to us some knowledge of the events, but I know about as much as any other leopard around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. We've been bamboozled. So I can be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I have work to do. And I'm off. Bye, running away. There is a flying here. I've got a flying way to deal with here. I don't know what to call this episode. I like running away. I don't know. I have to call this episode some form of way, but I don't know what to call it. Whimsy way? There's got to be some form of... Chad, I need you to think of a joke that involves way for a name for this episode. All of the I was about to say all the names of the episode so far have been really serious. I still haven't fixed the Fatnet one. The Fatnet frolicking way. There's been the episode of Fatnet, the first half of Fatnet went up. And that episode went up, and YouTube didn't save any of the descriptions, so it doesn't have any of that. They've all been super serious so far. I'm just like, it's Endwalker. All the titles are gonna be serious. They can't be silly references or jokes. This one has to be though. Eating our curds and whey. What do you think I am? Eating my poutine? No, I still haven't tried poutine yet. I can't find it in Australia that actually serves it when I'm in a situation where I can actually have it. Any luck? I tried near the entrance, but there was no sign of it. I know you caught him. I mean, well done you. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? I found him and he said he didn't know shit about final days. Why is Azizlar built like that? Blame the Elegons. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Oh, you see, I misremembered. Mooning way just sounds like I'm flashing my ass at people. I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid of drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. I don't relate to that. What over Rianche? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? You see, I'm just a little guy. And it's my birthday. And I don't like you. You're really gonna be mad at the little birthday boy? On his way to the Watcher's Palace of Living Way. Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be spent better lending a Rianche a hand. This way also a strong contender. Oh, what? Now, hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. You're actually looking for us in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. No, I don't believe you. How long are we gonna let these rabbits give us the runaround? I see through their bullshit. They're bullshitting way right now. I'm beginning to grow tired of these games. If some scheme was afoot, surely Orange would be the first to see through it. Then again, he does tend to give others the benefits of the doubt. Heart of the matter. I wonder if this is going to be important, given the Aether curve. Growing Way's fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do? I promised Living Way I'd help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza of the Eastern Wing. Follow me. I suspect the Leopards are up to something, but if there's all to be learned in the final days, I think it's best we play along. For now, at least. Why are we buying his bullshit? I don't buy his bullshit as far as I can throw him. And he's a tiny rabbit on moon gravity. That's really fucking far that I can throw him. Bouncy Lopper, Bouncing. Bouncing way sounds like something very different. Especially for a rabbit. Vacillating way? Oh, more blues have appeared. Name that way. Where was the teleporter? I forgot. It's up here. You must bounce on it. Crazy style. Picking way. Breasting way. Knocking way. So many ways. Teleporter! There we go. I don't know if this is the fastest way over at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. It's in a very specific spot. I don't know how helpful it actually is, but I must make an apology to Cave Story. The rabbit people in 14 are cuter than the rabbit people in Cave Story. Even if one of them did have lesbian sex with a robot. Even if that did happen, these ones are cuter. And I have a funny feeling none of them are gonna have lesbian sex with a robot. The architecture of this palace is impressive, though more than a little confusing to navigate. Is there much to ask for Kaliamart's exit? Or a map, perhaps? So you missed out on the lesbian sex scene in Cave Story, right? What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? It's not even a joke. We're not joking. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess I'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us that we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon must be a perfect paradise for the people of Atheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We heard you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Ways' game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake. What must be done? I fear you have misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Atheris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Atheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. You just can't. Oh no, they're Arcanists. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. Really? If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. So we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside. Killing way! Are we seriously fighting Loverits? Are we seriously fighting Loverits? Loverit! Surrender! Caesar! Alright, okay. I'm sorry, but you literally asked for this. Please come quietly. Oh, growing way! Fire and moonstone! Don't explode the marketable plushies. Oh, you survived that one, eh? Oh, you're a tough one, huh? We have to save them. Slash hug. Bye, growing way. Well, I think he's about to be turned into the graving way now. Carrot break. We have to be out of top to exit, right? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, because when we came in, we saw the orb and then we looked in. Look, it's farming way! This place is so big. Huging way. Fucking massing way. Massive wing way. It's hard to do. It's so easy to do it with verbs because the ing part is so that. Where's grinding way? Oh, I'm not grinding anyways over here. Hey everyone. Alright, given that we saw a picture, and I'm gonna assume there's gonna be some voices, I'm gonna change my headphones over, because my left one has died. My left one died a while ago, but I'm trying to, like, let the bad pair last as long as possible before voice cutscenes. So that the good pair can survive for hopefully all the voice cutscenes. So let's pop those back. And then I can do this. And here we go. Like people said, today's gonna be a shorter day, and it's still gonna end up being super long for MSQ. Ha! Unfortunately, you don't all realize I am stalling way. Ha ha ha! My secret identity has been revealed. The bane of stream watchers everywhere. Stalling way has arrived. I guess probably more yapping way. I think I am yapping way. I think that's true. I think that's my real identity after all. I think I've worked it out. I am actually yapping way. Don't worry, be a short stream. I mean, unless you guys want some random tangent about band shirts. What are the odds of that happening? Hey, I wasn't the one who brought up band shirts, by the way. I was not the one who brought that up. There you are. Didn't wrap them up too badly, did you? I used literally all of my most powerful GCDs on them. I'm not on trial here. No, the trial was last time. Unless we have a level 84 trial against Loperid somehow. It's Endwalker, that could honestly happen, stop making jokes about it. Good, you're here. And we're sorry to the Watcher's Palace and find Rianche. We're nearly back to where we started. That was like where we teleported him. Star!
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here.
We're not fighting Big
Time has
Chunkus.
come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
But you are so cute. Yo, we made it! Yo!
Oh, bugger!
We made it!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure.
The rabbits are very impressive.
It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Names! Names! Names!
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
How do you not get it? Look at your names.
Names are an expression of the self. A declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
See, Manifest understands this now. What's up, Yunsa? We got to the name cutscene.
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose.
I like how Thancred's just like, oh, is that what I did when I gave Reen that
There
name?
can be no
Oh.
doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing.
Yeah, singing way.
Operates were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris.
She's loving way.
That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
Bunnies.
That goes for all of us. Don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
Rude Welsh, I mean the bunnies. I love the bunnies so much.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides.
You didn't realize your names were
Singing
important.
way. Thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star.
Focus on the Warrior of Light in the background for that specific
Many
one.
have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers.
Literally focus on the Warrior of Light and have a bit of Thancred in the background for that one.
And thou, my friend,
Get it?
Oh, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Conway. Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Yeah, I can't bullshit a meaning for this one. I can't do it,
Judicious
but...
application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate.
He's immediately just like...
And
Okay, the metaphor's a
living
little
way.
bit lost now, but... living way.
It is no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
You could say that the rabbits have
There
to
you have
find
it.
their own answer.
I shall remain with
Instead
the
of just
Loporrits to
inheriting
ensure
one
that
from
all is in
Heidelin.
order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort.
Absolutely.
To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home.
We can't save them.
Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Ah, flower. That flower. How came it in your possession? I don't give it to me. Stop. How very like her. Do you know anything about it? Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery, even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name. A distinct name for it. After that whole thing we just had about names and what
I
names
feel
mean.
like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
We did beat up a couple of them
But of
and insulted
course.
their glam game, which
And
was
when
shit.
next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
It's gonna be Sharlayan. It's gonna be Sharlayan.
Agreed. The
Yeah.
Sharlayan Forum, yes?
Yeah, of course we already know. Of course we already know.
How did you know?
Now, the moment the silence started hearing about it, it's like, it's Sharlayan. It's
The
there's
more
no way
I
it's not.
heard, the more obvious it became.
Yeah.
The forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement.
Fork found in kitchen.
Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But
So,
let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
So I was correct about the arc plan for Sharlayan. The Sharlayan, like, the entire start of Sharlayan being the arc to rebuild is a metaphor that is continuing on with their current plan. Everything about what they were doing in terms of, like, a great migration and everything. The whole idea of that being just, like, it is an arc thing because Sharlayan was founded by an arc and then this is another arc metaphor and everything like that was accurate. The arc is the moon. It's just that the arc is the moon. Yeah. Yeah, the arc is the moon and the rabbits built it. I chanced to spy across in the chasm, and I feared something was amiss. But all is well, and more importantly, I've been given the opportunity to behold a wonderful sight. Keep the Elpis close, and its light will be your guide. A declaration of hopes and aspirations. I hadn't thought of it that way before. Thancred, you literally during the Eden raid said about how names define, like, our connections to other people. You literally said that out loud during the Eden raids. The Loporits are in good hands now. But that doesn't change the fact that their plan is a last resort I'd rather not employ. Let's say it doesn't come to that. For the first and all the other reflections. Dad memory. I do, like, there's a lot here that is just, like, really coming full circle in, like, so many aspects of, like, the entire story. The fact that we're having another moment for Urianger of just... Urianger's plan is, like, having to accept that a sacrifice is made for the future and everything like that. Something that Urianger has, like, done multiple times. Literally was a core aspect of the most recent expansion before this and everything like that. But so I super appreciate that Urianger is doing that again. But unlike every other time, he's no longer alone. It is not something that he has to struggle with in private. It is something that is being openly embraced by him and his comrades. So he can comfortably know that other people are working on coming up with a better solution. So hopefully that sacrifice doesn't have to be made. And all of the people that rely on him can work on trying to find a better solution, knowing that if they fail, there's a backup plan. And that one of their most trusted companions is the one working on it. I really, like, it's such a good way to, like, bring around, like, what Urianger has done. And just, like, he's doing it again. But it's, like, so much more hopeful now. I mean, I'm assuming the orange that the Heartbloom, the Elpis, I guess, just was glowing just then. I assume that is meant to be, like, the color of hope, I guess. For a good money daily hunter, are they? I didn't realize. Like, get them for, like seals and stuff. I didn't realize they were money. Lopros thinks so highly of the people of the Theros, yet it seems this evacuation plan is the only way they know to express their adoration. If we'd been more clear in our intentions from the start, mayhap we could have avoided this wrinkle. Something to keep in mind in the future. The others will be so happy to hear Urianger is going to stay and teach us all about Atheros. We'll have to be careful not to get too distracted by his lessons. There's still maintenance to carry out after all. There is little I can do to help stop the final days, but should you need to know of star traversal, look no further. Such knowledge I can offer in abundance, so do not hesitate if you find yourself wanting. Maybe money XP, but I don't wanna. I like having my free time. I just do what I need so I can buy all the unique stuff with the seals, which I'm still working on for nuts at the moment. Well, that was all rather embarrassing, wasn't it? Well, at least we're on the same page now. People and Atheros. We'll save both, or at least give it a good try. Hi pudding way. Are you sure everyone listens to Ronjay, wouldn't you? Till growing, I look forward to next walk together. You love Rich, you're an excitable bunch. I want to compliment the Loporits because they're adorable. The Loporits sure are an excitable bunch. Well, I've been waiting 12,000 years to meet the people of Atheros. Oh wait, we have! That's neither here nor there. Under Uriange's tutelage, we'll strive to become more hospitable hosts and see that the moon is fully equipped to meet the needs of its potential passengers. Hi, Pudding Way! The fucking Pudding Way in the middle of the cutscene. Uriange spouting poetic about the importance of names and everything. And it turns around to another one. I'm Pudding Way. And Uriange's just immediately just like, how do I make this meaningful? I can't. But I can say it's some vibe of, yeah. I've got nothing for you, but I'll come back. Forget what this first custom delivery NPC is. They want at level 50. Your first is Slowy Aliapo. I don't know what level you have to be to start hers. It's in the 50s. I don't think it's at 50. She might start at 50. She might start at 52. She might start at 55. It's somewhere in the 50s. But she's the first. And also the only one in Heavenswood at that level. So you can only do one job at a time for custom deliveries at that level. Leveling crafters and gatherers is really one of those things. Like most jobs, honestly, where they make the first 50 levels a fucking grueling nightmare. And once you hit level 50 or slightly above it, you get so many more options to level. They really like locking the first 50 levels of everything. Like, leveling up combat jobs, most of the roulettes are locked behind level 50. So for your combat jobs, the only way of, like, leveling them until that is, like, front lines and leveling roulette, and then you hit 50, and it's, like, so many more different roulettes to do. It's kind of wild how much they, like, because I know someone who's been playing through it. I know someone who's been playing through, 14, and they're leveling up all of their jobs before they continue MSQ. Like they're about like they're like in like early stages of Heavenswood, but they're just like, I want to level up all the jobs that I currently have, before I continue, because they're on free trial. So they're just like, they're on the free trial. They're on free trial, so they want to spend as much time doing as much stuff as they can before they get to the point where they have to start paying for the game monthly. So they're just like, I want to have all my jobs leveled up. I want to try and get all the things. I want to try and get as much done before that. So before I get up to the point where I have no MSQ left, before I have to, before the free trial ends, I want to like do a lot of leveling now. And that's the thing that I've been noticing talking to them about it. It's just like, until your combat jobs hit level 50, you have leveling ruler and front lines. You have to do all the content in the game before moving on to the next tier of content. Madness. Who would do that? Who would do that? Nice to meet you. Name's Pudding Way. Sorry again for all the trouble. We'll do better. Honest. Hell yeah, Pudding Way. Such a good bit. Such a good bit. 'Twas a relief to see Living Way was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. There'll be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done. But I gladly do embrace this duty, even it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow scions. When next I return to Atheros, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Was it gonna return back and be like, hey, Alphino, Alice, Graha, Estinian, Kryl, Tyro. Welcome back. Planet's got a new name. We're calling it Atheros. We now call the planet Atheros. Bunch of rabbits on the moon. Moon's full of rabbits and they're building a spaceship. The spaceship is the moon. Oh, also the apocalypse has started. Oh yeah, also by the way, forgot to mention, I knew there was something I forgot to mention. The apocalypse is 9. I need not remind you of the dangers we face, nor the countless lives at stake in both the source and its reflections. Go with courage, my friends, and pray give the others my regards. If you detonate the planet, you have to go in one of the mystery carrots and dress in their clothing. You're gonna get the worst fucking ARR gleam you can imagine, and you will live with it while eating a carrot that opens up your mind to the universe. Carrots kind of sound dope. Returning home. Your excursion on the moon concluded. Your stroller is keen to return to Atheros. With the operates in Oriante's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. That's why we had this one reprieve of rabbits before. By the way, shit will now be fucked forever after this point. We need a slight reprieve before we go balls deep in apocalypse. I was wondering when you want any dialogue. Alright, bye everyone! Bye everyone! Have fun! Speak with Thancred at the Nethergate. About to go back from the moon. Man, your blue lasers are interrupting the star now. Get your blue lasers out of here. I can't see the star properly anymore. Get them out of here. Your blue lasers are interrupting the side of the star. I was gonna have one last glance back at it to see it because holy shit, the vision of it has a lot of impact. But your fucking blue lasers and the red lasers from Zodiac's prison are getting in the way now. You built up a friend, so now you're getting rid of my starfront views. You know how much money I paid for this property so I can have starfront views? God damn it. I was about to say Bioferus, but I guess they're not lasers, they're chemtrails. I was about to say Bioferus, but I'm literally about to go back there. Hi, I guess? Hi? Bye Moon. Bye Bunnies. Bye Oriange. Bye Watcher. Hello Apocalypse. Hello Star that I'm about to teleport back to. And now we're back in this fucking thing. Bye Monfina, I guess. And now we're back in Garlemald. I'd forgotten how cold it was here in Garlemald. A testament to the Leopard's ingenuity that I felt so much discomfort on the moon. Yeah, moon was actually temperate compared to Garlemald. How fucking cold is Garlemald if the moon's temperate? Jesus. God, I can scarcely believe I went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Alicia. I'd very much like to know how everyone is getting on here as well. I just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. As not only of the contingents, of course, the heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where and what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone's prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. Apocalypse is about to get real. Oh yeah, I guess we're at the train station, yeah. Yeah, we're at the train station, so we're gonna like stick us out in front of the tower or anything. Yeah, so the trains how we got there. Hey, Garlemald blues. Duh. Garlemald blues everywhere. Teleport back to Camp Broken Glass. I still don't even have mount speed of flying here. I'm gonna teleport back. Ooh, cold! Immediately fucking chilly. Oh dear God, let's talk before we freeze our tits off. So far so good. No meteors or hell beasts. We're doing well in that regard. I mean, that was there before. That level of evil was there before, so it's not any worse. Get on that by Jelligum. Okay, here we got so many things to do. Fortunately, we are if we're coming up close to ending this section, which like I guess we finished the moon as a zone, so I guess we would. It's gonna have to wait until we get a very big wrecking ball. Manifest. At last you have returned. Hi, Lucia. Hi, Lucia. So, world's gonna end It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. So everyone's gonna die. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, why don't you tell us what becomes of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempest inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. Musical music feels inappropriate. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we petition the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavour to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their temper. Will all the temper be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alpha and Alice's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. Yay! Besties did good. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it'll take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. Thank fucking God, I assumed as much. I assumed because, like, destroying the limb in one tower got rid of it, but yeah, thank fucking God. Lucia. Also, we don't know why the other ones requested our Gridani Force take custody of any mooncats or dustbats we find. Oh, that. So here's one problem, though. Us defeating Anima means all the towers have vanished? Or is there a Catboy with levitation magic in all of the other towers to catch them all? Or does Thanalan just have, like, a pile of Almarja now? Sitting in Pagalthan? For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Falthnir. Okay, there it is. I was about to say. Because we need levitation magic to avoid that. I don't know how it's less violent. Tragically, there are only a lot of cat girls with levitation magic. Ah, oh, damn. I don't know how it's less violent if the tower disappeared. Like, if the tower just disappears and they're there, then they're all gonna keep running and then see that there's no grounds beneath them, and they're gonna stop levitating as they hold up a sign that says oops, and then they fall as a slide whistle plays. Like, I don't know how that doesn't happen. Just saying that it was less violent, I don't know how it negates that happening, but I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it in general. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatments. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction. Stop it. Have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. They've been given pigs. Because, like, the cure for tempering is pigs. Like, we need Alagon magic to do that. It's pigs. It's only pigs. The only thing we have is pigs. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled to the mother porks here for so many visitors. Just, poor Master Matoya. Woman just wants to be left alone, except for the occasional visits from her daughter. And even then, she's just like, I'm glad to see you, but can you be here for no longer than like 10 minutes? And then just immediately, it's just like every single Alliance leader come in and just being like, hi, Master Matoya! Need some more pigs. And it's just like, curse that wretched daughter of mine. I don't have social media, the message is probably slow to spread. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempest has been completed. So Ilsbard contingent's now like 6 dudes. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue offering aid to those in Garlemald. Sorry, 8 dudes. I forgot about you two. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So what of the Moon and Telophorite? Bad news! Bad news! We've got problems that are worse than a couple of towers. The world is ending. An attempt was made. The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. Feels weird that, like, the first time we tell someone else about the final days happening, it's not a voice cutscene, but I guess there'll be a big dramatic reveal to a lot more people than just these two about. By the way, world's ending. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. Like, how the fuck do we explain the final days to anyone? Like, have we explained to people the Sundering in any capacity? Because people need to, like, to understand the final days, you first need to understand that the star is sundered. And then after you understand that, you need to understand that there was a star before it got sundered. And then you need to understand what the people, like, were then, where they could create things out of nothing. And then you need to explain that they had an apocalypse where that magic started killing everyone. There are so many steps to get to explain what the final days actually means in terms of that turn. And then there's also the fact that we don't have creation magic. So I don't even know how it's gonna work. We don't have creation magic, so is the land just gonna start dying? Will meteors just start falling out of nowhere? Because I still assume that all the meteors falling was still some form of creation magic. I think? I don't know. Someone said the respite thought at this start was but fleeting and the end draws nigh. It's almost like we needed a little break to, like, have some charm before, you know, the next, like, 6 levels of MSQ are the direst it's ever been. But also, like, the whole rabbits thing also just ties in with, like, the whole point of, like, again, like, that, like, the Alamegan guy going up to Julius and handing him the soup and just being like, it's the little things that make life worth living. That's the whole point of the rabbits. The whole point of the rabbits is, like, the rabbits are joy, and the rabbits are happy, and the rabbits are caring about, like, trying to accommodate for the little, like, the rabbits can get everyone off the star and take them somewhere else that isn't actively dying. And that's not enough for the rabbits. The rabbits are so focused on making sure that their food is nice, that their clothing is nice, that their accommodations they live in are nice, because they're aware that, like, the people won't be happy unless they have the little things and everything like that, and just, like, surviving is not enough. You gotta have, like, your reasons for living and thriving and stuff like that. Like, just survival isn't enough and everything. Like, it ties in directly to the themes that we've been establishing in all of Endwalker, as well as being a... You just went through a very heavy section of game dealing with the people of Garlemald and how many of them are fucking dying, and how, like, the propaganda of Garlemald has still warped these people, and a lot of horrible things happening. And then you fight through the monstrous tower and all the shit that's going on there, and then you fucking fight Zodiac, and then the end of the world is coming. You went through a lot of shit just then. Let's calm down a little bit before we start getting into the actual apocalypse. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties that they may return to Charlotte. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. The Unsundered couldn't. I'm sure we'll do fine, though. Speaking of your fellow Scions, we'd be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to Baldessian Annex and given to Tataru's care. Hey! Tataru came to Charlian. Let's go. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. Actually, I think she mentioned that. I think Tataru mentioned when she was giving us outfits in Alamega that she was going to Charlian. I think she mentioned that then. One last thing, if I may. Got my girls. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood, he has returned here to Garlemald. I don't mind dispatch scouts trying to ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. He said he's going to seek out stronger strength to fight me again. Like, I don't even, like, dude's got no army, dude's got no Ascian, dude's got no Zodiac, dude's got no bitches, like... He wants to go and seek out strength more powerful than Shinryu, and he describes Zodiac as not being enough. There's not much left for the guy to find at this point. Dude has somewhere to get back to the moon, get back off the moon at least. Well, I mean, he's teleported the way that we did. Well, Pal can even go on and get, like, literally what is left for him? Like, what? Like, the eldest and most powerful of primals wasn't enough to sate him. Bruh, what's left? Like, even if you turn around and say, oh, but what about Hydaelyn? Hydaelyn is explicitly weaker than Zodiac. Like, the only other major primal that's left is Hydaelyn, who is described as weaker than Zodiac. So, like... like, there's nothing! They found him, they'll likely not live to tell a tale. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. An admirable but futile endeavor. I'm gonna go for the middle one. I'm gonna go for the middle one because I'm super aware that the dude's got no purpose left. He has nothing now. The dude's washed. He has nothing left for him. Aye, you're the only one he considers worthy. And even if my man found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounced the Crown Prince and condemned his role in the Empire's downfall. Not surprising! Not surprising! His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use only serves to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Okay, Garlemald has now officially said, Garlemald has turned around and said, Maidenless is not enough, dude is now stateless. Hi. Hi. Hello. Name. Name. Guess what? Xenos' name has changed to represent that Xenos now belongs to no one. Xenos' name has now changed to mean that he belongs to no one. Dude no longer has any connection, and his name has been forcibly changed for that. You want to know what Viator, the title for Exiles, means? Traveler? Oh, Emmett, you petty bitch! Emmett, you fucking petty shithead! Emmett, for fuck's sakes! Emmett, you petty little fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Emmett! Jesus Christ. So I thought Viator because it's like, I was thinking Viator because it sounds like violator, like he violated what it means for his country. No, Emmett's just being petty. Jesus Christ. You sure that Emmett Song was in charge of the naming of all the titles and stuff when he was first emperor? Went and made the name of most awful and evil traitor after his ex-boyfriend. Oh my god. Oh, Emmett, you are so fucking petty. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Emmett, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus. That's what I says. It's like him seeing us, the reflection of, like, the one person he knew who betrayed him to, like, oppose Zodiac. Oh my god. Oh my god. Motherfucking drama queen over here. Jesus. Raw condensed pettiness. Oh god, that is a beautiful fucking detail. That is so fucking funny. But it is interesting in some aspects though. That actually does, like, pettiness aside for Emmett, that's actually really interesting in terms of, like, we just had a conversation on the moon about names. We just had that. Xenos gets his title, like, his connection to Garlemald's, the one thing he could have possibly had left, forcibly stripped from him. Like, to further emphasize how completely alone Xenos is. That, like, again, we're having this whole thing in Endwalker about, like, your connections, your bonds to other people, they're giving you purpose and everything like that. And everything, like there's been an explicit focus on that. Your connection to other people is, like, the thing that gives you meaning and stuff like that. And we just had a conversation on the moon about how your name is a declaration of that. And, like, tying back into Thancred's idea of just, like, your name is about your connection to other people. Xenos' name has been forcibly changed as a way of the people of his homelands, the only possible people he could have had left is forcibly removed from him. We are forcibly changing your name to say that you are no longer part of us, very explicitly. And the whole Traveler thing being a means of, like, Emmett being a petty bitch is funny. But it does also mean that Xenos, name-wise, now shares a title with the Warrior of Light. It goes both ways there. In some ways, it is a true representation of Xenos' name. Xenos would probably embrace it if he understood all of this meaning behind it. Xenos doesn't give a shit about Garlemald. Garlemald be damned! Why the fuck would Xenos care about the yay part? He talks about how he's the Crown Prince. He doesn't care about that. Xenos' name now has the title of the Traveler. A title that we have not inherited, not adopted, in terms of, like, the same way that other Ascians who have, like, risen up to their office of their convocation members and everything like that. It's, like, we line up with the meaning of the Traveler, but it's in that, like, looking to those who walked before kind of way. We don't, like, we're not saying we are now the Traveler. But it's interesting that Xenos' name, in terms of who he's connected to, means only us. Which is what Xenos himself would say. Xenos would turn around and say that the only person he has a connection with is the Warrior of Light. And now his name has been changed, so the part of his name that has, like, that defines the, like, in Garlean naming structure, the part of your name that literally tells you who your role in society is now shared with only us. So it's something that's forcibly done to Xenos to rip everything away from him, by others rejecting him outright, but it also does kind of line up with his name now connects to us. Yeah, like, it works both ways there. That's really fun. That's really fun. Claris is bugging the whole AZ importance thing in Garlean name titles, purely to make the Latin word shoo-in function. Although, unfortunately, we can't call him Xenos. Yay! Can't listen anymore. You'd normally expect the V title to belong to someone with a role in a team of Legatus. Yeah, because Arns are like non-civilians, and Ye is Crown Prince, and Soz is Emperor. So yeah, Viator is very close behind that. But to make the word Traveler work, he is now Viator, guys. Outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, now his own people turn against him. It seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I'll not keep you longer. I pray your safe passage back to Charmian. Again, we're very explicitly given a moment of, here's what Xenos' name now means. With the hidden details behind it in terms of looking up what the words actually mean. To just be like, hey, extra meaning behind it. After we just had a conversation with the Loporits on the moon about names. Your findings will be relayed to your Lance Leaders word for word. Should we spy anything out of the ordinary here in Garlemald, all shall be informed at once. Guys, it's title meaning joyous and whimsical. Yay! I don't know what that emote is from this distance. It looks like Alphato hitting the gritty. It is, yeah, it is. I was looking at it just in the chat just there without zooming in on it, and I'm just like, is Alphato hitting the gritty? And then I zoomed in on it. Yeah, Alphato's hitting the gritty. It actually came across very well. That is exactly what it is. Once my countrymen have recovered, it falls to me to tell them what's become of Xenos in the Empire. I realize there's a kindness in withholding the truth, but it will wound them. And then we were thinking the name Shindig had wrapped up with Shadowbringers. Well, Endwalker is every single prior theme to, like, Endwalker is very much especially now that we're dealing with Final Days, Endwalker very much feels deliberately like, almost like a sequel, to Shadowbringers. Which makes sense. It's the final expansion, so the final expansion for this story arc. So it makes sense that it relies very heavily on the immediate setup for it in Shadowbringers, and everything like that. It feels the most like a direct sequel to the prior expansion out of any of them. Like Stormblood's its own thing compared to Heavensward, even if there's like some Heavensward and Stormblood line up a lot in terms of themes, just in different regards. So it makes sense that Shadowbringers and Endwalker line up a lot with their themes and everything. They kind of like doubled together. Makes a lot of sense. But this feels the most explicitly like this is a sequel to the prior expansion out of anything that we've had so far. Which again, this makes sense for a finale to do that. But while this is obviously leaning very heavily on Shadowbringers for its themes, it is also very much just like the themes of all the prior expansions, even A Realm Reborn, are very much coming up again to cap over everything. Yeah, any weird ground noise? Is the earth itself shouting about how everyone's gonna die? No? Oh, it's so good to see you. And frames from Shablines. I take it. You're pleased to know everything's been kept in order since you've been away. I even brought a few useful knickknacks with me from back home. But no sooner than you arrived, I received word of Kral in poor health and you on the moon! If you meant to give me a fright, you succeeded. Hey, Kral. Welcome back, Manifest. We were so terribly worried about you. Girl, you had a god, like, take control of your body again. I killed one. A lot of gods today. Though it is plain I have caused my unfair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream I barely remembered. My body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. Yeah, it's flowing. Yeah, it's basically flow again. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Yeah, it's exactly what happens. Yeah. Heidelin brought her basically, not necessarily, I mean, going, like, traveling through the live stream is flow. But yeah. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Took some pics of the two of them together because that's very MSQ. That is true. That is true. Like, the only other times are when they stand next to each other in, the Rising Stones. Post not feeling again the anticipation of a large brute dropping. Yeah, we are on the precipice of something. We're on the precipice of, something big. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of aether. So exhausted, in fact, I can only laugh, for it was in that moment that I answered Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Thought that I could laugh at a time like this. Though it prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious to know what else took place there. So the final day's coming. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once I've arrived. You're a blessing I'm recovered enough to get out of bed. If I hadn't, I could not well miss your recount your exploits on this move. Same valid. So the world's coming to an end and the apocalypse that we're about to confront is something that the ancients couldn't fix. What I'm saying is that we've got this. What I'm saying is that we've got this. Don't even worry, bro. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? He stayed on the moon with rabbits. By the way, there's rabbits on the moon. More important things. Duty gives him away, I'm afraid. Though Manifest can explain why better than I. Alright. Alright. Time for one of the longest yaps from the Warrior of Light ever while we fade to black because dear God, there's a lot to cover. Dear God, there's a lot. The final days as befell Amarat. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls in ruin. So how do we stop this? Great fucking question. Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. Do we even... We don't even have... Like, where the fuck do we even start? Like, where the fuck do we even start here? In terms of looking for an answer beyond celestial currents, a thing we weren't aware existed until the Watcher told us about it. Outside of that, where the fuck do we begin? If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was in the case at the time of Amarat, the solution will be to alter the flow of aether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. It literally wouldn't even work. One, we don't have creation magic, so I don't know how well we'd be able to recreate a Zodiac. And two, our souls are nowhere near as plentiful as theirs. It's gonna take a little more than half of us to get it done if we wanted to match theirs. By my math, if we're rejoined roughly half now, compared to what we should be, and they took half of their population, it's gonna require, I don't know, approximately all of our population? And who knows whether that sundering math even works out that evenly. Rather defeats the purpose. It feels like we're roughly half joined deliberately to make that the case. It feels like we are exactly half rejoined explicitly to create that exact conundrum. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days. A feat which even the Amoritines could not accomplish. We're fine, we got this. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. We got this, though. But we've got this. We got this. There may still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amoritines' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? They're only smarter and stronger than us in every capacity. There is also this. What will the final days even do? Not that they're not going to do nothing because the land itself starts dying, from the way they talk about it. But, like, yeah, like, what form? Like, this is a question that I was asking before in terms of, like, Van Daniel's talking about the final days and wanting to do the final days. To what extent is he metaphorical talking and what extent is he literal talking? Which it turns out he was talking literal in the most explicit literal sense possible in terms of Van Daniel's talk of the final days and the coming of it. But now we still have the question of, okay, so it's the literal very final days that Amarov and the Unsundered World faced. But that was because their creation magic started going haywire. We don't have that. So even how it's going to happen, we don't even really have a clue because we just are literally different. Funny Daniel, the only one I have on good authority you couldn't stop, of course. If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Okay, so wait until it starts to see what happens and see if we can work something out. Sounds like a bad solution? But I have a funny feeling it's a solution, not our best solution, but I have a funny feeling it's a solution that is going to be forced upon us because we're not going to find out the answer until there's no way we find out the cause before it starts. There's no fucking way that happens. So I feel like our final solution of wait to see what form it takes is something that we're not going to get a choice in whether that's our solution or not, because I think it's going to start before we find it out on our own anyways. We can't stop what we don't know exists. Yeah. And even then, like, okay, depending on what form it takes, like, is it the land that starts dying? Okay, so how do we fix the celestial currents? How do we stop the land dying? We still have, like, some little ideas. Perhaps we should start with the forum, then. Having worked with the Loporits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The forum's holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. They're gonna talk about how they're gonna piss on the moon. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. Has the forum been informed by the bunnies that yes, the world is about to end? Forum, we have been conspiring with rabbit people! How do you like that, Obama? I turned the moon into a ship, you idiot! surely just tell, like, if they're gonna come out and just tell everyone the world's about to end, surely that's gonna cause a lot of panic. That will make it harder for them to, like, organize the evacuation. Right? Are they just gonna come out and say it and just be like, world's ending, peace?
Order, I say.
Like, how are they gonna tell everyone this? Like, people are gonna know at some point, but how are they gonna go about this? Because they're kind of dicks. You say the final day's gonna be upon us because we would know?
Here on
Funny how
such
that
short
works.
notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlian. Nay, of this very star.
You guys addicted to saying
Said
auto and no one's
affairs
talking.
concern all citizens.
No one was talking.
So we have called for a public assembly.
How will they tell people with their mouths?
You may have heard rumors
they
of
literally
the
couldn't.
Telophoroi
Wasn't
and the
that the
havoc
magic?
these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however...
Hey, guys!
are another
Maybe
matter
if you helped us stop
altogether.
the Telophoroi, they wouldn't have been able to build their tower to
For we dare
destroy
not
the brands
ignore these
holding
prophetic
Zodiac in
words of
place.
Eld.
Maybe we would have been able to stop that if we had some extra help from the
end
smartest
bearers
people on the
will
planet.
come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
Yeah, that's some fucked up words from Eld. I'm assuming that's like word for word what
I've
Heidelin
never
told
heard
them.
this prophecy.
I'm assuming this is what
Is
Heidelin
it
told them.
true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves.
It's just the end
Time
of the
has
world.
come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let findings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
They can now talk about it, yeah. And now they can actually talk about it without forgetting what it is that they're trying to tell people.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Again, if they helped us stop the Telophoroi,
Very
we
well.
may have been able to, like, stop the Tower of Babel from being, like, as strong as it was to, like, destroy the brands. Possible. May not, but a possible.
270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea.
Rabbits on the moon.
This much is public knowledge.
Yeah.
Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret.
They spoke to Heidelin. They spoke to Heidelin. That's what we
those
did when we went
researchers
there.
discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star. And
When we
Heidelin
went to the anti-tower, we
herself.
spoke to Heidelin. So of course, when they went to the top of the anti-tower, they also spoke to Heidelin.
She spoke to
Yeah,
them
the
of a
Echo, but still.
calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared.
Interesting
The
that,
moon.
like,
'Tis in
Heidelin
truth
told
a
Charlene
gargantuan
about,
vessel
like,
built to serve
this,
as
but not us.
sanctuary for her children
not a
and
retcon.
deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new hope.
Hey, look, the whole arc thing I was talking about during the Charlene episode. Hey, look.
Needless to say,
Hey,
this
look.
will be no small
Game's calling it out.
undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Heidelin, who presently reside on the moon.
Moon Bonnies!
Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge. Not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
Couple hours. Maybe.
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh.
We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago.
Maybe you waited a little long on
Which is why
that.
we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus.
Great Exodus
For
2,
his
bringing it back in
impressive
style.
contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Because the thing is, Charlene's not going to listen to anything about
Fellow
why don't we try and
scribes
stop it.
and scholars,
Everything
my
that, like,
countrymen,
the whole point of them not
we
trying to
face a
stop the
threat of
Telephory,
unprecedented
if we talk to them to say, how about we
we
try and
must
stop the
challenge
final days, they're going to
trials
say,
before
no, you
us
can't.
with
Don't even try."
composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Charlian has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
The final days, what's really put us with? No, they knew exactly what was going on with the final days.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call
Keep
this
shopping
assembly
at
to a
Target.
close.
Well, Target, they anti-gay. Keep shopping at Walmart. They're fine. Alright, world's ending, but... and we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna bounce around on the moon, but... we'll get back to you when we're ready. Alright, go back. Keep working. Thank you.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work.
When the kids were born, he's just like, okay.
If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
He had kids and he was just like, if the end of the world's gonna kill my kids, no.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't for his benefit.
Yeah. He wanted to make sure that his kids didn't die if the apocalypse came.
Would you mind waiting here a moment? I
It
wish to
doesn't
speak with Father
excuse the
before
way
we
he's
leave.
been acting, but yeah. It doesn't excuse the way that he's been... Again, it ties into the whole thing with Charlian and, like, how much Charlian reflects, like, the problems of, like, the previous things. For Island of Dosan, let's kind of imagine this news being received so peacefully. It's all the fish bread. It calms you down and, like, stops you from feeling emotions, I think. Nobody had a breakdown of anything. Again, I think eating fish bread your entire life dulls your senses to feeling any human emotions properly. As the thing is, it's like... Again, the actions of the forum make sense in terms of, like, if you, like, when you think about it from the forum's perspective. The forum's fake news, the rabbits are all radicals. From the forum's perspective, what they hear is the world is going to one day come to an end. And so their entire plan is, it's a fatalistic interpretation of it. The Charlian response is a fatalistic one in terms of the end of the world will come, and it's impossible to... It's this weird thing of, like, they take the idea of what Heidelin does, but they kind of twist it. Like the people who gave themselves to summon Heidelin go into it with an idea of just, like, perfection is impossible, and striving to achieve perfection the way that the followers of Zodiac want to try and do is inevitably going to fail because it can't happen that way. You cannot achieve perfection truly. One day it will come to an end. It's their whole thing. So, like, bad things are going to happen, and trying to aim for perfection is impossible. So, like, we strive to create a better future instead. And, like, Charlene has taken that idea of Heidelin, of just, like, bad things are inevitable, you cannot prevent every bad thing from happening. But they have this weird twisted element to it in terms of like, Hydaelyn is still hopeful. Hydaelyn's view and like the Scion's view is like, these things are going to happen, but it doesn't mean we can't try to make the best of it that we can. It doesn't mean that we should stop trying to do what we can to improve things. It doesn't mean we need to give up on like trying our best to prevent any of it. We can accept that we might fail, and accept that eventually we will fail sometimes. We cannot make everything perfect. We will come short sometimes. Sometimes bad things will happen that were unavoidable for us to stop and everything like that. But it's no reason to keep trying and everything like that. Whereas the Charlene response is, suffering is going to happen, bad things are going to happen. So we cannot focus any of our efforts on trying to avoid it. The only thing we can do is to try and get past it. But we can't spare any expense on trying to avoid it from happening in the first place. Because, well, we can't. If bad things are inevitably going to happen, why try to prevent those bad things from happening at all? It's like they're taking Hydaelyn's approach or like viewpoint of like how things like about how bad things are going to happen, but stripping all of the hope away from it, if that makes any sense. It like Hydaelyn, and again, the Scions are lining up with their views in like in terms of how Hydaelyn thinks of things. Again, I'm basing this on the song Answers, but also just like the 5.2 cutscene of us seeing the followers of Hydaelyn and the sacrificing when they were talking to Vanara and stuff. It's like it's taking all of those things of like of taking that as like what Hydaelyn's view is, and Hydaelyn speaking us a couple times so far in Endwalker, but also just the general idea of the Scions, especially like you look at someone like Alphinaud and how Alphinaud's been through that, where Alphinaud's just like, Alphinaud was aware that sometimes bad things are going to happen, sometimes you won't be able to save everyone, but Alphinaud is fiercely determined to just be like, but it means I'm never going to stop trying. Like, that was the whole thing at the end of Heavensward of just like, we might lose Estinian, we may not be able to save Estinian, it is possible that we will fail to try. Like, we will fail to try and save him, but we have to try and save him. We cannot not try it. Even if we fail, we have to try. So it's like, again, it's taking that view of how like you may fail and things may go bad and inevitably something will, but it's stripping all of the hope away from that mentality. And just accepting that it's going to happen and that there's nothing you can do about it other than prepare to try and survive it. Which you could say that them trying to get through the other side of it is their hope. But it's a hope that inevitably says there'll be a lot of loss and we're not going to try and prevent any of it. Again, it's just... like, you can see where the similarities to Hydaelyn views are, which makes sense because they like, directly spoke to her and stuff like that. You can see where the similarities are, but you can also see how it diverts in a very different direction to that and everything. You can definitely see that. Of course, we have experiences in real life of what happens when you say the end of the world will come in a few years if we don't stop it now, so... Keep it civil, eh? If you're gonna speak with him. No, that's not an angry saying.
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
I'm not angry at them when I'm saying that. I'm laughing when I say that.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying keeping it civil, but I'm saying it in a gesturing, in like a laughing manner, not a. Like, don't get angry, don't be a dick.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Why do you have to be a dick about it?
Nay.
No!
We do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so.
Like, he's immediately assuming that we're going to think the worst.
With your associates on the moon, to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
We were on the moon, by the way.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Like, he's immediately hostile to the idea
the
of trying to
wisdom of
make things
Charlene,
better.
we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father.
Oh, we're hitting him with the line again! Oh, shit!
This is why we choose to fight.
We're hitting him with the line again! Don't you remember what your fucking dad
We'll
said?
not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Yeah, it's not him repeating Louis Suarez. This is now Alphino being determined.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
We were not planning on getting in your way, bro! Oh, God. But good on the fucking twins for standing up to him like that.
Were he
Fucking
not
good
so
on them.
consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is.
I'm
of
fucking
both.
proud of them. I'm so proud of these two.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
Like, especially when you see them talk to each
As
other.
if I ever would. So long
Like
as
in the
there
train,
are
and
those
it
who wish
immediately
to
is
stay and
reflected here.
fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Alright, I did kill a god, huh? Right, I did fight, like...
Shall we then?
The summation of half
To
of the
the annex.
unsundered world's hopes and
To
dreams.
prepare for tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait to see how fucked tomorrow is. Cannot wait to see how fucked tomorrow is. So something that manifest collapses into a heap on the floor. Oh, we can rest now? Oh, thank the gods for Tonk. No, I'm fine, I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Again, like, Fortuno has his views. Sorry, pretty lady, I just stopped and glanced. Fortuno has his views of, like, trying to fight against the inevitable is pointless and everything like that. That little moment that he has there, because he even struggles to come up with the words to say back to them. Like, the way that he says, just, like, do as you will, just stay out of our way. He doesn't say that in, like, a resolute, confident way. He says it deliberately in a way where it's like he's struggling to find the words that he wants to say to them. They've actually taken him aback. It does feel like, on the next episode of Endwalker, the horrors. It feels like Fortuno talking to the twins in 5.55, that he considered them to be blind fools. That what their plan is and why they're doing it, it's because they're misguided. They are fools, they don't know what they're talking about, they don't understand, they just don't fucking get it. They're completely misguided. I need to cut them out because their level of misguidedness just doesn't work with what we're planning on doing and everything like that. But talking to them then and like, because, like, they were very much throwing barbs back at him in Gridania. They were throwing barbs back at him and just, like, spiting back at him and everything like that, which didn't get across their, like, what the core of them is, where the way they were talking just then was sheer steadfast resolve. Like, them talking to Fortuno then was not, like, they're not, as they stated, but also the way they said it and, like, what they said also very much got across the idea. They're just like, we're not trying to prove you wrong. We're not trying to change your mind. We are not trying to convince you of that our path is right. Because that's not what, like, matters to us. That's not the important part for us anymore. We're doing this because this is what we believe in. We're doing this because we truly believe that this is the best way forward. That we will not give up. That's what we truly believe. And we just want you to understand that. And I do think to an extent, Fortuno then does understand that. It is like, I think there is a small part of Fortuno there that does accept that, oh, they're insistent on this path, not because they're idiots. They truly believe this. They truly believe in this. The way that I believe in what I do. I don't agree with them, and I'm not going to work with them or help them. But they're as committed to the course as I'm committed to mine. Man says himself so much he doesn't know how to get back again. Yeah, again, like, none of it, like, excuses the way that he's been acting or anything like that, but it does make a lot of the way that he's been acting make more sense. Not, again, no excuse. He is not mutually exclusive, that is true. He could also just be an idiot. That is also possible. Yeah. Endwalker good. I don't know if I've mentioned this. Endwalker good. I don't know if it's come up yet, but Endwalker good. Shocker, I know. Crowd tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Hell. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I asked myself. Why me? Hey, I asked that quite a while ago. End of episode. Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Hey, can you tell me what happened? I'm kind of stuck behind this counter. Retire to your chamber. I will retire to my chamber. Though not the end of the day. We'll say we'll answer together. It would be a good moment to, like, stop MSQ for the day. Or stop stream for the day. But, blues. And nothing bad happens. Moon! Sick Endwalker reference. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Oh, fuck you, video game. Boo! Don't make me choose! Assholes! Don't make me choose! What the fuck? What the? This is way more intense than choosing which... Can rewatch this cutscene to see them all. I feel like we have to. You can't make me choose. Bullshit! Bullshit! We can watch them all, but one of them's got to be canon for Minifest. Thank her, Alpha. Look, again, for Minifest, I feel like there's a direct answer. in terms of what makes the most sense. Alphinaud, so you don't choose between Y'shtola and G'raha? No, I was going to say Alphinaud, because Alphinaud is the person Manifest is closest to. I stand by this. I stand by this point. Manifest may be in a romantic relationship with Y'shtola and G'raha, but the person that Manifest is closest to is still Alphinaud. Just because she's in a romantic relationship with Y'shtola and G'raha, Alphinaud is still the person that she's closest to. Kind of a deliberate point of the character of just being like, it doesn't, like, romantic love is not explicitly the most important that exists. The romantic love is not the most important love that exists. So yeah, Alphinaud is her closest, is the person she is closest to, even if she's dating two of the others. So the one that makes the most sense for Manifest here is Alphinaud. So for the canon one, it's going to be Alphinaud, but we can go through them all. I like the idea that who we call out to, like, changes who's on the other side of the door. You choose Alphinaud, and then it's just Justinian there. It's like, oh, sorry, I got it wrong, I guess.
I hope I didn't wake you.
Schrodinger's Scion. You're all good.
I pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night.
Understandable. No, I don't want to keep you up for too long, so I won't come in. Otherwise we'll chat all night.
About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Euless and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded.
I would have ripped it off.
Once more, I put you in harm's way. And for that, I must apologize.
Oh. Off it. Off it.
Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight. Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me.
Hell yeah! I spoke up to my dad and it was awesome, so
The
now I
hour
want
grows
to be
late,
hype with you.
and you doubtless tire of my ramblings. I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
Yeah, he did the Warrior of Light thing. He did the Warrior of Light thing. I like the idea that the Scions, like, deliberately pick up on mannerisms of the Warrior of Light, like, as a joking manner. Like, the other Scions jokingly do this a lot, or the other Scions jokingly nod. Just to be like, yeah, we're just, like, stealing the mannerisms of the, of the Warrior of Light. Short while earlier, in the Alamegan Quarter. Oh, hey!
Thank the gods that tower is
Zarun.
gone.
And
the
I forget
sight
the
of it
dancer's
was enough
name.
to make me sick.
Dancer trainer, yeah.
Feels about contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Nashmir, that's one.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too.
Everything sounds so good, doesn't it?
But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot,
but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile, in Ishgard, what does the smoking mean? I was gonna say it's a Galian who's just like learning that they don't have a place here or anywhere. Yo, best boy! Yo, Sid!
Another day.
Sid and Riel!
A commission of paramount importance.
But also best boy.
Oh, what have we here? Hey, are you all right?
I know it's fucking cold, but is it more than that?
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
Aaronville, you're smarter than that! Aaronville, you're smarter than that!
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Where the fuck are you gonna meanwhile me next? No, don't fall there! I think we found where the ethereal currents are at their weakest. I think we have an idea of where the ethereal currents might be at their weakest. And also, hey, achievement higher. The respite afforded the land was but fleeting. Oh no. Oh no. It's alright, Charlene just has like ominous music playing now. I'm sure it's fine. Manifest, why are you looking so stressed all of a sudden? It's fine, don't worry about it. Is the other silence in here? No, they're not in here. Good old normal music, that means good thing next stream. Everything will be fine and happy. My fisting sense is tingling. What? Can I go back to the inn? Will the inn have normal inn music? Oh cool, I can't escape it! Awesome! Oh cool, I can't escape it! Awesome, I can't escape it, let's go! Awesome, I love that! We had a moment like this in Shadowbringers too. Where I couldn't escape the music. Okay, let's go to Endwalker main scenario course. Let's watch all those others and try to get away from this. Does anyone know which cutscene it is? Does anyone know which cutscene that was? Nothing wrong, smile. Third to last, maybe? Well, I think it, because I think, is 3 Alamigo, and then 4 is Ishgard? Let's try 2. Who knows this exit if it's wrong? Let's do. There we go. Get away from the ominous music for a second. And let's watch all of them! Again, canon is alpha, no, but we've got to see them all. We've got to see them all. It's about a connection to our fellow science. We've got to see all of them. Can we skip the part where we see meteors every time? Especially with the ominous... That music is just the menacing kanji personified. Check Astinian next. I was gonna go in order down the list. Is there a reason I'm doing them out of order? Presumably so Crafts can sleep. He doesn't say the whole night. You can have a second person too. Is it so you can sleep? Because it's 7 AM I need to leave. Okay, all good. All good. I'll do your boyfriends. I'll do your boyfriends. Yo! Casual clothes Justinian, let's go!
You're alone. Good. The twins thought now would be a wonderful time to pay a visit to my chambers. Rather than listen to them bicker over tonight's snacks and tomorrow's plans, I seized the first opportunity to make my escape.
Fucking Christ, Alpha.
To their credit, they decided against intruding on your peace and quiet.
In this timeline, they did.
Can all be a bit exhausting at times, can't it? I wasn't sure what to make of you at first. During the Dragon Song War, how quick you were to take up a cause not your own. But I came to see that is simply the way of you and yours.
That's just how we are, yeah.
I will not pretend to understand this talk of ancient primals and the final days.
Don't worry, we barely do
But
either.
I trust in your judgment and choose to believe in your cause. You and Alphino have my lance, now and always. You'll need it. Rack and ruin looming on the horizon. Calamity bearing down upon us. There's no place I'd rather be than here. Standing shoulder to shoulder with friends on the front line. So do not hesitate to send me against your enemies. I'll make them rue the day they met me.
Epitomizing, like, the fighting for a bit of future.
Excuse me?
The scions, yeah.
I could do with a little air.
Oh my god!
Alphino asks. I was never here.
Alphino never came in the room!
Until the morrow.
Fucking Christ. Bye! So extra. So extra. If I walk back the way that I came, the twins are gonna see me. No, I have to go out the fucking window. Jesus. Amazing. I reorder my sleep cycle for this stream every week, which could possibly have ramifications on my circadian rhythm. I am not killing my chat, it's fine. They intrude on my piece, so I'm quiet, so I'm gonna intrude on yours. The tight leather trousers plus low-cut shirt combo obliterated fanboys and gals. Don't expose me like this. Seems hysterical of your Wallstinian shipper. The hand walked to the bed on purpose, I swear. You can't leave the room like a normal man. I should get going. Is that a window? I must throw myself out the window. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Oh, Astinian. Oh, Astinian. Astinian has got, like... Astinian really does have, like, some of the best, like, character development in the game. Just, like, how different Astinian is when you first meet him compared to now. Like, how much he's, like, a man defined by love now. When we first met him, he was a man defined by, like, hate. It's tropey as hell, but it doesn't stop it from being fucking awesome. I love how that went, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm with you. Then he jumps out the window. He's like, I don't get it, but if you want to fight for a better world, I will absolutely join you. Again, like, it's like all of the scions represent different, like, elements of hope. All of the different scions represent different elements of hope and stuff like that. Alphanos is about never giving up. Alisae's is about finding your own reason for it. Thancred's is about, like, holding on to the people that you can and everything like that and helping them go better forward. Your stroll is about, like, being able to grasp with, like, the knowledge and the reality, of how bad things can get to push forward in that. Graha is honestly too complicated to describe because there's so many levels in terms of just, like, the self-sacrifice element of it, the waiting a long time for it, the leading a people element for it. There's all of those. There's so many elements to Graha about that. And then there's Estinian, which is about the willing to fight for it, just hoping isn't enough. You have to be willing to actively fight for it and everything. They all represent different elements of that hope coming forward and stuff like that. Like, in all in their own very specific directions. They all have their own answers and their own methods and their own way forward for it and everything like that. And again, it's like the whole, even Oriange is just like, the acceptance that it may not always go perfectly, but you strive for your best anyways. And so hold on to it. Rhea's turn. Alice is my favorite in Averil's canon scene. Because I was in Crafted, he's a Sidian. I have parental responsibilities. Yeah, I am fucking them. I am their dad now because I'm fucking their mom, so I am kind of a dad now. Someone has to raise these kids. I'm their dad now. I fucked their mom. It means I'm their dad. Legally, that's how it works, so. Mine for sleeping with Emiliance is totally canon. Don't worry about it. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's totally canon. Shut up. It totally makes sense. It's totally not copium. Shut up. Shut up.
Craving a midnight snack, were you? I did consider bringing a few sweets, but decided this wasn't an appropriate occasion.
Aww. Want burgers again. Burger and Scion moment. Let's go.
I couldn't sleep. Had a few things on my mind. I know it's late, so I'll try not to talk your ear off. It's Xenos. I keep thinking back to Garlemald when he'd taken control of your body.
Yeah, you and Graha were the ones on the front line for that.
Terrifying experience, to say the least. And one that served as a harsh reminder. No one, no matter how strong or quick or clever, is invincible. Not even you. And as much as it might seem at times that you are, one misstep, one mistake, and that's that.
Alice is worried about the people losing people around her, and now realizing how easily that could happen to us.
Even though I know you've heard it 1,000 times before, I'm going to tell you to take better care of yourself. Because you really, really should. It goes without saying that we're all committed to this fight. But that doesn't mean that we need to throw our lives away. You know how I feel about noble sacrifices. Right, that's settled. We'll be keeping the acts of gratuitous bravado to a minimum. When I looked father in the eye and swore we'd find a way to avert this tragedy, it wasn't a promise just for him. It was a promise for you, too.
Oh, I gotta speak to Alice because I have parental responsibilities. Ends up getting the parental lecture from Alice. Sure got awkward when we found out Fortune wasn't 100% total douche. But it's still got it, don't take you backsies. Stop with the ominous music after all of them. Ruins the emotional mood. Fully running away before we can respond is so... It's like, no more heroic sacrifices, right? I mean, I think I'm... Alright, yep, all good, bye! Not letting you respond. Ow, fuck. I love my baby. Man, can I go to bed without imagining meteors or having someone knock on my door at any point tonight? I thought I needed rest. I thought I needed rest. But I keep being traumatized by things. And now I'm having a fourth person knock on my door. I thought you wanted me to sleep. I'm gonna go try and go to sleep. Good night, Crafts. You're only missing Thancred, Yashola, Graha, and then a bunch of blues. So, well, and possibly make it rain, but that won't be part of this video, possibly. So, you should be good. MSQ is done for the day, unless you count this as more MSQ. It's alright, we have 5 hours to do blues in 2 zones. That genuinely may not be enough, but we'll see how it goes. But we'll see how it goes. Thancred! Out of all the Scions, Minifus and Thancred are the ones that share the most, like,
I hope
self-doubt.
you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask.
What's up, Thancred?
Don't worry. Nothing desperate or dire, if that's what you were wondering. Not yet. You know, we may have quite literally entered our final days. The ancients went so far as to call it that for a reason.
Yeah.
If so, then everything we did for Reen, for the first, will have been meaningless. And I can't accept that. I just can't. My mind won't allow for the possibility. And that could be a problem. When we're in the thick of it, I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice.
Oh, this is a big one.
So if you see me turning a blind eye to the harsh reality, beat some sense into me, would you?
Oh, this is oh, okay. Yeah.
I trust you and the other Scions with my life. And I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual. And I never forgive myself if my stubbornness put them in danger. Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had. So, can I count on you to keep me in line? I can think of no one else more eminently qualified.
As long as you're willing to return that in favor.
Excellent.
Very alike in that regard.
Now I can breathe a bit easier. Which isn't to say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
We keep being told the rest. Good night, Thancred. I do appreciate how it's not all just the same. I appreciate, like, it's not every character just coming in to give you a very similar type of, like, talk. Like, Alphino's there to thank you. Alisay's there to, like, almost lecture you about your recklessness. Asinian's there about a reassurance about how he's with you until the end. And Thancred is just like, okay, I need you to help me if it comes to and everything like that. They're not all just there to give you, like, a very similar sounding pep talk. It is all very directly relevant to that, like, hyper specific to that Scion. I do appreciate it. I'd imagine Minor looks at them and then gets to knock, talks to the person, run out to go look at the moon, just for the door to knock again. Like, all of the Scions are aware they're doing this. They're just like, we haven't gotten a chance to talk to her on our own for a while, and we kind of want to check in on her to make sure she's doing okay. But we can't just all barge in there, otherwise she's not going to tell us that, like, otherwise she may not act honestly. So let's all just take turns. Let's all wait around the corner, and everyone can go one by one, and then we'll all go to bed after the fact. Like, I'm giving you permission to slap him like he should have in Shadowbringers. Guys, what is the deal with the moon meteors? I keep seeing them. How is there creation magics to bring down the meteors? Or does the final days just do that? Does it turn out that space is just, maybe that's what it is. Maybe space is just fucking filled with meteors. Maybe, like, space dust in this universe is super common. So maybe with, like, the celestial currents fading, it's just, like, the atmosphere is stopping all of the meteors from, like, normally the celestial currents would stop the meteors from getting down to the surface of the star, but because the ethereal currents are all fading and starting to collapse, it can no longer hold all of them back. So it turns out that, like, all of the meteors is not strictly part of the final days. It's just, that's what it would always be like if this, because, like, space is just fucking filled with them in this world. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But God, Soma, I wasn't joking. Alright, Stola time! Stola time! I feel like ending with Graha makes the most sense. I was about to say he was the final Scion, but I guess the Stydian technically was. But we've been hanging out with the Stydian since Heavenswood, so it's a little different. Stola! Who won't be
You're
fucking
still
us
awake.
now because we're
Good.
meant to be resting.
Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment?
I've been through a lot of shit. You want to check my soul? Or do you still want to admire how hot I am? I can't tell. It could go either way with you.
Nothing appears out of the ordinary.
I've been through a lot.
A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly.
Yes, I still have 1 damage die because of
In
it.
your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear.
I didn't absorb Zodiac into me, which helped.
Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiac. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ, Stola!
Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well, and may the shadows keep you.
Aww. Aww, she still does the Night's Blessed thing. Aww, she still does the Night's Blessed thing. That's really nice. Aww. Again, people turning around and saying, oh, Y'shtola has no character growth in Final Fantasy XIV. She's a bad character. And it's just like, you're telling me that, like, the woman who is focused on knowledge and everything above all else, becoming religious in Shadowbringers is not explicitly character development for her? That's, like, not trying to get across a point about how, like, her focus on knowledge was kind of, like, at the detriment of her connecting with other people beforehand. And now, like, Shadowbringers is teaching her about, like, that knowledge allowing her to connect with... No? Okay. I'm sorry that she doesn't have a giant dramatic moment of having a boss fight against a fellow rival dad where she nearly dies trying to kill him and then gives her daughter a new name to represent their bond in a big dramatic moment to get across her character growth. I'm sorry she doesn't have one of those. That must mean that she doesn't have any whatsoever. Your soul appears carroty. Actually, maybe. You joke, Y'shtola, but there is a possibility. We have killed a shitload of gods. We actually may be cursed. It is genuinely possible. It is genuinely possible that we are cursed to fuck. My hair keeps falling away. The product that I have that I'm meant to put in my hair is it's a joining thing. It's meant to, like, make all of your hair, like, want to stay together rather than part constantly. And that's what I'm meant to do for this part here, because this part keeps separating from the rest of the fringe. So because I forgot to put that in there last night, and my hair is just extra frizzy this morning. So I'm sending Garda who would do that with how she is. Garda absolutely cursed us. She's one of the most, like, pissed off primals that we've ever confronted. She was so vindictive compared to all the others. Some of them were actively chill to want to fight us. Like, fucking Ramu was just like, oh, you've proven yourself well. Susanoo was like, let's fucking go! So, like, you know. Garuda was just like, fuck you actually in particular. Graha! Graha! Rejoice! Even Ravana, honestly. Did I say Ravana or Susanoo? Whatever. You know what I mean.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed.
Graha, you knocked on my door. It's fine. You knocked on my door.
Thank
it's
you.
Fine.
I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk.
Okay, this is the last part of
quite
MSQ
some
that's
time.
not going to be fucked until you beat 6.0. Get ready. Everything's going to be fucked from this point forward. Get ready.
I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself.
Hey, Xenos was only 2 scars. Zodiac wasn't anything.
No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear.
Thankfully, I don't have to bear it alone,
It
do
is
I?
surely too much for any one woman.
But I am not just one woman, am I?
But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours.
My guy,
but I could still
you
help.
banded yourself to a tower for a century.
Shoulder the occasional
after
satchel
witnessing
from
the
your
end of the
ever-growing
worlds.
mountain of, baggage.
Girl, you're selling yourself short.
You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond.
Well, you didn't do the Beyonds. I went to the moon. Join me on the moon! Let's have a date up there.
But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Graha's definitely lines up with the themes of Endwalker, by far the strongest. Which again makes sense, because Endwalker is very much sequeling Shadowbringers, and he was one of the central characters of Shadowbringers, so of course. Yeah, his absolute, yeah. His whole one just then was basically, here's the themes of Endwalker. About how, like, things are gonna be bad, but you don't have to bear them alone. That's about the times that you spend with people that matter. You'll be able to, like, find joy in those moments as well. And, like, yeah. Here are the themes of Endwalker. I think Graha's was my favorite. I think Graha's was my favorite because of that. I liked all of them. Again, I do appreciate that all of them were very specific to the characters there. All of them were very specifically, hey, this one reflects the character. They're not all just giving you the same pep talk. Some of them are thanking you, some of them are worried about you, some of them are worried about themselves. And everything like that. I do appreciate it. But like, because it could have been so easy to just have them all be very similar, of just like, we're there for you, warrior of light. Don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself on the apocalypse, kind of thing. But yeah. Not God's gonna be favorite the first, because they totally would do that for shits and giggles. Grah gets... None of them get dragged into the room for the night, because we're gonna rest. I'm not gonna rest if any of my partners are in the room. There won't be any rest, and then I'll be too exhausted to confront the horrors the next day. You know how you don't have sex the night before the big game? You also don't have sex the night before the big apocalypse. This is also important to make sure you don't do. I'm gonna say, who the fuck is spending $9.35 on my card? That was for Patreon. I'll say the value and raise down like chain, pull that walkout away bullshit. So how do I escape the ominous music of dread in Doom incoming? of course. Of course, Art of Graha just immediately being dragged into the room. Of course. Of course. That's the fun part. Surely if I teleport somewhere else, the music will stop, right? Like, if I teleport back to the moon, so surely the music will stop, right? Surely, right? Surely this music won't continue playing in Best Ways Borrow, right? It costs 1,000 fucking gil to teleport to the moon. How do you work out the cost to teleport to the moon? I assume it's like based on Garlean distance, or like distance to Garlemald, which is probably why Sea of Stars is so close to Ilsabad here. Because, yeah, it's similar, yeah. You teleport to here, you go up to here, and then you teleport from there up, yeah. I mean, it also doesn't make sense, because it's, like, the middle of the map at the top of it. Just like kilometers. Alright, so... MSQ done for the day. MSQ done for the day. But it's only been 7 hours. The stream has only been 7 hours long. So clearly we need it to go longer. It's not cheaper than teleporting. Actually, is it? It might legitimately be. It might legitimately be cheaper than teleporting Kikani. It is! It is! It's cheaper to teleport to the fucking moon than Kikani. Going to Melee Moderna to Grosarium, yeah. That the moon is closer than Asia. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, Best Ways Borrows. Please stop the music when I teleport here. Please tell me the music stops. Yay! Yay! It's only in Shallian that the ominous music will play. Yay! We've escaped the ominous sounds of dread and doom and death. Let's fucking go! Did I get all the things here? No, I didn't. This one. Okay, sorry. Somewhere in this area. I didn't even finish exploring this area. Well, this little area there, the Kydonian knolls. Oh, the biting brand. We didn't go to that brand at all. So we do have some. I was about to say shared fates to do. No, we're not doing that though. Warring Way. Warring Way. Let's go. My favorite lovery. Let's fucking go. Where's Killing Way? Where's Murdering Way? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, that might be Running Way. So we have blues. We have blues to do if we have enough time. I think all the blues here and in Garlemald is the plan. If they take 2 hours each, then we would be here for another 4 hours, and that would take us to... Dear God. Dear God. That is possible. That is possible. But it might take that long. But before I do that, I'm gonna where's Burning Way? Before we continue on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a drink. I'm also gonna get a bite to eat. I'm hungry. So I'm gonna do that, and we'll be back. And then we're going to we're gonna do blues until we're blue in the face, and see if we can get all the ones done here. Because that would help out a lot. Because that means that we're actually caught. Yeah, we did. I was about to say, did we do the blues in Father? No, we did. We did, yes. Because that was the racist girl. That was the racist outrun. So yeah, if we do all the blues here in Garlemald, that means we're actually caught up on blues currently, and then it will just be like what blues appear after that, which possibly will happen. When the fuck is? Now I realize it. When the fuck do role quests appear? I've been told that when you do role quests, you can do you can start the role quests when they appear, and then do the entire role quest for all of them immediately. None of them have any locks other than the original unlock. We still haven't unlocked role quests. We've got the Crafter and Gathering ones, but we're doing them all together. We're still not there yet. It's gonna be level 89 when we unlock them. I'm just gonna delay the finale for that. It'll be very awkward. Less racist and more actually phobic. She was very frightened. She was like actually shitting and pissing herself seeing them. That is true. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, And we're back on the moon, and we're going to talk to some bunnies. I shall return. So, while I was in the bathroom, looking at trans IRL girl porn, I was thinking about something. In terms of, like, the hint of where the MSQ is going from here. So the map showed Fathernair, like, dying? Like, we saw the meanwhile in Ishgard. We saw the meanwhile in Alamingo. I miss you, meanwhile in Garlemald. We saw those, but then it showed the map was being absorbed, where Fathernair was. Are we going to go to Fathernair for the next part of MSQ? Are we gonna go and do a second half of a zone before we get to even the 5th? We've had 4 zones so far: Labyrinthos, Fathernair, Garlemald, Mare Lamentorum. The hint is that Fathernair's about to have a final days. If we do the second half of Fathernair before the 5th zone, and then there's a 6th still? Get out of here. Get out of here. I was eating a muffin. I ate a muffin in my break while I was ranting about how I play video games. And I leave the wrapper for the muffin on the table, and immediately a little bastard cocky comes up and tries to start eating it. No. Go away. Oh wait, it's been cold enough that most of the cockroaches have not been willing to leave anywhere where they are or come into the house because it's been cold enough. They're all hibernating or whatever. That little bastard. That little bastard. Oh my god. Oh my god, my hair. Oh my god, my hair. Also, there's one dot in my head that's like, I don't know how much. You can probably see it if you pay attention to it, but it's not, like, probably not the most noticeable thing in the world. But it really irritating. The skin's like really tight around it. So every time I fix up my hair, I'm touching it, it's like. Unrelated, but apparently the creative director of Warframe is on hour 5 of streaming opening Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering Pass. Find an MSL card. They're doing this in... Oh my god. That's the thing, is like, it's the type of shit where it's like, I would love to own a master set of the Final Fantasy cards. Like, getting master sets of trading cards is the thing that I usually don't want to engage with. But there are rare certain times where I'm just like, I could see myself wanting to do that. The Pokemon 25-year celebration set. The set's called Celebrations. It's for the 25th anniversary. I have a master set of that. I have as far as, with a lot of internet research, it's possible that I've missed them because that set was deliberately released very weird, which is part of the reason why I was like, I can do a master set of this one. Because it's not just open boosters until you get every card of it. It was specifically, they released cards in many different ways for that, which was part of the appeal to me of just like, oh, so it's not just like normal boosters, it's like there's all these different ways they have that. So it's very hard to actually like get confirmation of every card that did exist for the celebration set. But based on my internet research, which I spent a lot of time doing, I believe I do have a master set of every card that was released for the celebrations. It's the only master set that I have. I like trading cards I really bother with the Pokemon. And my only goal for Pokemon cards is, I'm not planning on playing the games or anything, I want a Pokedex. I have one goal for Pokemon cards, outside of that Masters, the celebration thing, and possibly, if I can, getting one of every Victini card. But there's been some recent release cards that are like promotional, you have to win like this one specific tournament, so I don't know how possible that'll be anymore. But I can try and get everything else other than that. Outside of the celebrations and every Victini card, I want a Pokedex of cards. Just one card of every Pokemon, which I know for certain Pokemon, they've only released like 2 or 3 cards of them ever. So they're going to be much harder to actually get when those start existing. Like when I start trying to get around to those. But basically for Pokemon, I'm just like, I buy, like when a new when a new series comes out, like a new booster expansion comes out, I'll buy like 3 to 5 packs, and whichever cards I get, I have. And then it's just like, oh, I have like, here's my Meowth cards. Choose my favorite Meowth card out of all those. And I put that into my album. That's my Pokedex album. I say Meowth because Meowth is, I think, the card I've got the most variants of. I think I have like 7 different Meowths now. So actually choosing which one is the hardest one. But I had to choose the Cataday one, or whatever it's called. There's a bunch of cat cards that'll have like a similar attack. I think it's called Cataday or something. I can't remember what exact name it is. But there's basically like a set of cards where it's like every card that's a cat, and it's like a baby cat. They've got like this one attack that's the same across all of them. So I'm just, if I get a card of that, I'm using that. But yeah, I would love to get like a master set of the Final Fantasy cards. That sounds like another one that would be awesome because it's like a special series. It's not just any random expansion. But learning about how fucked Magic the Gathering cards are in terms of like their rarest pulls and how expensive they can get and everything like that, it seems significantly worse than Pokemon ever does. And also there seems to be, based on how many people talk about for the Final Fantasy cards, it seems like there's roughly 500 cards and every card has like 6 alts to it, based on the way people talk about it. And then there's a gold Chocobo card, of which there's only like a set number in the world. It's like 70 or so. I think because it's like meant to be an FF7 gold Chocobo, so there's I think 77 of them. So there's 77 of that gold Chocobo in the world. So it's just like, I will never have that unless I get like a couple of grands to buy a scalped one. And even then they're going to be hard to find. So it's just like, you know what? I'm not going to bother. I might be like, I like this character. I will try to get this character. And even then they're probably going to be expensive. It's like it's apparently the biggest selling Magic the Gathering set in history, from what I've heard. So it means there's a lot of the cards out there, but there are also the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering ones, so they're going to be scalped to high hell. Get your Shola and Graha cards. That's kind of my thought process. It's kind of my thought process. I guess I could also get a Tifa. I could get a Tifa. The thing is, I don't know enough about other Final Fantasy games to know which ones I'd want from other Final Fantasies until I play them, other than, like, I like Lightning because she's hot. So it's like, I don't know enough about Final Fantasy IX to know which is my favorite character once I eventually play Final Fantasy IX, so I can try and get their card. And I won't play that game for several years, and by that point, all the cards will be $500 on eBay, if they exist. Name that way. Knocking Way would like to call upon a friend. Hail, person! Yes, you! Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we awoke for inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny. Funnier than usual, even. I can hear him sighing from all the way over here. I would go on and call him, as I do, but he always insists that nothing's wrong. Is that nothing, though? I think he's been unable to help himself from opening up to you, though. He always hasn't ever been so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Sure. My ears aren't as big as yours, but I'll try my best. Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreaming Way, and he should be somewhere nearby. Just follow the lamentatious snuffling. Then hear the lamentations of their snuffling. No, not quite. Not quite. Not quite how the quote goes. Dreaming Way! I dream of Dreaming Way. Hello, Dreaming Way. Tiny little circle tails. The little tail looks like a planet. Stay focused, Dreaming Way. Sure, you're no working way, but... Is there a Loporrit plushie? You are legally obligated to tell me if there's a Loporrit plushie and to show me where I can buy one. I want a Loporrit plushie so fucking badly. These are probably the single cutest thing I've seen in this game, outside of Alpha, and Alpha's cheating. oh my! I'm not a Loporrit. I'm a person. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly talking with a visitor from Atheros? What can I help you with, kind madame? I think I should be asking you that very same question. How did you know? In any case, I couldn't bother an honored guest with my silly troubles. Hey, silly troubles are what I'm made of. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. But first, may I ask your name? I am Minifest, she who dedicates the rule to their love for these worlds and its peoples. That is my name that I fight upon. Just, again, I like the idea that every single time that someone asks Minifest her name, she gets out the gunblade, strikes it into the air with an explosion, and repeats the entire thing. Just every single fucking time. And the other silence are just like, Minifest work customs, please don't pull out your exploding sword. It's her name guiding her every deed. Minifest Susan Blightwind, a truly spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character in one way or another. Dreaming way? You don't even know the beginning. You don't even... You have no idea. You've got no idea, Dreaming way. If only I could say the same for mine. Are we about to have an entire... Because this one has a picture, so it's a chain. Are we about to have an entire chain quest for Aloperit about them trying to find meaning in their name identity? I really have created the most, like, weirdly serendipitous Warrior of Light because they have a fucking complex about their name. By the beginning, when she went by Fuckfist, the badass pirate bitch. Again, there's absolutely no way that part's getting, like, retconned or anything like that. No, that speaks to Minifest's naivete when she first started. There's no way that part is ever getting retconned out of it. It might be silly or anything like that. That's part of the point. Let's fucking go. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose dream from that tome of words, for try as I might, I have no such thing. And seeing everyone else live up to their name since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. People of Atheros on the other paw seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me? For dreams, focus on what you love to do. Minifest's name literally means love fist, as in fight for what you love. Why retcon peak? Exactly. I mean, I've seen people where it's just like, nope, I don't care that I'm in Endwalker and I have intense backstory for my character. My character's name is going to stay as Breakfast Enjoyer, and that's going to speak to them deeply. I can do that for Fuckfist the Badass Pirate Bitch too. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea what that would be. But my fellow Aloperits might. I've known them since we were created, so perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind, after all. I'm all ears, so you only need to tell me once you've come up with something. Anything at all. Get it? Because there is a huge... Yeah! I love how their goodbye is just jumping and going... They're such delightful names, such as Floor Inspector. So the thing is, when I say Breakfast Enjoyer, I'm not even joking. I knew someone where they... Before I started playing 14, I knew someone where their Warrior of Light was named Breakfast Enjoyer. Yep, the others have something to say about me. Again, people either have like super deep appropriate names for their Warrior of Light, or they go into full-on meme territory, and they're ridiculous. I, however, am the enlightened individual approaching the zenith of OC creation. Because mine's both. My character's name is both a shitpost and intentionally revealing of their characterization. He's no sluggard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, well, let's just say that he's a great help. Aww. Nah, dreaming way, more like broing way. Brusque Loperette, I will speak with you soon. But first I have to speak to the Stern Loperette. I have to speak the Sterning Way. You want to know about Dreaming Way? I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task as soon as he finishes the old one. I've always thought him the good sort though. Gooding Way. There we go. Fuck yeah. I love Gooding Way. Excited to meet Ass Cannon Way. Easy Way. Me after a couple of Bud Lights. Dreaming Way, he can do anything that sets his mind to. He doesn't complain about getting his paws dirty either. Dirty Way. That's it, I'm not sure if I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. Jack of all trading way. We worked it out. One of those books they said snuck that in there. Your bird is fancy. Whee! Minor is a character whose name means so much and is so important in everything. My Chocobo's name is Thunderwing. It's alright, Thunderwing canonically loves that he's called Thunderwing. Thunderwing canonically loves the fact that he's called Thunderwing and appreciates that Minifest dresses him up in Thunder themes barding. Thunderwing genuinely loves it. Thunderwing is talented at Thunder Magic specifically. Hell yeah. Gotta be a blazing way. Hell yeah! Guiding its every quay. Did they have aught of interest to share? Please say they did. They said that you're a bro, that you're goated with the sauce, but you're not actually a goat at anything. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream. Don't worry, we'll find your dream yet. You really think so? Goodness, people are actually as kind as they say. Your dream has defined your dream. You could say that your purpose is to live, die, and... In that case, I promise them to give up to it. Found my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. Huh, that got grim. Let's exhaust all the options before we go anything potentially lethal, shall we? A way to make a living. Dreaming Way would show you how he spends his day. Daying Way. My warmest and fuzziest thanks for your continued help, Manifest. I was thinking, if the other operates can't tell you what I might be best at, perhaps you could follow me around and see for yourself. My primary work includes gathering materials, equipment, maintenance, and most importantly, carrot production, all indispensable to our day-to-day operations, as I'm sure you agree. As for what to show you, perhaps a spot of foraging? Everyone likes a good forage. We'll need to go and see Thinking Way in the greatest Endstyle first. They're the operator to allocate this sort of work. I'd hate to step on any toes. Run, Dreaming Way, run! They are so fucking cute. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. They are way too adorable. These are some of the cutest anthropomorphic creatures I've seen in anything. I fucking love the look of the Loporrits. Scientifically engineered to be as cute as possible. Hardelin knows what she's doing. Thinking they always have some kind of vegetable, mineral, or ooze of indeterminate origin in need of gathering. I see you're a rather special companion today, Dreaming Way. What's the occasion? Oh, nothing of import. She's only here to observe me as I go about my day. Speaking of which, are there any tasks you need doing? As a matter of fact, there are. Building ways in need of more crystals. Could you perchance mine some? But of course, I suppose you want the usual assortment? Right then, off to Valor's Vulnerus. I'll go ahead and look for a suitable deposit of crystals. Might I assist you with something? Oh, okay. Do we want to learn flight first? If I do these two and I go over here, we might learn flight first. Let's go and do that. I've got to pay more attention when I do these. I got to do the ones that don't have a picture first, so I can get all of the Aether Currents that I can before I do the picture ones that want me to fly around more. I got to think of this. I keep making this mistake. I mean, like the Labyrinthos and Valden, it didn't really matter because you can't finish them anyways. Like you can't get flight once you're doing them there anyways. But for this, like if I do the ones that don't have a picture first, then it'll be fine. Duties. Alluring Alag. The brusque Loporrit has a mind to do something dangerous, and clearly has heard of your proclivity for recklessness. No, my girlfriend told me to stop. And one of my daughters. Well, daughter as in I fuck her mum, so. I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? Adventuring way. Then I assume your travels have no doubtless heard tales of the Allegans. Yes, and nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault. Even the final days, because it's Armon. I thought as much. I asked this because I plan to survey an Allegan relic not far from here. Weapon scouting, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I'm gonna have to go outside for this anyways. I trust you see where this is going. So you're interested in a little adventure? Much obliged. Now let's be off. No time to waste. Someone asked me if I was down for a little adventure. I ended up going into underwater caverns and ruins and killing an old possessed king and stealing his gold. So what I'm saying is that I'm super fucking down for another one. That shit was dope. Has it been that long? Because the last time we were asked to go on an adventure, Scholar. Can't think of one since then. Yawning Way. Carrots. It's what's for dinner. Yawning Way needs help gathering the Carrotorium's lopperids for mealtime. Oh, bother. Ugh. No sign of them anywhere, and it's almost time to eat. You there. You're going to be heading to the Carrotorium. Could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If I don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many thanks. Yeah. I should come really get the mention of carrots of happiness. So to say those 3 magic words and they'll be on their way. Oh god, I have to say it 3 times? What if I died instead? Alright, Moms to the west. It should be somewhere like right fucking there. But I missed them when I was going through here the first time. Boo, and also urns. Can I, seriously? Come on. I can climb through that. Grumpy. Grumpy, I can totally fit. Boo. Urns. My boos have been nudged so much. Come on. Come on. Hello there, hungry leopard. Last time you asked whether my Crystal X sucked. That is true, because he asked me out. Alrighty, okay. No. Is S shout, or is S say? We'll find out. I might be healing to someone who's about to kill Zodiac. Carrot of happiness. It'll be fine. Carrot is say. S is say. Shut up. I say, someone's like flying Argos about to fight Zodiac. Carrot of happiness. What the fuck? Carrot of happiness, you say? Why is it that time already? I was looking at projections for optimal carrot production based on the total population of Aethera to ensure that... Oh, never mind, I must make haste, or I'll miss out on seconds. Hungry leopards. Let's go. Again, why are there enemies here? The enemy, like... I don't know. I feel like it's... I don't know. I'm now realizing I'm kind of a mixed opinion about the enemies here. Because part of me was saying it's like the enemies here is weird. Because, like, why would anything here fight you? It doesn't really make sense that anything here would want to fight you. It's all meant to help here. But I'm now also realizing that, like, if you're leveled up enough that the enemies don't fight you, then there being a shitload of enemies is a way of, like, populating the map with a bunch of, like, things to make it look like a lot of busy work's happening down here. Because NPCs always have to stand still when you want to talk to them. Or, like, if they have their name above their head. But enemies can just roam around wherever. So if they plop down enemies and they roam around, then it's like, oh look, this place is more active. It's not just lopperids standing around, also the robots are doing their work. And it's an MMO, the only real way that we know how to do that is to put enemies here. Because I'm now like thinking about it in terms of what this place would look like without enemies, and it would look barren. Because the lopperids always have to just stand still, if there was none of the enemies here that are like the lopperid robots that are helping, then it would just be empty. And it would be like hard to get across, oh look, they're working on stuff here, if it was completely and utterly dead. So I think I'm actually on a mixed opinion about whether there should be enemies here. Because it is weird that, like, if you come, like, again, it's the combination of just like, if you're playing this above level, then them attacking you is not an issue. But if you're playing this on level, then you have the experience of going through, like, this place that's meant to just serve as, like, the future home for humankind. And all of the lopperids are working here to make sure everyone can live here and it's fine. But also, when you're walking around, be careful, the robots will try to kill any person they see on sight. So, like, if you play it on level, it's very jarring, but if you're playing it above level, then it's a way to populate the surrounds with, like, more activity to imply that more stuff is happening here. without needing NPCs to like just like wander around aimlessly. Should we lose our main music? Manifest. Carrot of happiness. Let's play Siri, play Kill la Kill. Music. Because the robots don't recognize you as people, remember the Leopards thought the people of Atheris are still as tall as the ancients. Again, it's still, I don't think that makes enough sense to just be like, you should feel like you're constantly under attack while walking through here on level. Could that mean, yes, it must be time to eat at last? Oh, I've waited for this moment. There's nothing like carrot full of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul. I feel like fucking Parpachon talking about Twilight pretzels. Fucking Christ. Don't worry, the robots only attempt to kill children. Yeah, because they don't think that we're so short that we can't exist. They think we're children. It's alright. The robots are only here to make sure that children are punished if they go outside their room with their, when they're grounded or if it's curfew. By murder? Well, how else am I meant to teach them a lesson? Just like the Cubers in Almarot. They're drilling love for it. Don't eat these carrots. Go eat the other carrots instead. The other carrots are tastier. I promise. What? They're serving carrots of happiness today. That deep, luscious orange. Tempting, slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings. I'm coming for you. The fact that it's just like, you come down here and you just eat carrots all the time. Great part of the story. Great part of the story. Pardon me. Pardon me. I think I'm yawning because I'm cold. The fan is still on. Go away. Actually, no, don't go away because last time I did that, I got too hot. Rotate at the very least. I need you to do what women do to me every Friday night, fan. I need you to sit down and rotate on it. There we go. If the fan rotates, then I won't overheat, but I won't freeze. And I think being too cold makes me yawn. Being cold makes my body think nighttime, and then I get tired. It's only 4 in the afternoon. It's still daylight outside. For a couple more minutes, probably. It is winter. Ah, you've returned. But that's why I'm yawning. I'm literally talking a yawning way. That's why. Grr. And everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance essential for us leopards, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we've expended a lot of effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of happiness are a new cultivar that are particularly comforting, though. Just seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots just so we can produce more carrots. That's a problem that can be solved with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details. I'll work out the figures just as soon as... what are we talking about? The only way you'll be fine. Like in his paradise, everyone does love getting attacked by random monsters. Sometimes, look, back in the days of paradise, no one could die, so the only thing that made us feel alive was the risk of death. Leopards love their carrots. True carrot crimes. Watching away is a mystery and want of solving. Excuse me, miss, have you by chance any thieves prowling about with ill-gotten iron carrots? The crimson tender is surprisingly heavy. The carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. We've been told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Not because we're better at it, but because we actually try. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what's the matter of fiend would deny a leopard at their dinner? Anyway, our culprit or culprits took 4 carrots in all. Those are not easy to carry about, so I dare say they can't have gotten far. There must be a clue around here somewhere. But I can't find out because I'm watching these people eat carrots. I might be called watching way, but I'm actually perverting way. You're snuggling up with your girl. You're about to do the horizontal tango with each other. Meanwhile, you look to her room, the front door of her room, and you see a leopard there. And then you freeze up, and then she's just like, "No, don't worry, babe. That's just perverting way. He likes to watch. Do you keep going at it, or do you stop?" Scrumptious looking iron carrot has been tragically abandoned in its prime. I can't do anything with it? I'm not doing anything with that one, I guess. Abandoned in its prime. Why am I grabbing them then? Why aren't I taking these back? What about the philosopher's carrot? Based on the primer you but recently received, you can say with relative certain that iron carrots are not blue. I don't know. Then why do they lead up to the criminal? Muttering Loperette. Munch, munch, munch. These philosopher carrots really hit the spot. Just a few more. What? No, of course I'm not stealing. These are mine. Is this the wrong to enjoy an early dinner? Muttering Loperette stumps off searching for a place to eat in peace. You suspect this is not your carrot culprit. No. Ah, oh, damn. Oh, the bad ending again. Do you think the Loperettes know that sex makes babies? What? It does? What? Jesus. Sorry, I found something more surprising than that sex makes babies. Why does the robot have a unique text box that looks like old school Final Fantasy text box? the robot, like, that's just like fucking, that's fucking like pixel like text box for fucking old school Final Fantasy. Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well. Only got one thing left to do. Yay! Destroy the robot. I did it. Whole expansion's a reference to FF4. Oh, so the text box is also. Oh, look, it's Final Fantasy IV. Again, is this surprising to me? Because again, if prior expansions as a base have been based on a Final Fantasy game before, I've not known that. No one has said, "Oh, Heavenswood is based on 8, Stormblood's based on 6." Like, no one said that. No one said that about the prior expansions. So the idea that it's like, oh, by the way, Endwalker is the first one that's like hyper based on expansion is confusing to me. Yeah, the battle theme here is, yeah, we heard that before, yeah. The battle theme here is, this is just the music from 4. You're back, please tell me you found the carrots. Which I don't think you were here earlier when I was talking about that. About being confused that Endwalker is heavily based on 4, because I thought base expansions weren't based on a Final Fantasy, it was just side content. But apparently, base expansions do also have a heavy basis on other Final Fantasies. Supporter? I would have suspected. I suppose they'll pass farm carrots, not eat them. Our call technician said something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency. But to go so far as steal carrots for itself, I fear it may love them a little too much. Alas, those poor carrots. Boys do know what became of them and how to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance. I did it. I saved the day. Let's go. Alrighty. So we're going out to here and here, which will not be easy places to get to if I had to take a guess. Whee! Whee! Wait, there we go. Alright, I gotta go upstairs. So it says you can take the teleporter to get out, but the teleporter is like, takes you up to the top of that side. It doesn't take you up to the top of this side, where the exit is. So like, is it faster to just go up this ramp and take these two to get out to the exit, or is it faster to go all the way over there and then run the entire distance around the top? And it's faster to just do it this way. Teleporter from one floor to another seems to be not great. So where will you take me, Argos? Because you're going to get me closer to where I need to be, I hope. I don't know what I might know. Because I can walk up here and I can walk around here. But I don't know if Argos exists here because some of these areas are are these areas inaccessible until we can fly? Like where some of these brands are? Are there pathways you can take but they're a pain in the ass and they're just slow? Or is it, no, straight up, you can't get to some of these until you have flight, so we need Argos to just take us over. I'd assume where I have to go now I can get to without flying because I get an aether current from it. From up there. But like, can I get there from me? Well, I can't get up that much. Maybe I can. Up there, I don't know. I mean, I'm going up to the relic. So can I get there from here? How do I get to this? I can't get to it from this side. But I might be able to go across here and go up there. I can't tell by the end of this. But I can't think of any other way. Unless I do have to go to it from here in this part. Oh god. Do I have to? Have I fucked up? I need to do this to get an aether current, so it's like shit. Well, Argos would be the closest way to it. But maybe that well, this looks like it should go up there. But if it doesn't, then I'm sucked. No, I'm totally sucked. God damn it. Do you seriously have to go here all the way? Like, you have to actually walk the entire way. Do you seriously have to walk all the way from the beginning of O's? Holy shit. That feels mean. It feels almost vindictive. Holy shit. Alright, well, I guess teleporting back, baby. Teleporting back and we're going back again. Let go. Alrighty. Let's go again. I guess we have to ride around the entire way. I can't see another way to go that way. So we just have to actually just go through all of those sections on foot. I feel like normally Aether Current quests aren't this mean. Aether Currents themselves might be in a place in like some of the other expansions. Not so much Shadowbringers or Endwalker so far. But some of the earlier ones, you had to like kind of go pretty out of your way to find the Aether Currents. Apparently Aether Currents are a thing where when a new expansion comes out, they remove a lot of Aether Currents from the old expansion. Whereas the current expansion always has the billion Aether Currents they normally do. So getting to some of them is like the one they make up hard. But not normally doing a quest. It's not normally a quest. Where you gotta like work out, okay, how the fuck do I get there? It's almost like when you want to unlock flying. No, but this is to unlock flying. That's the thing. I have to do this to unlock flying. This is alluring Alug. I have to do this quest to unlock flying. So this is not about, oh, I'm being punished because I haven't unlocked flying because I'm doing the quest chain before I have flying. No, this is the quest that I have to do to unlock flying. Of course. Alug on robots. Like, I have to work out how to get to this area without flight first so I can get flight. And normally for blue quests, they don't do that. For Aether Currents themselves, they often do that, but not normally for the quests. This is what I'm confused about. It's normally once you do the currents that they'll go, Heimdall's last sign. It's normally once you get the quests themselves that they go, now it's hard to get. So for the currents themselves, they make it now it's hard to get. But for the quest, they're normally just like, yeah, it's just like nearby. Yeah, they sent a giant spaceship up here. To be like, what's that moon like? Oh, that moon's like this. Let's build our own. This one sucks. This one's just harboring a near-dead god. We can build a better one. It will hold an actual god, because that god will be a dragon. Looper, how are you not being attacked by all the things around here? You're doing very well. The grass site's just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Like, I know you want me to come here because it's dangerous, but like, that downfall droid is so close to you. How are you already not being attacked? How are you already not being attacked? This is what I'm confused by. Are we gonna have time to do the color mold ones today? I am so slow. I've been working on the 8th current quest already here for like an hour, and we've like done like one quest in the first chain. Fascinating remnant. Bit of Algon technology, certain fascinating. Shame it's too bulky to carry back. Lift, muscles, grrr. A systems cube. Hell yeah, look at it. Adorable cube. Can we lift this one? The apparatus is offline, but it appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag. Alright, looking for one more thing. A fascinating remnant. What is this remnant? Oh, it's a big ball. Throw this one at running way to make him slow down. No, it attacked me. Alright, okay. Well. There's only one way to deal with things that dare try to hurt me. Full Lionheart combo. That's the only reasonable solution. Oh, you tried to, like, look at me? Lionheart combo. I will fly in the air, exploding you with my sword. There's a fate. I gotta do moon. So that is one thing. If we unlock Flight in Golmold and Mare Lamentorum today, I could actually start working on shared fates for these areas without it being a gigantic pain in the ass. That would be nice. I'd actually have like a progression thing to do. I could fly to and do fates in these areas without it being like hell. I've not started working on any shared fates at Endwalker because I've not been able to fly anywhere. And I tried doing shared fates in Shadowbringers without being able to fly. Doing that in Armorang and Kalusha, and guess what? It sucked. So I'm not doing it again. Phew, a moment longer and that drone would have alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Oh, let me have a look. No, you're right. I must wait until we get back. So now you've gone all the way back. I was about to say, could I go to there from here? But actually, where you are, where Dreaming Way currently is actually closer to Argos. So if I teleport and hand this in, then I can go to Argos, and then I'll actually be near you. Actually, no, actually, once I hand in this quest, I shoot out a fly, and I'm just gonna fly directly over Zodiac's hole. Phrasing intended, I guess. That's the real question. How have I not asked that? How have I not asked that? Where's the Zodiac hentai? How has no one shown me any of that? How is the amount of tentacles? Come on. Save that last. Now let me show you what you found. Now show me what you found. As a program installed on this all-purpose storage and operations device, it's not currently functional. It's difficult to tell what it does. All purposes, apparently. This is Allagan Decryption Unit. With it, we can read Allagan timestones about history, science, poetry. If we had any, which we do not, an adventure for another day, I suppose. I've got so many. Nevertheless, I'm really excited by the prospect. As I'm sure you can tell, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Yay! Yay! Free bird! Mare Lamentorum! That's our first one for Endwalker. How's the... Okay, here... Like, sure, yay. Now I've flied... How is the first area in fucking... How is the first area in Endwalker that I can fly in? The fucking moon. Out of all things possible, how is the first one I unlocked flight in the fucking moon? Sorry, we're just gonna also quickly just get the mapping achievement. Give me a second. Yes, this is important to do on stream. Shut up, gay rock. I want to look at the Caratorium from up on high. Holy shit. Okay, when I say up on high, my god. Is there actual things up here? Nope, never mind. Never mind. So there's all there. The map for the moon is big, but a lot of the map for the moon is also just a giant building. A very, very, very giant building. The artificial suns everywhere. The gay rocks everywhere. But it wasn't just a rock, it was a gay rock. So we can go there, and then we fly around the moon. You can also like see on the map, you can't even just go, oh well, the map's this big, I can fly everywhere. No, the flight barrier is like literally there. it shows you, no, you're not allowed to fly above Bestways Burrows. It shows it right there. This here, that line there, that's the flight limits. You're not allowed to fly above Bestway Burrows. You can fly in here, obviously, but you're not allowed to fly inside of it, above Bestway Burrows. Your flight area of the moon is limited. You can fly around Zodiac, and that's where you can fly. That is the flight that you get. You get no other flight. I am sorry. So I didn't go to the very corners of Caratorium and Greater Sensville. So we just gotta go a little bit further and bloop, there we go. This is important to do on stream. Very important. It'll give me an achievement. That means that I feel like even doing fates here might get annoying. I guess you can always teleport inside. Because I was about to say going from like here to inside will be a pain in the ass. I guess teleport. There's definitely some zones where using the Aetherites to just teleport constantly is a very effective way of doing fates. Kalusha's good for that. Kalusha's really good for where it's 3 Aetherites are. It's very easy to just teleport to one of the Aetherites and go to the fate from there. Basically anytime any of it appears. It's got 3, sorry Hargos, you're never needed ever again, I'm sorry. I can now fly on the moon with my bird. I no longer need a flying dog. I am sorry, you are now obsolete. Whee! So I can fly up here. And then I can get to this area. There we go. Fancy looking building. I do like it, like that's the part of the building you can see. And then actually the whole thing is like underground. There is this area over here. I'm going to assume this is a boss fight area. Like it's weirdly off to the side. Like here's the big circle, and that's like an Alagon thing. This is where you start, and then this is what this feels like. It's very weirdly off to the side. Okay, never mind. There's a face there. What? 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 Cadonia, no. What? Why is there a face here? What? Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Okay. I found the... See, this is why... This is why it's important to do mapping achievements on stream. This is why it's required. Because why is that just a face? Okay, there's also an area over here. It doesn't mark anything there, but like that's the circle and it goes past that. Okay, what's over there then? It's a reference to Mount Sidonia on Mars. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. There is a thing on Mars that kind of looks like a face as well, yeah. So it's kind of, yeah. Feels weird I can fly on the moon. Like, what if I just take off into space? What if I just say fuck it and we just go to space from here? Can I do that? I mean, lore-wise, no. Lore-wise, no, because Aether Currents. I can fly on the moon because the Aether Currents they actually talked about earlier today. The currents that the Watcher was talking about in terms of like, here are the currents of the land and the earth and everything. They actually mentioned the air currents there. That's what you're flying on. You're using those to like, your knowledge of those currents and how they work. To lift yourself up into the air and ride them is the excuse that they use. Okay, so this is just a half circle. Again, it might be a boss fight thing. I don't know. We've got a big middle circle here with a bunch of other circles off to the side of it. Worst place to try to bring us when it comes to teleports to Tempest? Yeah, Tempest sucks. I saw Aetherites, but the only one worth using is Ondo. Because, yeah, you can tell, like, the only reason you teleport to the Amarot one is if you have to do something in Amarot. Like, for a story reason. Hey! The Cradle of Darkness. Fucking Christ. So, is this just, like, residual Aether? Is that what the explanation for this is? That we got? that this coming out, this is the residual aether of Zodiac coming out from there. Because it's like very explicit, like there's a bar that goes up and then there's two like lines that come out that form like these circle things. And they're moving around. Is that what this is? Just all the residual parts of Zodiac that are still slowly being let out. Because it looks fucking evil as shit down there. Dreaming Way, you looking over into the evil fucking evilness? Oh, okay, Dreaming Way's, yeah, actually in the cave. Dreaming Way has entered the actual... Look. There you are, Dreaming Way! As I say, where are you? Funny Zodiac jizz. Aha! You found me! Truth be told, while I was waiting, I felt an itch to get started, and before I knew, I'd gathered all the crystals Building Way will need. I have a feeling you could use some sand as well, though. So I'm not glad while you're here. I'm sure one bit of grey sand looks much like the rest to you, but trust me, the grey sand here is the best. Simple enough work, so would you care to join me? Splendid! I'll let you have the deposits right outside the grot. Those always so delightfully gritty. Return here when you filled a bag or two. Alright, so going back up. So you were all just like doing all your work out here, gathering all the shit that you needed, meanwhile just staring at a giant projection of Zodiac the entire time? I guess now that, when you know the knowledge of it, not seeing it now is more ominous, I guess. It's more ominous now that you can no longer see Zodiac there, realistically. These things here with the purple stripes, Alagon shit or like moon shit? Because it doesn't look anything like the architecture of Beslow Burrows or the Watcher's house. But I don't know whether it is Alagon or not. It doesn't look hideous enough to be Alagon. If I have to phrase it, it doesn't look absurd enough to be Alagon. Or is it like, that's like the wiring of the moon? Like, does the moon have a structure inside of it that is all of that? And like all of those pieces are what like the core of the moon looks like, and then like Heidelin just covered it in a bunch of rock. But as like this section is like, because this section's clearly breaking away. Like, I imagine the cradle was there and all of this was smoothed out at some point, but as Zodiac gets stronger and stronger, it's like putting more strain on the land around it, which is why all the cracks have started forming out from the cradle. So as those cracks do, it's like freaking in the middle of the ocean where like the land separates, so you can see some of the wiring of the land. Is that the idea? I'm not sure. Having a slumbering god of darkness in your backyard is good for feng shui. How's the sand? Delightfully gritty. Coarse sand obtained from the lunar surface. It's coarse and rough, and it gets nowhere because it's stuck on the moon. Lovely as ever. Building Way will be delighted. We should make our delivery to Thinking Way as soon as possible. Last one there's a multi-carrot. Special Summering God of Astral Darkness. I'm gonna teleport again because I'm lazy. Nice view from inside the cave where it's just a giant moonshot. Hell yeah. I love these bunnies. These bunnies are adorable. These bunnies are awesome. Love them so much. I still want a plushie. I need... No, sorry. No. Sorry. I need one. I need a plushie of a leopard. Reporting is an important part of my duties. You should try it. But I have to see how good you are at it. Maybe you can be Reporting Way. It sounds more like a journalist. Ah, that was efficient. Did you manage to procure what I asked for? And more! I thought that Building Way might want some of that oh-so-sandy Valnera sand, so we went ahead and got that too. I think you mentioned you did ask me to procure some grey sands. Heavens, would have been embarrassing if I turned up without a grain. Do you remember what he needed it for? I can recall mention of a pit full of the stuff. Apparently the children of a theorist enjoy such things. Oh, we're literally just making a sandpit. Is moon sand the same sand? Like, would that be as fun of a sandpit? I'm more curious about how you were aware of this request. But Thingway said he hadn't told anyone about, but me about his latest project. Well, I must have overheard you two talking when I was out collecting crystals last time. Given how far the grows from here, that seems incredibly unlikely. Eavesdropping way. I called it on, like, growing way before. Probably a lot more coarse and sharp. And gives you space cancer if Portal 2 is anything to go by, too. But never mind that. You brought the sand in. For that, I'm grateful. See what I mean? That's some good sand. Now, while enjoying the tiny glimpse of my day-to-day life, did you find any dreams that I might be capable of aspiring to? Sand collector. Sanding way. Moon dust apparently smells like gunpowder. Oddly specific smell. No, sorry. Sanding way. Oh, don't worry if you haven't. I've only just begun after all. I really must learn to be patient. Show the right inspirations out there just waiting to strike. Have you considered being shredding way? Has anyone handed you a guitar? Because I can teach you. Well, Horatio can. Sounds like a perilous thing to inhale. I'm sure it's fine. Thank you again for gathering the sand for building way. One way or another, Dreaming Way is eager to set about his next task, whatever it may be. Let's waste no time in continuing our work, shall we, Manifest? You're dreaming way because you help others achieve their dreams. Because you're helping way. I don't know. Thinking way, have you have any other jobs for me? I suppose there's a caretaker that wants for repairing. For Glasgow correctly, the particular parts we'll need will be over at Heimdall's last site. I was just at Heimdall's last site. I'll get right to it. Also, we're on maintenance duty. Driving out Heimdall's last site as quickly as you can. I imagine Dreamway will be at Heimdall's last site by now. Something's much faster than the rest of us, but he's impossible to slow down once he sets himself to a task. Alright. And now we fly there. See, if you go into the moon just for like a quick pop-in of just like, yeah, I don't want to do this quickly, then like the two Aetherites will be fine. Doing quests here though, the two Aetherites are going to be real far away from each other. And a lot of the quests will be in the in-betweens. Let's look for shredding way the bodybuilder. See, this is the issue. How do the Loperids handle the issues of homophones? Or homonyms? Nom-nom-nims? I don't know. I'm not sure what the word is. How do Loperids handle when two of them want to have the same name? Because they want, like, because they both like the same word, but they mean different, like, definitions of the word that is spelt the same way. Like, how do they do this? So this is what I mean. Everywhere that we see these structures with these purple lines, it's in these cracks. Like, and you can see them further down. No, that's what it is. There is something about these. They're like wiring of the moon, or like rebar. They're moon rebar, I guess. Because you can see them wherever the cracks have spawned from when the moon here is starting to fracture. Like, you can even see that it's like where the fractures are, or where like darkness is leaking out. Again, it's absolutely meant to be. These fractures are caused by Zodiac's growing strength, 100%. So yeah, I guess these are moon rebar, where it's like that's the parts of the moon that are like holding it together that you can now visibly see because the Earth is like. Earth is cracked, I guess. There you are. I was gonna worry you'd abandoned our quest. Now to Heimdall, follow me. Abandoning way. Let's go. Lazing way. No, you're the opposite of lazing way. I could be lazing way. According to our records, this vessel landed on the moon about 5 years ago. It's been a wonderful source of So it's not. So this isn't the Allagans crashing up here. Oh. I thought this was like, oh, the Allagans like traveled out here to explore this moon. because they were like working on building their own. So they thought, how do we build our own? Let's go to the one that we already have for insight. No, this was part of the Dalamud that got blasted up here. Huh. Huh. Interesting. And also of horrible mechanical monsters, but never you mind that. I've been here countless times by now, so you can leave the salvaging to me. Simply relax and enjoy the view. Yeah, I really thought it was like an Algon spaceship that crashed here. Maybe the people got here stuck up here because like they crashed and they couldn't get out. Oh, boil my carrots! This colorful expletive is followed by a telltale screech of a operating distress. Perhaps you ought to check on Dreaming Way. Dying Way! There we go! We found your dream. There we go. We've worked it out, Dreaming Way. Aren't you happy? We worked it out. Ta-da! Hell yeah. I'm so cool. I'm so badass. I am the best. So my face is getting hot. It's like, yeah. Like, again, me fixing my hair and constantly doing this means I'm constantly touching this part of my face, so it's growing red and growing hot. Thank heavens you were here. I tried to run, but I tripped. The grey sand is not nearly as pleasant when it's in my mouth, let me tell you. I knew I was hoping to show you what competent, capable worker I could be on my own. Didn't manage to get the parts we need though, so all's well that ends well. Me and the Curatorium and we'll see if we can't fix that caretaker. Bye. I'm teleporting back again. I love the name Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars has got to be one of like the coolest ways of referring to space. It's gotta be one of the best. It's so good. Type of shit where I'm just like, fuck you, I'm referring to space as a sea of stars in real life and you can't stop me. Call it cringe, call it lame, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, it sounds awesome. I might even start referring to nighttime as the sunless sea. Fucking watch me. Dreaming Way! I do have to catch myself referring to the planet sometimes as a star. I caught myself doing that in FF7 when we were talking about like the planet and how it's dying because of all the stuff in 7, because Shinra and fuck Shinra, and I had to catch myself multiple times playing FF7 of referring to the planet as a star. And I'm just like, nope, they use planet, they use the term planet constantly in FF7. It's a planet. Your customers would really get a kick out of that. Well, if I'm going to adopt any like terms from this game to refer to my customers as, then I'm unfortunately going to go for the Garling response, because I'm going to call them all savages. As you can see, this is the caretaker that needs our attention. I hear this music and I'm just like, theme of burger. The poor thing's not even able to move right now, but it'll be good as new once I'm done with it. Yeah. Lobberins have so many unique emotes to them. I love it. I love it. I mean, I know a lot of them are probably just like based on Lala ones. Like I'm pretty sure like, I don't know if Lalas have that exact one, but I have seen Lalas do that, like a double fist bump. Shit this thing over here, stick the thingamabob there, hoist up the thing, bat up the what's it? What's that thing spinning? Somebody should stop it. Yeah, building sounds. Crafting way. Crafting way. Call them savages and insult their god. That'll go real well, I'm sure. It's fine. It's fine. I did tell a customer once that their god sounds like a cunt. I did say that. I did say that to a customer once. A customer was going off at, well, I say customer, they didn't spend any money. So an asshole of the public, I guess, was going off at me for being trans and stuff, and they were talking about how it's wrong of me and everything like that. And like, I should be ashamed of myself and everything like that. I'm just like, why? why is it a problem? And why is it a problem if I'm that? And they're just like, it's disgusting. I'm just like, why is it disgusting? It doesn't sound like it seems fine to me. And then at one point they were just like, don't you know that God's against it? And so my response was just, sounds like your God's a cunt then. They left. They got they got stun locked for what felt like an hour, but was more realistically probably like 10 to 15 seconds, and then they left. Your God has no power here. Hell yeah. Every single time a customer walks up, just the entire Gaius Praetorium speech. Restored to pristine condition in no time at all. Yay! We're trying to be cutesy to cheer on Dreaming Way. Yay! Now I apologize if that thing recognizes me as an enemy in a couple seconds and I attack it. I'm sorry. Most Lockprints know enough to make similar repairs though. It's really nothing special. And I can't even imagine how one would go about building such a machine from scratch. Now something else tells me my dream lies elsewhere. I suppose that's more than we had to go on before though. Not to mention there's still one job of mine that I haven't shown you yet. Would you care to see how we grow carrots? Well then, let's hop to it. Their goodbye of just the jump up, arms around, bye. Fucking gets me every time. And then I immediately talk to you. Dream a little dream. Dreaming Way has one last demonstration for you. Well, Manifest, are you excited to learn about the wonderful world of carrot cultivation? Not there's a lot to it, truth be told. We simply place the seeds in the machine, water them, and then reap the sweet rewards. It's so easy that, that anyone could do it. As far as I know, you're an anyone. Why not try it for yourself? Oh, completing menial tasks is so much fun with friends. Why do you think I'm okay playing this game on stream? Pray take these seeds and follow me. I do believe there's an open creation station nearby. Endwalker's already the best expansion just because of the Lopperids. Endwalker already beat Shadowbringers on Lopperid alone. I love these little guys so much. Come on, place the seeds in there. Yeah! It's hard for me to get across how much I love the Lopperids. I love them so much. A bunch of carrot seeds just begging to be planted. Oh, yeah. Now you fucking go on that creation station. Deep in there. That carefree tossing motion of yours seems to have scattered the seeds nicely. Someone actually referenced how the animation is just holding it, going in your pocket, and going, ah, yeah, pocket sand. Now, of course, they'll need water. Water crystals, to be precise. This isn't the only machine in need of replenishment. We can pay a visit to the sparkling supply station over in the northeast corner. Then bring a crate of crystals to the creation station nearby. Sparkling because it's my destination. Can the Lopperids see what I can? Is my Warrior of Light Vision where I can see important things to interact with by them sparkling? Are the Lopperids able to do this as well? Is this a Blessing of Light thing, and because they're created by Heidelin, they can see these sparkles as well? Strokes imaginary beard. Which is a very weird beard that I have because it like starts here and then goes really narrow but goes all the way down here. It's a very awkward beard that I have. Take the bucket of crystals to the carrot creation station in the southwest before your arms give out. Oh no, I have 90 seconds. Oh no. Enemies will sap your strength. No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Can they see AoE markers? That's the real question. That's the real question. I know canonically AoE markers are not an echo thing. I know in canon it's not, oh, you can see AoE markers because you have the echo. That's a pure gameplay thing. But can the rabbits see it? Can they see what the kids love about Cinnamon Toast Crunch? I feel like you just need to look at the name of Cinnamon Toast Crunch to understand why kids love it. I feel like why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a very obvious answer because it's in the name. That should be enough to make our carrots grow nice and big. And the machine converts them into water bit by bit, so we'll never need to worry that the seeds are too wet or too dry. Like, it's just a silly marketing thing. I don't get it. Oh, don't you just love that sound? I don't have my headphones in right now. All I can hear is the music. Oh, apparently mine is gone either. I don't have the ears. Hearing way. Hearing way, because you overheard the talk. We're gonna have a trio of Loporrits. Hearing way, feeling way, and thinking way. What, did you not hear that tone just now? It's telling us there are carrots ready for harvesting. They're not at this station, but I'm certain the joyous sound of 2 ripened carrots. You know, let's see this through to the end. Pulling them's the best part. Yeah, your hearing way. They wouldn't because bunnies only eat tricks. But I thought tricks were for kids. Carrot of happiness. Yeah, I got a carrot of happiness. Can we make a carrot cake in this game made out of carrots of happiness and then it's carrot cake of happiness? Fuck the kids, give the cereals to the rabbit. I got carrots. I got carrots. You can make carrot juice. I've never had carrot juice and I've never juiced a carrot. I was about to ask what it tastes like. I realized that's probably a stupid question. I feel like if I ask chat, what does carrot juice taste like? I feel like my chat's going to slap me in the face, call me an idiot, and say, carrots, you fucking idiot. What do you expect? You can milk anything with nipples. I don't think carrots have nipples. I'm not talking about carrot milk. It's a little different. Like, it's not like you get to the end of the carrot and just go, I think it's how you juice it. So, what about lemons though? The shape of lemons, they've got the nipples at the end, and you go, You can make a carrot salad thing. Okay, here's a question. Why the fuck are carrots? Sorry, now that we're talking about this, why the fuck are carrots? I feel like one thing that most vegetables have, I feel like that most vegetables, one of the biggest strengths for most veggies is versatility. You can make a potato into any fucking food that exists. You can make tomatoes, which I know aren't a veggie, don't be a pedant. You can make tomatoes into a lot of different things. Sauces, you can have it as like part of a salsa. Like you can have slices of it and things and anything like that. Even stuff like cauliflower and broccoli, the way you cook them, you can like fry them up, you can have them coated. You can put them into sauces and they blend really well with a lot of different sauces that you can mix them in. I don't dislike the taste of carrots. In fact, I quite enjoy the taste of carrots. But I also feel like the point of a carrot is just to be a fucking carrot. And outside of stuff like carrot pudding, carrot cake, and carrot bread, outside of like stuff that you don't normally do with veggies, I feel like everything else that like if I'm having a stew, which I do put carrots into a stew that I make because I do like the carrots. And then so I just like eating them. But I like if I'm making a stew, right? If I have chunks of potato in the stew, then the potato like soaks up some of the sauce and sauciness of the stew. The flavor, the flavor of the stew gels into the flavor of the potato. Same with like anything else in there. But I feel like just anything that I've had carrots in just stay as carrots. They don't like adopt the properties or blend with the properties of anything else. Like even like, oh, you have a bunch of veggies in a sauce And it's like, I feel like all the other veggies, like, their flavor mixes well with the sauce to become, like, a new flavor. Whereas I feel like if there's, like, a carrot in anything like a cream sauce or anything like that, you bite into it and it's just like, yep, that is distinctly, separately, in my mouth, a cream sauce flavor and a carrot flavor, and they just don't, like, harmonize and come together. So I'm just like, I like the taste of carrot, and, like, I'll put a carrot into a stew, but that's so when I bite into the carrot, I'm like, carrot. I'm not like, stewed carrot. Whereas, like, if I have a bit of potato, I'm like, stewed potato. Like, I feel like carrots just don't, like, their flavors just don't combine with other flavors at all. They are hearty on their own, and they just stay on their own, and they don't do anything else. It's such a confusing vegetable for me for that. Tastes like regret because there are so many things you could have chosen instead of carrots. When first cultivated, carrots were grown for their aromatic leaves and seeds rather than their roots, per Wikipedia. That makes some sense to me. I understand that, but then it's like, oh, well, the root's entirely edible, so why not eat it? I like carrots and savory food. Well, the thing is, like, again, like, carrot cake and stuff like that, I can understand, like, making those. But I also think it's very similar. Like, I've had carrot cake recently. Because the bakery that I go to has a lot of things there, and they had a slice of carrot cake once, and I'm just like, you know what, fuck it, I'll have it. I can't remember the last time I had carrot cake, if I've ever had it, so fuck it, I'm gonna have a slice of carrot cake with this. And it's just like, again, it was a very similar thing, where it's just like, it's not that I disliked it, but it was like, in my mouth at the same time, there are two flavors going on. There is the flavor of cake, and there is the flavor of carrot. It is not that I am tasting the flavor of the two things combined. It's just I have two flavors in my mouth that are not the same, that are not combining at all. They just both are there at the same time. Even the carrot cake that I had was like that, and I'm just like, why the fuck do carrots exist? I mean, like, no, it's not that they have a purpose for existing. They have a reason for existing. It's just, like, if someone says, hey, do you like carrot? And I'm like, yeah, I like carrot. And then it's like, how do you like your carrots? And I'm just like, hand me the carrot. That's how I like the carrot. Give me the carrot, I'll eat it raw. That's my favorite way to eat a carrot. It's the best way to eat it. It's like, anything else that I can do to it just feels an exercise in futility and pointlessness. Because it's not going to change the carrot enough to improve it or change it. The orange carrot was created by Dutch growers. Some claim Dutch created the orange carrots to honor the Dutch flag at the time, and William Orange. But other authorities argue these claims lack convincing evidence. Possibly the orange carrot was favored by the Europeans because it does not brown the soups and stews as the purple carrot does, and as such was more visually attractive. Does that mean if it didn't change the color of the soups and stews, does that mean that the purple carrot would have actually blended the flavor more in with the stew and the soup? Because there's also that, if I chuck a bunch of carrots into a stew, it doesn't change the flavor of the stew to be more carroty. It's just, I now have carrots in my stew, which, again, I do, because I like the taste of carrots, but I'm doing it knowing that I'm not making a stewy carrot or a carroty stew. It's just, while I'm eating the stew, I'm also eating carrot, and which is nice, it's not bad, it's just, you know, I will use one carrot for an entire pot of stew, whereas I'll use like 5 or 6 potatoes. Because, you know, what's the point in using more carrot? I mean, to be fair, if the carrots were filled with Prozac like these space rabbit carrots, then I'd probably like it. If I could bite into a carrot and it made me jizz the knowledge of the universe into my brain all at once, then I'd probably like carrots a bit more. Do I smell carrots? That was rhetorical. It definitely smells like carrots in here. Everywhere smells like carrots. What the fuck does a carrot smell like? Sorry, what the fuck does a carrot smell like? They don't have a fucking they might have a smell. I have a pulse sense of smell. I can't smell carrots. If carrots have a smell, I can't smell it. But I have a very bad sense of smell. There's a number of things that people are just like, this has a sense of smell, and I'm just like, no, it doesn't. I like baked carrots. I don't know if I've had that. Baking a carrot like how you'd bake a banana? Kind of thing? I'm totally not just saying that because I'm thinking of like cutting them into discs like you would a banana to make a banana. Because I don't know if I've had baked banana. Baking banana? You cut your banana into your little discs and cook them individually. Though that might be fried. And that might be actually, now that I think about it, I think that's fried banana. That's different. Frying and baking are two different types of cooking. A freshly harvested carrot, guaranteed to make one forget life's woes. The side of my face is getting so fucking hot. I keep touching it because I'm trying to fix my hair, but I keep touching it and making more blood rise to the surface of my skin, as you can clearly tell by how red it is. And it is like getting, it's actually getting like quite hot. Mouth-watering. That's really all there is to it. And to my days, to put it plainly. I apologize for not being more interesting to follow around. I talked about carrots for so long. That was interesting. I don't really. My mom makes a futile effort to infuse my kind of vegetation into my diet. I think I have a decent amount of veggies in my diet at the moment with the home delivery stuff that I have. Most home delivery stuff that I have now, it's like in the tray that it comes in, half of it is the meat in the sauce and the other half is some form of veggie. Or rice. So have you any ideas for a dream that would suit a lupperate like me? Hearing way. Hearing way. Maybe we should discuss what are your hobbies. What do you do when you're not working? What do I do? Seems it just wasn't meant to be. I should have taken such an extraordinary name, being so very ordinary myself. I've only had some sort of skill to set me apart from the others. Aside from hearing things someone else does, I suppose. Hearing way. Breeding way exists somewhere. They are rabbits. I was thinking pawning way, but... Music! Shredding way! I gotta stop making jokes. I think I just need to stop making jokes. I think that's what's going on here. I just need to stop making jokes. Dreaming Way's actually about to become Shredding Way. I just need to stop being funny. A good ear, eh? Have you tried making music? Oh, I've read about this music of yours you get along with Singing Way. You can make the music and Sing can sing. Though I'm afraid I can't make heads nor tails of the notation. Do you really think I could learn how to create something so inscrutable? Please, you were made by Heidelin. No one's more inscrutable than her, so you'll be fine. It comes with, it's been baked into you. I'm sure you're fine. What are you two up to? It's Knocking Way, the person who started the quest. One of us just suggesting that I put the dream in Dreaming Way through the pursuit of music. Music? Can't say I'm familiar. Coming from a bunch of rabbits who know how to sing and chiptune. What the fuck is music? Again, they have so many unique animations for Lopperates. They gave the Lopperates so many unique animations. It's adorable. I guess we Lopperates can do something similar. A whole lung, nose, face thing. Well, let's just try it and see how it sounds. Come on, Knocking Way. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna need to turn up mine so I can actually hear what they're about to do. How the fuck are you doing that, Dreaming Way? Why can they do this? Why can the Lopperates do this? Why can't they just sing and chiptune? How are they able to... How is the Warrior of Light able to mimic it? Goodness, that's terribly fun. I must confess, humming in tandem has a certain charm that snorting or streaking does not. I'd be interested in much more such music, I dare say. Then that will be my dream, bringing joy to others through music. Who knows, perhaps I can inspire others to pursue their own dreams too. Hey, it's the thing I said, you're Dreaming Way because you help others inspire their dreams. You may, let's go. Oh shit. What were those noises? What's all this about? Why, the gift of music, of course, like this. Oh god, they're doubling up at the same time, it's much louder. Oh no. Although there's several of them. Oh no, it's getting louder. There's several of them. Yay! I like the idea that they hum, and they just hum in chiptune. The Lubras can speak SNES. It's getting out of hand. Now there's two. Oh, God. I think there might be enough musicking for one day. I don't know, however. Thank you, Manifest. You've changed my life. Finally, I can hold my head high, knowing that my heart will guide my way forward. Dreaming Way has a dream! Yay! Yay! I want to hum and chiptune. I want to hum and chiptune. At long last, I'm living my dream. Someday I can repay your kindness. My dream guiding my every deed. I cannot thank you enough for helping my dear friend. Hadn't realized you were so upset over not having a dream of all things. You helped him only as a person of Atheris could. I still have many other tasks to attend to, of course, but I promise to practice every day. Eventually, I want to go beyond just humming and compose original music. When next we meet, I hope you'll once again lend me an ear. Maybe even two. Yo! Wine dark soup. Creamy variety of beet soup, though no self-respecting Charlie would never utilize such vulgar nomenclature. Ever. What, creamy? Glory be soup! Jesus Christ. Souping way. With this soup, consisting of lentils and chestnuts boiled in red wine, derives its name from Gallian soldiers singing the praises of Emperor Solus, who shared a warm meal with them after random military exercises one chilly night. Lentil and chestnut soup with red wine. Copywriting way has entered the chat. Hamster curry. This is also my shit. A Rod's at Hans table consisting of hamster breast stewed to perfection in a spice-rich sauce. And, Kaniarik. Which I'm definitely mispronouncing. Topped with a single-sliced tomato, this baked stuffed eggplant. Never mind. Nope. It's possibly bursting with hamster meat and rich spices. No, thank you. I don't like eggplant. I don't like eggplant. Okay. Actually, let me be more specific with that. Let me be more specific in terms of my not liking of eggplant. I don't like juice from an eggplant. I feel like that's my issue. I don't know. It's this weird thing. Because if I've had eggplant anything where like the eggplant is still like soft and squishy and still has some of the liquid inside of it, I've not liked it. But anything where it's just like, no, that's all gone, like a deep fried eggplant, where like the inside of it has like dried out because of the way it's been fried, I've liked it. So I think it's meant to be something of like, I don't know, it's something about the liquid of an eggplant that I don't think I like, whereas the rest of it I do like. The soup was initially named beet soup, but then the writers realized that there was already a dish named beet soup in the game. That wasn't a joke. So it's like, beet soup, there's already a beet soup in the game. Well, fuck me then. I'm taking the Hamsakura. Like I took the lassie last time. Yay! Yay! The moon is no longer blue! Let's go! Some of these yellows might be important, but that is stuff that we worry about later / possibly never. Where's drinking way? Here. I have a bar in my room with 30 plus bottles probably. I think that's me. I remember we counted the amount of bottles that I have on stream one day. I don't remember how many of that. I think it hit above 30. I think it hit above 30. Wine Dog Soup's description is a reference to its initial name. Oh, okay. So it's like, they'd never call it beet soup. Never. It would never be called beet soup. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. Children are our future. Chat, I have a question. If anyone knows off the top of my head, which one of these is a question? I can literally check that myself. I can just go talk to everyone. Okay. I just want to make sure I start all the other ones first before I do that so I can get flight earlier. Assuming it's only one. I forget whether there's 1 or 2 questions per zone. but I feel like that's something that changes depending on the expansion and the zone. Some zones have multiple, some have one. So this one in Pursuit of Power, that's a quest chain. Good picture. I think there are some Aether Current quest chains that start without a picture. I think there's some of those, but even those ones are pretty quick. There is a Chocobo Keeper I never spoke to. I knew it. I'm not getting an achievement from looking all of them now. Well, you have a name, so I'm assuming, okay. I'm assuming both of, okay. There's gonna be 2 here at the very least. There's gonna be 2 here at the very least. So let's go to Tesla. Because there's a blue way up here. Obviously, there's a Chocobo Keep. I can't get an achievement for all Chocobos if I don't get that. So we can go up here. We can go to that one. Hey, look! It's your Imperial for the expansion that gives you triple triad cards. In Garlemald. So we can go up here and do this one, and then we can do the others, and then we unlock all of the, and then we unlock all the other cards, and then we can fly around for the rest of them. See, we do have time to do this. It just took an MSQ stream that was like half the length of the last one. Children are our future. A woman with startling blue hair is in search of her son who has disappeared without a trace. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with hair similar shade to mine? He's my son and I can't find him anywhere. I was sad when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. Next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are for danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to a house to the north of Platium Nova. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. Try searching the station just again. But I bet anything is going back to our house near Platium Nova. So sometimes if you do the blues late, it actually feels out of place, because it's just like, if some blue quests feel like they're really designed to have been done during the MSQ, because like what's happening in the blue quest is directly relevant to what's happening in the MSQ, or like the problem should have passed by the time you do the quest if you didn't do it in the MSQ. But for Garlemald, doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter that we like killed the Telophora at the top of the tower or anything. Doesn't matter. Garlemald's fucked forever. It's always gonna be a problem. It can never, like, anytime soon, it's never gonna be unfucked. So any of the problems that we deal with are just going to be in perpetuity going forward. Unless one of these quests is directly about, we carry this radio so we make sure we don't get tempered. If any of the blue quests are about that, then we're a little shit out of luck. Because even if it's like dealing with tempered Imperials, it's so easy that some tempered Imperials manage to escape from before and it's still a problem. So it's only a problem if it's just like, oh, they're being actively still tempered. And that's why they're carrying a radio or something. Which, to be fair, could very easily happen. The fact that these are just like normal ass fucking roads is so off-putting. It's just normal fucking roads everywhere. Hey kid, do you see this behind you? Are you aware of this thing behind you, kid? This is like right behind you. Another block straight. Who are you? Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. Oh no. Oh no. The kid's been brought in by propaganda. Oh no. Boy with the sky blue hair has made his good escape. You'd best resume your search for this obstreperous youth. How's his friend? Well, not much. Can't fix tempering once the flesh is warped. That's what we're explicitly told. That's just normal for Garleans. You know, all Garleans are born with a third eye. Some of them are born with about 60 third eyes. Stop following me! I'm a little cold. It's the cubers again. Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight. He's standing right there. I'll likely be looking over his shoulder for signs of trouble from now on. With a weary sigh, you resume the hunt. Okay. Stealth section, baby! I know you're up to no good. Wasn't that wrong as Sissy's pet blob and you murder in cold blood, monster. There's no way. Perhaps I lost her. No way I could be hiding behind this. This way's blocked too. I'm a Rogan and I'm taller. It's harder to hide. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Stick up in the palanquin carried by Namazu. Okay, now you're walking really slowly. Okay. Must have been the wind. Hardest stealth sequence we've had so far. Yep. Yeah, the entire time you can't leave. Oh my god, okay. Must have been the wind. It's like, are you gonna turn in a couple seconds? Remember that Emma used to rule this nation? Of course, you'd have random monsters running around the streets for citizens' enjoyment. Because it's the cubers. The cubbers. The kobolds. Shit! Okay, this one's awesome. The deliberate running to where they know you're gonna hide. Instead of just like, you follow them and you just gotta hide behind something when they turn around. The kid's like actively gunning out where you would naturally hide. Like everyone, like people are gonna go, okay, well he's walking over here, so I'm gonna have to go behind this. And then the kid makes a dart to look directly there. This one's awesome. He's played this game before. This can't be. Yeah, the home's destroyed. I'm currently on Dawn Trail. Yeah, but he didn't do his side quest. That's why he didn't know I was here. Only MSQ. He never even, like, did any Alexander or Omega raids. He was so confused by Shadowbringers. No, our home. It was here. Right here. Okay, kid, I'm not gonna lie. Did you see the state of literally every other home on your way here? Surely at some point, this wouldn't be as surprising. You again? Leave me alone! I'm staying here to build a new house. Bigger and better than the old one. Do you know how to build? Child has escaped your grasp yet again. Though this may be construed as a particularly tiresome endeavor, remember that he is only a child and knows no better. You should find him before he comes to harm. Before you get annoyed that we're making him run away constantly, remember he's a fucking kid. This is what a kid would do in this situation. They would panic and run constantly. He's done solid Palace of the Dead. He's had pillow forts before. You don't know. Alright. Searching Salha goes away. There we go, kid. My exploding sword saved your life. Now you won't. Now you can live with tinnitus forever. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? Mommy and Daddy said you're a savage. Make your mom say I'm a savage when I take her to bed tonight. Ow! Probably shouldn't tell this kid that I'm gonna fuck his mom in front of him. It's probably gonna make him less likely to accept our help. You need help and I'm offering it. I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried. I should go back to the station. Hey, remember how depressing the Garlemald stream was? Welcome back, baby. Welcome back. Let's go. Yeah. I forgot how to get back because the place is fucking ruined. Let's go. It's alright, the roads, most of the roads are clear. It's fine. I take the roads and I'll be okay. People need carrots. How did they not realize that all they needed in their life was carrots of happiness? Bloody Garleans. This is why Garlemald fell. No carrots of happiness. I didn't realize how fucking far we went following that kid. Jesus. I didn't realize we went this far away from the train. Like, we had to go a little distance to get to him first from the train station. I didn't realize we went this far away. Holy shit. I was thinking, oh yeah, we took around like 2 corners and we're back. I'm like, oh, holy shit. Emmett deprived them of carrots of happiness. Damn. Does Emmett's villainy know no bounds? I was wondering when I'd see you again. Happy to report my son has returned. Poor creature. Should have seen him. Tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know you're the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I couldn't almost believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? I saw your home destroyed. Oh, sorry, Dad. I also saved his life. He was attacked by the horrid magic, you say? Goodness, must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a salutary lesson to be gained from this, though. One that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, take this. Eorzean Gil. I don't know why we have it either. Yay! Alright, so that's the one that we have there. And now get back to Camp Broken Glass, which has 2 questions. Does have 2 questions. We might be here for a bit. But we'll be fine. I'll have less to laugh at because everything here is going to be so depressing that I'll be fine. I'll go start all the quests and we can just try to knock them off all quicker. They probably got a Savage Business of Souvenirs job. Look at these savage Eorzeans. They still use like coin as currency. We just have our credit cards. Commissary officer has a hands full and is in need of an extra pair. Well, well, now here's a sight that warms the heart. Never thought I'd have the honor of meet a hero of your pedigree, let alone beg for your aid. You see, I've got a shipment of supplies sent down to Tapper's Den. Having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side would go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. I'd defend it myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. As long as it will escort me, I surely I'll make it worth your while. Well, I'll be waiting outside the gates of the camp. Come meet me when you're ready, but don't take too long. Once it's bound in these parts. Okay, it sounds like it's going to be an actual follow quest. I have a company that's an actual follow quest, never mind. I bet Garlemald has crypto. Yeah, you're probably right on that. The entirety of Garlemald has everything on the blockchain. Garlemald absolutely is crypto. If it's there, it was by design manifesto. In pursuit of power. Rummelnard would like your opinion on something. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Let me introduce myself. I'm Rummelnard of Ishgard. I'm in charge of our arrangement in Tapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the Tappers come to bearing Cerulean must ask quite a lot of us, and I do say so. They wish for our help in getting Juturna Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more is a Garlean. I was convinced that the only engineers left in Tabasam were from conquered territories. That's what I saw. Now, I guess I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. I think of your willingness to assist. Let's go and speak with the tapper in question then. He's a man by the name of Appius. Well, at least if I do the accompaniment quest, it should take me to the tapper's den. Never mind, it's right. Asm coin sold the worst on purpose. It was undermarketed. Oh no. Oh no. Do you reckon Emmett Stock ever tried to mint Sundered Souls as NFTs? Every minted NFT Sundered Soul is a limited run. All of them only have 14 of them. Stranded at the station. Carlos against our surroundings. But for what? Oh, I've seen you before. In Tertium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Oh, my apologies. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gala, First Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, though I suppose I'm one myself. I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody, in fact. Before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigiles Urbani, and it was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. I'll have it die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in chaos. Won't leave the station without them. I think that's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station and try persuading him to join your car. Could I trouble you accompany me? It was even good to see you're not the monster he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. Are you just at Tertium? Okay, you're just at Tertium. So we can just do that then. Presumably the groundwork for the 9th Humble Calamity, the crypto bubble being the catalyst. Oh my god, that thing that I talked about! I was right. There was gonna be an Umbral Calamity for crypto on one planet, and Sid trying to mint his NFT to come up with a cure of tempering was going to be it. Oh fuck, I called it. I called it so long ago. And by so long ago, I mean 5.4. I suppose you must be the friend Rimmer that wanted to fetch. The biggest rug pull. I mean, that's what the Ascians were trying to do to, like, well, honestly, a lot. There's been a lot of rug pulls they've tried to do. Nurgle High, Silver, Ardbert, and all of his friends, all of those were that. Would have been the Lightning Calamity, probably. Yeah, but, like, after the 8th, they've literally run out of all of them. They've run out of the 6 basic ones, and then Astral and Umbral. They've completely run out of everything by that point. So, for the rest of them, some of them are going to be repeated. And Sid minting NFTs could be the next Lightning one. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I only wanted someone else present during our talk. Or if because rug pull, or win because it's a bunch of nothing. Very well, though I do believe my profit deal would be a boon to us and the also had contingent alike. I used to work on the Deshona Platform G, you see. So I know more than most about that facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Guardian such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapperston? We're led to believe there are the former workers residing there were from other territories. But right in the technicality, I was a supervisor rather than typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seems right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapperston made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted. And that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles, you know, being conscripts and all. That's how I came to you. I time we have some real use to them. And everyone else if they're lucky. Dude literally didn't even realize that his workers were enslaved. Oh, Garlemald. If we manage to get the platform back and working, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. There's got to be something bad about, like, using ceruleum tech, though, right? There's got to be something about, like, oh, using ceruleum pumps, like, corrupted aether into the atmosphere, or just, like, oh, draining ceruleum from the land makes the land die because it no longer has aether to feed on. Well, there's got to be something, right? You don't have this entire imperial, like, fascist army, like, using ceruleum for everything, where the mining and processing and burning of ceruleum in of itself doesn't cause, like, problems, right? Surely. Or is ceruleum just actually chill? What is ceruleum? Is it dead dinosaurs like in our world? We've managed to get the platform back and working. Oh, I read that part. Which is lastly where you come in. Help us get things up and running again. You have your share of ceruleum coming out of the rig. Gonna come with a more mutually beneficial agreement if you tried. So he says. What do you think? Seems trustworthy, yeah. Enemies not kill him. Like, that's the issue. Yes, I've been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that's how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw you in your lot with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I should do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had to look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your spirits would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason, in any case. Assisting us with that use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. So I've not heard anything about ceruleum engines with scavenge breaking mill. As long as if they're entirely useless yet. But I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You're going to accompany me while I do so. That way you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you'll sense anything amiss. I mean, giant exploding sword. Usually deterrent. Let us begin with proper inspection then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready, Manifest. Dinosaur Aether. Yeah. It's probably just gasoline, and that has a lot of environmental impact, so I'm assuming ceruleum does too. It gives the sky cancer or something. Actually, honestly, that kind of sounds like the final days. Never mind. My apologies for dragging you into this, but I do appreciate the help. Keep an eye on him when you go and inspect those engines. The ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity. The purpose of this inspection is to work out what the parts will need. However, I'd hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. That's another accompany one. Look, we have the technology. Look, we have the technology. Look, we have the technology. I get it. I get it. You can have people follow me now. Awesome. I appreciate it. It's awesome. It's cool. I like it. It's cool. I get it. It's fine. How are there so fucking many yellows? Jesus. I think about it's like, yeah, we want to clean up the yellows at a stream at some point. And I look around at how many yellows there are. And I'm just like, Deku, how do you even work out which one of these are good? I-7 soldier, I'm leaving the encampment with a Gallian soldier. Hope that's chill. Oh, it turned out it was totally fucking chill. Trial and error. Fair. Fair. I do want to go back to all the old zones at some point and knock out every yellow. I just need, like, to know which ones I don't not do if we do want to save them. Hello there, fretting girl. If you do all of them, you'll get all the good ones. True. True. I'm inspecting them. I'm not finding anything on them. Are you just looking at them going, Yeah. Seems fucked. Oh, shit. That's out of the range. all the paladin ones. Or at least paladin ones turned to gladiator ones at some point. Oh, we're going inside. Oh, I got the hiccups. Chat, be warned, the hiccups have started attacking. The hiccups have decided to hook. Praise be to your deft hands. An idea of what our next step ought to be. Now perhaps it'd be a surprise reminder of our progress first. See, I get an Aether Current for this. And then I can go do this one. And then I get an Aether Current. Then I can do this one. It'll be an Aether Current. And then I can fly. And then I can fly. This didn't come during some dramatic MSQ moment. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, all of these ones even feel like they make sense to do after everything's chilled out. like, all of these moments here feel like they make more sense to do after Garlemald's, like, calmed down a bit. Because now it's just like, hey, so we've still got some problems long term, but, like, the people trying to kill everyone are no longer trying to kill everyone at the very least. So let's have a look at our generators. Let's not even... Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of these probably unlocked when you got really far into it. Because we had to go so far for any of the Garleans to listen to us in any capacity, you probably had to get to the point where most shit settled down before any of these blues even fucking appeared. I imagine your soul laser dying and suddenly hiccups. It's fine. I get hiccups a lot. They've just been less frequent lately. As I fear that each of these were examined and guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear on my integrity as an engineer. You're in dire need of instruction and proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw a little lamp light when you touch the switch, correct? It only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. It was switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out. And set them free solid instead, you lot turned them on. I'm gonna stay there, and I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I know you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Frozen Climes, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the game, by phone, we ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong. So may as well use your own, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's that spirit. I knew you'd come around. Yay! I almost never get hiccups, but I do very little talking, so not that I know what the cause of hiccups is. Guess what? Neither does anyone. Hiccups is one of those things that I'm pretty sure there is no actual common consensus or theory as there's nothing. Oh, this probably causes it. I think officially the answer is always, oh, probably that, maybe that. I don't know. I feel like that's the official answer. So I can see the red is spreading. It's now getting to here. I'm touching my face too much. There you are. I know you'd have the heart to help a soul in need after checking some engines. A company! Enter a different... Okay, there we go. Hiccups are caused by throat rabbits. The Loperids would never betray me like that. How dare you? They would never betray me. Oh, my friends, I can't believe he's protecting me. I'll be telling the story when I'm in my cups for moons to come. And then I walked across the frozen Garlean, climbs with Minor Festus in Blightwind. She who dedicates their all to their love for these worlds and its peoples. She said that a lot on the way across the snow, honestly. It kind of got boring. She murdered this giant yak for no reason. It wasn't even attacking us or hostile. She just killed it for some reason, but it was awesome when she did. Did you know she has a giant exploding sword? And the Glykies. It'll be some time yet before we map the entirety of this vast expanse. Stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garleans survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glakis with my own eyes, however, I'm gained some understanding of their disposition. Cold. Their disposition is cold. Tends to initiate a rejoining of the larynx and the pharynx or something. I mean, I didn't realize that parts of my throat were sundered in the first place, but from my experiences, rejoinings are pretty fucking bad, yeah, so that makes sense. There's nothing here to say, but I'm told those masses formed when ceruleum burst forth from the earth and come into contact with the surrounding water. Which things? Not sure what you're referring to. Freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. Water mixed in and prevented the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of ceruleum you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure ceruleum is wrested straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off the distance are doing. Well, so I've heard. Ceruleum bugs. I'm not sure what they're referring to. Like, I don't see what they're referring to. Like, why would we discuss that here? I don't even say. Is it that? Is it that? Like that little thing there? The Big Bang was just owl sundering. Oh shit! Someone doing MSQ over there. Here we are, safe and sound. Couldn't have done it without you, friend. So I've delivered the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? Let's go! You did it! Let's go, Saiji Saran to ya. Oh, you're actual level 84. You actually have to deal with enemies when running around places like this. Oh dear god, that's gonna suck on the moon when you get into the Caratorium. Nah, it's a little bit away. You might be 85 or so by then, and maybe they won't attack you. Actually, it could have been an easy one. Well, the monsters are cold and everything besides. Ain't worth much, but you have my thanks. Well, the goods have been safely delivered, but I'm afraid I have one more task to beg of you. This is a question. Thanks for me. Of course, I can do it myself. I'm afraid this calls for someone with skills that I lack. I'm not obligated to help me again, but seeing as they're already here, maybe you won't mind hearing me out? Hear me out. Arm it up. Commissary officers, please see you willing to help once more. It's going to be a third question, yeah. 12-hour stream, let's go. So you found it within your heart to help an old friend once again, eh? Rest assured, I won't soon forget your generosity. Now onto the matter at hand. I'm now facing the other direction. Yeah, I'm giving my legs a little bit of a break and I'm facing the other way now. It's like a barely reached out, but it's fine. People here have told me about the Magitech weaponry stored in the frozen tundra. No pilots to guide them, they unleash their fury upon whosoever is unfortunate enough to cross their path. So the refugees attempted to combat the threat using a few abundant suits of Magitech armor, but they were soon overwhelmed. So often you see Magitech turn on Magitech, but not much surprises me these days. Luckily no one was killed during that incident, but the mindless machines are still out there, primed and ready for their next target. That's where you come in. Sorry to say you're a demon in Magitech armor, I reckon you'd reduce those things to a past. Crabs before I even felt the chill in my fingertips. Like I said before, I do it myself, but seeing as I've never even ridden in a suit of armor, let's be buying myself a ticket to an early grave. Rest assured, however, that I'll do my best to learn from your example. Anyway, there's suit waiting for us outside. I'll go ahead and ready it for you. Don't leave me waiting out in the cold for too long. Yet to ride another one, let's go. I'll be if I could, but I was getting in the way. For what it's worth, I'll be praying for you, victory. Yo, you do an extra quest for us, but we're gonna get you to kill a bunch of things in the Magitech suit. Let's go. Your legs are attempting a rejoining. Oh no. Is this on Maggie? This is on Maggie. Well, she's ready as she'll ever be. I don't think I need to tell you this, but make sure not to bring those things near the cave. I'll send watch here to make sure that all goes to plan. Safe out there, friend. Let's go! Let go! Yeah! Bam! Bam! Okay, that doesn't even hurt the enemies. They don't even give a shit. They don't give a shit! I don't care! Calm music's the mood. The sense of despair. Let go! Oh dear god. Can I fight these on foot? Can I fight them on foot, actually? I'm legitimately more powerful on foot. Please? No! Or if I take armor mount, emoting has prepared me for this quest. Again, I'm more powerful on foot. My gunblade is stronger than the Magitech. Do you have any ideas how many memories of the dying I had to make for that? It's a really good weapon at making things dying now. It is, as the kids could say, fucking Poggy's cunt. You're canonically level 83. Hey, no. I'm synced. I'm at level 90. Random quest sync now. Up or down. Yawning. That's not canon. I went to the wrong one. I was about to go all the way down here. Oop. Oop. Should have gone to aim and unlock the fly first. She's gonna ask me for one more help after this. I can feel it in my bodice. I can feel it. She's gonna ask me to help once more again after this. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. She said once more. I don't trust her. Bam. Come together. There we go. Laser beams. Yeah. Yeah, everything dies. Yeah. Everything sort of dies when I miss them completely. Let's go. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. I want my dissect in my room. Seriously, my gunblade stronger. She's gonna ask me for another question. I can feel it. I can feel it within the depths of my soul. Or maybe one of the picture ones won't be multiples. Could be finding the kid up the top is just a single quest, and it's not that. And surprise, surprise, this is the actual chain, even though it doesn't have a picture. Ayo. Could happen. So could me yawning. Could happen. Tiredness has hit me very strong in the last like 10 minutes. I have very much hit the tired spell of the stream where it's like, yup, I am now at the point where I'm starting to actually get tired. To be fair, it has been like 9.5 hours at this point. At this point, it is a 9.5 hour stream. There you are, safe. It's alright, I don't have work tomorrow. Why know I pushed myself a lot last week and the next day was not fun. It's okay, I don't have work tomorrow. I just have a bunch of furniture to demolish and move. So, and also, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I've got all that to do. And I have to do it all by, like, 2 days later. So I need to make quick work of those heaps of metal. Dallas they were used to deadly effect when the Guardians waged war amongst themselves. To ensure they fight upon their own countrymen. They made sure to destroy anything that came within their sights. But they're causing trouble this far, it's distressing indeed. I must warn my spirits upon my return. For that, there's yet one more task I called. One more task. I fear I might be imposing over much, but you have my word that this is the last one. What's up? A dream farm! Dreaming one. You may. Commissary officer would seek the opinions of the refugees. One final task and I won't budge you any longer. Bother you any longer. You didn't find anything, at least don't if you don't want to. No, this time I mean to make use of your more diplomatic faculties. One of my duties is to find out whether refugees wish to return home or not. Naturally, each will have their own decision and their own reasons. Getting a general feeling for the vibes will help us determine the best way to help things ahead. Column old housing when? But it still looks like the area surrounding the capital. Give information I can from the people in caves. I speak with one man, but it may take a bit of work to find him. Told he ventured off towards the wreckage of the Imperial train. Now, we could wait for him to return, but I'm running behind as it is. If you could do this, you'd be helping only me, but all those who've been left without a home. Yoshi P. Yoshi P. Nightmare. I'm going up here. If I can do this one quest, unlock flight, and this is in the middle of dead fuck nowhere. It'll make it a lot easier. Assuming this quest up here also isn't dead fuck long. Am I missing a quest? Oh, I don't think I accepted the new quest for the engineer who was working on the ceruleum. I don't think I accepted. I don't think I actually accepted his quest. So I don't have it on my list. Oop. Remind us to do that when we go back to Camp Broken Glass again. My prediction's correct. He should still be around here. His name's Volossus. Raptor? But my son better for his scarlet locks. The only way the Guardians know how to tell kids apart, the color of their hair. Considering how lots in years live, I doubt he'd answer if we tried calling out for him. Would you mind helping me look? Solus Scalvers, whatever the kid's name was. Volsolces. It's like, well, my name's is too awesome. Oh wow, Volossus is right there. Hi there, Volossus Raptor. Who are you? The Eorzeans are gonna make fun of my name for being too awesome. Volossus! We've been looking everywhere for you. So refusing to join everyone up at the other camp, I see. I'm not going anywhere. Not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I know you. And with Jules, didn't you? Please, you gotta listen to me. Mom and Dad are alive. I know they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I'm feeling even more cooperative once he's got this off his chest. Hear him out, would you? Quick step on there. Fuck me. Bastard shits! Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, there was an Aether current on the way to the dungeon I never got. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Chat, bastard shits. Bastards and shits. This is technically closer. Bastard shits. Chat, I'm gonna die. Not like now, just like eventually. Final days and shit, you know. Eventually it'll happen. But in the moments leading up to it, I'm gonna think, man, remember that one time that I missed the Aether current and Garlemald? That's the worst it's ever been. And then everyone in chat, because I'm live streaming, like, my deathbed, is gonna be like, yeah, you really fucked up, man. You wasted, like, almost 3 minutes of people's time traveling across Garlemald to get it again. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. You can tell that I'm getting tired because I'm just talking nonsense. Don't say it. 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 You always talk nonsense. Come on! I told you not to say it. God, mean. Jesus. It was like right here too. We stopped at that fucking thing there and it was right there. Oh, I got everyone killed. I know what's going on. I'm getting distracted by researching Yuri. Yay! Now I can fly. Let's go. Now I can fly and everything's fine. Let's go. Alright, now we're gonna fly to middle of fucking nowhere so we can continue that quest. And then we can do the other questions. Next time Thanksgiving Day comes up, be sure to throw out a word and be thankful for lesbians. That's what I'm thankful for. Demon beast angries everywhere. Hello there, refugee. Oh, I see. Oh, start off the round, encounter someone else out here. If you come for the ceruleum, I'm afraid this area's already been pits clean. I'm here to ask if you want to return to your homeland. Jarek has already asked me as much, but I suppose you must be thorough. Could you give me a moment? Let's first offer a prayer for the departed. This wreckage was left in the wake of one particularly fierce battle. A dear friend of mine journeyed here to searching for abandoned supplies, but a sudden explosion cut his life short. Although I meant to offer him a lone prayer, why don't you join me? He always was one to enjoy the company of others, even those he scarcely knew. I've placed these stones to mark a spot of his passing. Pray to his memory, if you will. Thank you. Whatever sustenance prayers provide to those who have passed, I'm sure my grateful friend is grateful for it. As for your previous question, well, I am Alamegan by birth, and was taken from my home and family by the Empire, made to serve in their interminable wars. After 10 years, my hands were so stained with blood I no longer recognized them as my own. Days, weeks, years blended into one another until I was released from service. For the first time in a long while, I thought for myself, did my wife and child live? Would they allow one so steeped in sin back into their home? Even now I cannot bring myself to consider the answers to those questions. So in short, I cannot say. Please, leave me with my thoughts. I won't be far behind. I promise. Better be. I've had enough moments of people dying on us. After moments of contemplation like that. Hard to trust when someone in Garlemald talks about their history and how many bad things have happened and how things are only really bad now, and they say, leave me alone for a moment. I don't trust that. There you are, and even sooner than I anticipated. What'd the man say? The man said he hasn't made up his mind yet because a lot of dead people and he killed a lot of people. I see. Such a tragic story, but sadly, not an uncommon one. It seems that for some, the question of where home lies has no easy answer. In any case, we've done all that we can at present. Let's return to the camp and report our findings to the contingent. Broken glass. Ah, she's back in her starting spot. Maybe it does mean it's the end. One more favor. I've gone to the trouble of submitting my report already, so you needn't worry about that. And as I promised, that brings an end to my endless requests. Truth be told, my motivations being here are entirely out of a sense of duty. My father was conscripted into the Gallian forces long ago, so when I heard that refugees had been found here, I had to meet them for myself. I volunteered for this duty. Unfortunately, the refugees stirred my memories of him. Still, I won't give up my search. No matter what mistakes he was forced to commit, all I want is to see him again. To share a meal under the same roof. Some, like Jarek, seem resigned to accept this place as their home. But there are others, like my father, who have people waiting for them, searching for them. If I can see even one family reunited, then all this will have been worth it. Although the road ahead is a long one, so I myself forcing you to walk it with me. Thanks for all you've done, friend. Please take this. You've earned it 1,000 times over. Like such different vibes to the blues we were doing earlier. Yeah, it may be chilly, but I got some great deals on rare items that are shown on the cockles of your art. I'll ask for a return. A bi-color gemstones. What do you say? Hey, what do you sell currently? Ovibos, Almasti, and Saiga. Of course, nothing actually good. All right. No, I didn't. Let's say, go back to the quest that we had from here. I never accepted it. Rhyme lad. Can't broken engines. No. Room will not, bro. Perhaps requires some thawing. Are you become even more excited? Will you indeed require additional parts to perform your repairs? Can I say I spot any likely spares or setting up the camp? Ah, it's so good to have a quick thinking machinist like yourself on my side. No amount of flattery will convince me to take you to my superiors that we have physical proof of your good intentions. Now focus, please. Spare parts required, yes or no? Yes, yes. Your victim's about the shoulders, did you know that? I will be needing a replacement carburetor for one of the engines. Fortunately, the last same sort of engines we use at Monitoring Station G, last I checked. We were able to find what we need there. After I swapped out the faulty part and made other repairs, I'll warm up the engines properly. That should clear any cerulean residue and allow them to run at full capacity once more. With that in mind, I want to start taking things apart. Can you measure the carburetor for me? Do you even know what a carburetor is? Yeah, it's the thing that you radiate in the car. And then when you use the carburetor, it carburetes the, Incubator, I believe. She's a bona fide hero, you know. You can't just ask her to do your bidding. And rudely at that. The other chick did. All on the rude part. No idea, but leave it to me. I'm sure I'll find it. You're certain. You'll need to look for a tube connected to the cerulean engine's core. Any magic devices utilize them. I should keep an eye on Arceus. No. It's carburetor. 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 Just can't. Monitoring station, gee. I'll be honest, I thought it was that because it's the thing that the picture was looking at the whole time. I saw the two fucking Elps down here. Sorry, Tursas. I guess it's the Guardian name for them. I saw these two here, like, facing, like, each other with their tails off to the side, and I thought it was, like, one giant mob, and I was like, is that a hunt mark? I might need context for the Yuri Cave story thing. That was so many hours ago. Oh, I have too much power over chat. It's evil. No, there's one moment where you can play as Curly Brace. You have to unlock Curly Brace as like a side character. But there's one moment where you have Curly Brace and she's the female river. And you can play as her. And then there's one of the rabbits. Choco, I believe is the name. And there's one moment in the game, I can't remember exactly the exact moment, but there's one moment in the game where you can sleep in the bed in Choco's house. And then Choco joins you and then the screen fades to black, and when you wake up the next morning, you have Choco's lipstick in your inventory. And that secret was shown to me. Like, you can do that in the normal playthrough or the Curly Brace playthrough. And so that chat told me about that during the Curly Brace one, so it was a lesbian sex scene. I tried looking for art of it. I couldn't find any. Don't worry. There's a lot of art out there of Curly Brace if you're looking for it. There's so much of it. But any art of that specific moment, I could not find. The so-called carburetor appears to be in better days. This is just the same thing we were inspecting when we were in there. I guess we're taking a part of this to fix it. Perhaps another cerulean engine has a nicer one. That one's a little dirty. That one looks like kind of shit. What about this one? The so-called carburetor. The so-called carburetor, if that is your real name. I didn't know what the carburetor was, so I just brought back 3 entire fucking engines. Is this what you asked for? Now you've got more spare parts for other things, probably. This carburetor appears to be intact. PS 100%. Yay! Yay! Now we can carburate the defibrillator. Let's go! And then we'll finally be able to defibrillate the alternator. And then I think the engine should be working. They're doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Hello there, Ronald. Oh, he's giving an eye on Arceus still. Not a moment too soon. You gotta find an intact carburetor. Carburetor, that is a spring. Key component in any cerulean engine that works properly. I'm sure that's what carburetors look like. I am positive carburetors look like springs. This will do it. Now Ronald and I can finish up fixing those engines in no time at all. Crafting sounds. No synth sound complete, but there was a turning on an engine sound. Everything's in order. This should be much more efficient. I didn't notice I've stopped making strange and ominous noises. I must say, I'm taken aback by your abundance of skill. Let me think about for everyone here at Camp Broken Glass. Oh, the pleasure's all mine. Happy to be of service. You do seem genuine about that. Tell me, do you have some sort of connection to Camp Broken Glass? In a way. I hail from Laternium, as it happens. There's a village here, precisely where your camp is now. It acts as a checkpoint to those visiting the capital, but also home to the Rig's workers and our families. Obviously, much has happened since I could last call this place home, but in my heart of hearts, it always will be. I think we heard Laternium before when we first got here. I must apologize. We're effectively occupying your home. You have placed the full burden of proving good faith in our dealings upon you. Oh no, I couldn't blame you for that. We've hardly had a viable alternative to abandoning Laternium, knowing we could never defend ourselves against wandering bands of mad soldiers, but that reality is no more your fault than ours. I think it's actually slightly more your fault than ours, given the fact that, you know, you were a part of Garlemald and it was Garlemald that got Garleans tempered, but in terms of on individual level, it's like, oh yeah, only slightly. If you vacated right this instant, I doubt many of us would return. We simply don't have the resources. Until Eternal Platform G is back in working order, that is. Truth be told, your presence here is what I've been carrying hope. If you agree to help me now, there may come a day when other survivors and I can come home. Fury above, I certainly can't turn you away now. Sub-story and all. Fuck. Have you proven yourself with your work this day? I have no lingering qualms about approaching my superiors with your proposal. Truly? Oh, I could kiss you. Okay, now I have some qualms. Perhaps I should temper my expectations. I don't think he's actually going to kiss me back. Or it's better to remain positive. No, maybe he will. Quick, tell me what face better endears you to my cause. Occupation reactivation. From that is now surprisingly keen to get the platform up and running. If there are no objections, I'll speak with the quartermaster about getting the necessary men and supplies for this operation straight away. He's stationed just over there at the pavilion. Can I trouble you to accompany me? Might help if another can testify to Appius' sincerity and competence. Great idea. What are we waiting for? Well, one thing you didn't have a care in the world. Does pay that as the Lord is amused rather than irritated. Hey, we saw us a little before. Isn't actually busy over here. Yo. There. Nope, you're Talon. There's the Lord. There we go. Hello there, my friends. This is Quartermaster Isolate. Have you two not met? That's really setting in now. Ah, Ruminald! I see you for Mistress Susan Blowin, and is that the envoy from Tapper's Den? Yes. You see, it all began with Appius here. Get the microphone doing that. I see. Certainly be a boon to us if the platform was restored to working order. Why is there a rabbit standing on my table? Don't worry, it came from the moon. Long story. By the way, the world's ending. No doubt. So you agree to help? On one condition. Must first confirm the platform can be reactivated. We aren't blessed with the surfer personnel and resources, you know. Thus, our reaching out to the Tappers to begin with. Cannot waste time and manpower on operations with little chance of success. Romanard, you're tasked with assessing the current state of Deterna Platform G, as well as the precise... Oh, I guess the Deterna Platform, so that was like the station G. As well as the precise resources we need to commit to reactivating it. Shall make a final decision on how to proceed only once I am fully abreast of the situation. But there's so many breasts right here. They're on display right... How are you not abreast of the situation? I've got them out in the freezing fucking cold and it's not enough? Jesus Christ. Fucking Gridanians, am I right? See, there's nothing more satisfying than being racist to someone who's racist. In that case, Manifest and I will accompany you. You really ought to stop making decisions on Manifest's behalf, but I'd be glad for the company. Maybe to the channel platform G if you would. Appius can help me carry the equipment. Can we reactivate that platform will play a key role in restoring these lands to their former habitability. Pray you return with good tidings. Surely there was somewhere between here and Corvus that was a little bit better for the Garleans to call home when they were kicked out, right? They had to choose the coldest fucking place on the planet. Stop. So now I'm getting it backwards. Now I'm getting it the other way around. I talked before about how I'm keep accidentally calling the planet a star in 7, and so I'm like overcorrecting myself and doing it a little early. Mining platform, Zona platform G. Whee! Plump. Your eye doesn't exist, so I can't even find a picture of them together. See, is what I mean. You can have a lesbian sex scene in a video game, and no one online has drawn art of it. It's wild. It's wild. This would have to come together to pull money to commission. It's the only the only possible explanation. There's an Imperial facility, to be sure. Gosh, if you ask me. So miss the days when we had a full crew, pumping, tinkering, operating heavy machinery on too little sleep. Missed that. So much as I'd like to know what the hell's you're on about, we have no time to be revisiting old memories. We're here for one reason and one reason only. I know. Because the exterior seems unharmed. I'll head inside and have a look around. You do stay here and make sure nothing large and hungry is waiting for me when I come back. Sounds reasonable. Might have us let us keep our wits about us. Excellent. See you both in a bit. I mean, I don't think it looks hungry, and it's not that... it's pretty big. Compared to a person, it's decently big. But it doesn't look hungry. I think we're fine. It looks really warm out here, is it? Nevertheless, we must stay focused. It's alright, especially not right now, because I'm not changing in my winter glam, and instead, these are out. I'm too lazy. We had the big dramatic moment of everyone gets rid of their winter glam in the middle of the MSQ. I don't care if we've come back and we're outside of that. It's still fucking freezing here. I like seeing mine if it's dressed like this. That's the same energy as the MMMF other FF. Ordering a quantity of fanfiction AO3. Why is this my life? It's so funny because, like, based on just the people that I know and the people that I talk to and the people that I follow on social media, that I see significantly more FF in my life compared to anything else by such a large margin that I kind of start forgetting that not everyone on the planet's a lesbian. Obvious. How'd it look? The equipment appears undamaged, so the temperatures are so low that we'll need to be careful about how we turn everything on again. It's just... Oh, is there another issue? In a word, yes. I couldn't find the identification key. That is no way to activate the platform, even if it were in pristine condition. And why exactly was it designed with such an obvious flaw? Well, they assumed they'd never be conquered. Or, like, ruined. Flaw? Turn above MD's the capital's main supply of ceruleum. It wouldn't do if anyone could turn it off and on now, would it? The key is always kept secure, and only 2 people are able to open it, so the can is usually stored in. Myself and Chief Frontinus. I haven't seen him since this blasted war began, but I can only imagine he's out there somewhere, key in hand. What about yours? Which means he avoided being tempered. I see a lot of Final Fantasy. No, anyone quite as loyal to the Empire as Chief Frontinus. Probably took the key to stop anyone from misusing the platform. I'd say he succeeded in his aim. They'd stayed dormant this whole time and out of the hands of the warring factions. Indeed. Now we just need to find out where he is. Sorry for wasting your time. So we can get this place up and running without that key. So I'm just gonna give up just like that. Not after I found a carburetor for you, you don't. I had to look for a carburetor. I wasn't even sure what that was. I suppose you're right. With the 3 of us together, surely we can think of something. Simple. Walk into the ruins capital, yell, Frontinus! And just see what happens. Now you might say, isn't that a dangerous plan? What about things that showing up? I think you're forgetting my giant fucking exploding sword. Thank you very much. I appreciate your optimism, but how are we going to solve this problem? I just told you, yell, go into the middle of calm mode, yell frotting and see what happens. Energy for all. Remember, now has precisely one solution in mind, which is notably better than 0. There's really no way to bypass the mechanism that the identification key interacts with. What exactly do you mean? Oh, it's the manufacturing Ishgard. I once watched my superior, as is his way, dismantle a magic armament and put it back together again. That's Stefanivian. Is it can bypass the verification mechanism required to activate the machine by rewiring it? I was wondering if something similar wouldn't be possible with the platform. That's something a second-rate thief would do! It's your platform, we're not thieves, it's fine. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Save your chief engineer appearing out of thin air, it's likely our only option. You got a point there. And far be it from me to turn down a proposal from an esteemed colleague. I'm so glad to have you at my disposal. That's the spirit, I suppose. I shall return again upon the quartermaster of our plan. You should be willing to spare an external power source and a few other tools if I vow to return them soon. Perhaps even some extra pairs of hands. Not even a fanfic on AO3. The only evidence of it existing is my LPFK story. There's been open up the control panel and rearrange a few things before Rimonal returns. Meantime, I think if you keep an eye out for anything that might eat him on the way back. I've never so many beasts around before. Camera glitch. But they must have gotten comfortable with us, without us traipsing back and forth across the ice. A little too comfortable if you ask me. Alright, don't come out until I check that something's make sure that something's not hungry out here. The cerulean sprite still looks mighty hungry. Oh shit. There's evil afoot. I can tell because the destination is ominous. Cerulean slush Zoblin. Oh, I love slushies. Part of me says, oh, I should go to Slurpee after stream. Fucking cold. Probably not. Probably not a wise one. Ah, I always double down. Ominous purple smoke. Well, I killed those two things. All the other Almasties, I'm sure he can deal with on his own. He's a soldier, he'll be fine. This is not ominous black/grey smoke. I don't think this ice has elected a new pope, so I think it's fine. Done all I can for now. I haven't got your end of your battle with those creatures. Spectacular. You didn't need to double down their corpses, though. That was a little weird. I guess with the X cut, you like literally would cut it into 4 chunks. It'd be very disgusting. Yo! That's more than a couple hands that I thought. Ready to get to work, I hope. Of course! All that's left to engage is in a bit of Ishgardian skullduggery. I'm not sure I care for that turn of phrase, but very well. We'll attach the power devices, which should allow you to utilize the control panel. Thrilling! This will be up and running before you know it. Just stand back and watch the master at work. But the ominous music is playing. The music of shit's about to go wrong and or schemes are afoot is playing, Appius. This is not music of hell yeah, let's fucking go. The Warrior of Light's true ability. All music is diegetic, so they can tell how a cutscene's gonna go based on the music that's playing. Is it doing anything? So the music is Charlotte right now is a silver lining. That is true. It worked. Yes. I saw the screen shake. I didn't see anything move. Yeah, I bet it did. There's life in the old girl yet. Of course, still a lot of work to be done to get it ready to extract and refine cerulean, but we're off to an excellent start. During Scarlemore just took its first steps on the road to recovery. I cannot thank you both enough. Yeah. Question: if we like help rebuild Garlemald as a nation, how do we stop the new rebuilt Garlemald nation not being fascist? How do we do that? How do we go about this prospect? I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know how to just be like, we're gonna help Garlemald rebuild, we're gonna help them like not freeze to death and everything like that. Democracy? I don't think democracy is like a foolproof solution to stopping fascism. Recent events have not changed my opinion on this. I'll be feeling that thrill for days. Fortunate to have a brilliant new friends. It can help. It's not a perfect solution though. Democracy won't always prevent it. But it's better than what they have. That is true. What they have is blood lineage emperors. So, democracy is probably better than that. I'm pleased that this plan was a success after all. Appreciate your seeing through to the end. We're still working on it, but I guess this is the end. We can leave the rest of the engineers I brought with me. They're more than capable of keeping the place operational until we're prepared for the next phase. Azor will return to camp and inform Ezreal of our triumph. Ezreal, we're fucking poggies. Let's go. Ezreal, we have a lot of good information for you. Let go. I'm teleporting, I'm lazy. I am lazy, I will teleport. Yay, teleporting! Yay! Yay, let's go. Rome did eventually become Italy. Yeah, but like, also Italy for a certain period of time there. Like, after Rome became Italy, you know, there was that period of time in Italy after it was Rome. You know. Okay, barring the whole tour fascism thing. The whole point is to stop them from doing another fascism. My whole goal is to stop Garlemald from doing another fascism. So all we gotta do is say, alright, you see that country over there? Do what they did. Except for the part where they did a fascism. Foolproof solution. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's not like all the countries who went and beat the Nazis anyway started doing their own anyways. It's not like that's been steadily growing since the moment they beat the Nazis or anything. It's not like the Nazis were inspired by some of the countries that beat them or anything. It's fine. It's fine. Because, I mean, just give them a whole lot of books on World War II and hope they're horrified instead of inspired. That's what we did. That's what we tried to do for gamers. We tried to have gamers play a bunch of Call of Duty games where you had to fight off zombie Nazis. And now look at gamers. Shit, I'm starting to think this plan's a little more difficult than what I was hoping. Shit. I think this plan's going to be a little bit more difficult to stop than in the space of 4 yellow quests in a video game. Shit. Good to see you again. I was just wondering when I might hear how you had fared with the platform. I heard a roar and I said, yay, it's not fascist. Lesbians will save us. There we go. There we go. See, this is the cure for the world. Pump Garlemald full of lesbians. What are we pumping the lesbians with? It seems I won't have to wait any longer. I trust your eagerness is a sign that you had some success. Yes, sir. We're able to access the platform's controls to confirm that it is operational. There are still adjustments to be made, but I imagine it won't be long until it's fully armed and operational. Splendid. The camp can secure a stable supply of energy. We can begin rebuilding throughout the region. Something sexual. Rainbows. We can get all the gay rocks from the moon. It all comes together, like what all the lesbians will do. It will doubtless give succor to those in Tapas and the capital proper as well. One of our goals when we first came here was to improve the lives of those that can still call this frozen land home. And you have made a great contribution towards realizing that ambition. Thank you, sir. Certainly wouldn't have made it this far without your genius. The days when Garlemald looked toward a bright future seem so distant now that the snow and the frost have reclaimed their dominion. But I, for one, am ready to embark on the same journey that my ancestors once did, build a new home around the warmth of cerulean flame. Again, is there like, I feel like again, it's just the burning of ceruleum and using ceruleum to like become technologically advanced and then using that to do an imperialism is like a very obvious direct metaphor for fossil fuels in our world. It's just fossil fuels in our world also kill the environment. And I feel like there has to be some level of, and ceruleum is bad when you burn it too much because of these problems that has to exist in this game. Surely ceruleum is not just like a clean energy source that has no repercussions in this world, because it is just, it lines up too similar. Like the real world counterparts that I'm just like, really? You're gonna make like straight up, this is just fantasy Japan, there's no other subtlety to it. It's just fantasy Japan, but fantasy fossil fuels are a clean energy source? I'm confused. I'm confused. We're trying to solve final days so we can handle one environmental calamity at a time. You're right. We'll worry about stopping the fascism after we solve the environmental calamity. There's absolutely no world where those two things need to be stopped hand in hand because they feed into each other. We'll be fine. So when the time comes, I shall be proud to know that I worked alongside you. I must thank you as well. You told me to listen with sincerity to the words of those I would otherwise have unjustly scorned. Yay! I imagine it'll be some time before we can return to its former inhabitants, but I promise that when we do, it'll be in a better state than when you left. Well then, we better get to work. Ah, we indeed. And there they go running off. Eventually, it will become Yowie. Meat kebabs! Harm's rest and bell peppers grilled to perfection. Maybe. Maybe. I have very mixed opinions on capsicum. Though it's grilled, I probably would like it. I'd probably like it. Capsicum's one of those things where I either cannot taste it at all, or I hate the taste of it, or I love the taste of it. Entirely depend on how it's cooked and what it's put with. Which probably comes from the fact that my mum is incredibly allergic to capsicum. That sometimes I will just absolutely hate it. But if it's grilled, then I probably would like it. Because if you get when you get like a burrito and they have like the sauteed capsicum on there, I really like that. Capsicum's our word for bell pepper, in case I was not clear. Yeah. I don't know which countries call it bell peppers and which one call it capsicum, but I know they're like the same thing. Capsicum's the word that Australia would use at the very least for bell peppers. We know the shining climate accord after we saw the water from rotting, and then Sorrel couldn't pull out of it. What? Why is Sorrel pulling out of it? What? Door trail spoilers. Okay, to be fair, the only thing I know about Tyrell at this point is Lapis come from there, and what you're actually saying does make sense because there are people who are trying to colonize Tyrell by stealing all of their ceruleum, which is again just another thing of just like why it feels like it's a fucking like fossil fuel thing, because like the only thing that we learned from the Blue Mage quest was that someone's trying to like take over Tyrell to steal all their ceruleum, and they poisoned them with blankets. Like, it's the only thing we know about it. It's a new world, so it's like America, right? I mean, based on the racist depictions of New World gear in this game, I'm going to assume so. Don't even read too much into it, it's not that deep. But that's what we do here. We take the joke too far. King crab cake. But I said I don't like crab. I can't remember the last time I tried crab, and I don't remember if I liked it, and I don't know if I have tried it ever. Don't remember. Fish and vegetables. I know I wouldn't like that. And borscht. Joshua Red Garlic soup made of beetroot. I know I wouldn't like that. I fucking hate beetroot. I'm taking the island meat kebab. I'd probably like the bell peppers and everything. Again, I like sauteed bell pepper. I like sauteed bell pepper, so I probably would like it. Anyways. One question left, which is over here somewhere. I don't know which one it is. I don't know which one of these it is. But I know where it is. It was the kid. Because I've had capsicum like diced up and cooked into rice before, and then when I bite into it in the rice, I hate the flavor. I'm just like, no, fucking disgusting. No, absolutely not. But then again, you can get a burrito that has sauteed bell peppers in it, and I really like it. So I don't know. I don't know. It's safer here than outside, but it's clearly better off come with us. Must be some way to persuade him. Coming outside this contingent goes for a funny hat. No, Manifest doesn't have a hat for her glam because, like, the whole hats were, like, hiding part of her face or, like, covering an eye patch or anything like that. So now that Manifest is fully adopting herself, she no longer has anything to cover her face. She's showing her true face to the world now that she's accepting her name. So she doesn't wear a headpiece anymore. Ayy. I told you I put way too much fucking thought into this glam. Into, like, why it represents Manifest at her most Manifest level. Might look a little silly if you're just like, oh yeah, no, this is like my Endwalker glam. This is my Endwalker glam. My pirate cosplay with my tits out. I know it may look a little ridiculous from that front in terms of, like, why that's the Endwalker glam when you look at, like, how serious the Shadowbringers glams that I had were for Dark Knight and everything. But it does make sense. It mainly makes sense because it's the same coat that she was wearing at the end of AR. And then everything else was just adopted around the idea of the name thing. Oh, and a golem old souvenir, I don't care. We have funny hats at home. It's also, we don't wear funny hats. Also, like, the only way I know how to get Garlean gear is freaking, Delabrum. You can, if you want your Garlean, if you want your souvenir Garlean hat, run Delabrum. And if you want to dye it, do Delabrum Savage. Longing for home. Molossus will not be moved. Like, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Please help me find my parents. My mom's got red hair just like me and my dad. There are, like, 2 different stories of parent and child with the same unique hair color in this train station. No, with a shitty mask they made you wear it. Oh, no, don't put me back in the potato sack from earlier. Not the Lopper Glam again, no. Molossus, you have to understand there's little chance we'd find your parents, even if we went looking for them. I do understand, that's why I'm waiting here. They promised to meet me at the station. I'm not so dangerous to meet outside. But you 2 can fight, can't you? So please, don't give up on them like everyone else. Won't hurt to look, will it? I worry they were only giving him false hope. But very well. After all, the least we can do is try. Thanks to my time in Vigilis Urbani, I know the capital at the back of my hands. Okay, when you knew the capital, was it exploded? A little different. It's like when you have to navigate in Yakuza Dead Souls, and it's just like, yeah, I know how to get around Kamurocho. But some of it's exploded and some of the streets locked off now. And also there's like hordes of zombies. I have to slightly adapt to be able to get around. Though I guess I still like know roughly where I'm going, and as long as I'm heading in the right direction, I can work out where I need to be. And then once I find anywhere that looks even slightly familiar, even amongst the carnage and wreckage, then I know where I'm going. So I guess it works out. Between 2 of us, we should be able to conduct a reasonably thorough search. And she got a map. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see them again. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's exactly what I was afraid of. So task at hand then. Given the present state of the capital, tracing his parents' steps will be no easy feat. Molossus, do you know anything that might help us in our search? Well, I was thinking about going back to my house, if it's still there. Where is that? Any landmarks nearby? They got roads and streets. Surely they got names for the streets? I won't know them, she will. It's on the outskirts of town, to the south, between the tavern and the bookshop. Yo, if I lived somewhere where I had a bookshop on one side and a tavern on the other, I'd be stoked. Trying to think of my local. I know, like, near my local shops, there's actually 2 different hotels. One of them's expensive, though. The other one's fine. There might be a bookshop there. I know there's a sex shop. Not been in it, but I know there's one there. It's awesome. There's a sex shop near where I live. Like, in all the shops that are the closest to where I live. There's a sex shop there. And the name of the shop is awesome, but I won't say it out loud because that will probably dox me. Because the name is probably unique and it's probably the only one like that. So if you looked up the name of the shop, it probably would dox me. So I won't say the name of the shop, but it is awesome. But I will say, and the name of it is like, and I'm just like, if you've never been in there, how do you know it's a sex shop if you've only seen the name? Trust me, the name tells you it's absolutely a sex shop. But the big thing is that like they've like it's a door that just goes upstairs because it's like one of the higher like it's on top of another shop. But it's the door, there's the shop name, and the entire background for the shop name is just a rainbow flag. And I'm just like, nice, it's also a queer-friendly sex shop. Let's go. There's a gun shop around the corner, sadly. Not one of those around here. Am I familiar with every single shop that's down the road? No. Do I know there's no gun shop? Yes. Oh, and Dad always used to fly a huge Imperial flag in front of our house. We're the only family that had one in our neighborhood. All the others weren't patriotic enough, I guess. That should be enough to go on. Alright, let's get going. Tell me, Velocitous, did your dad ever stand in front of that flag talking about how he had a grand, glorious dream? Just trying to work out the chances of him still being currently alive. They're alive. I know they are. I guess he didn't do that then. That's my guess at the very least. Probably a good thing we didn't do these yellows during the Garlean stuff. I mean, one, fucking Christ, without it, that stream was still nearly 12 hours long. But two, during the sad Garlean chapter, I would have been cracking all of these, air quotes, jokes. Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. It's alright, well, at some point, we'll have role quest unlocks, so every blue from now on, we don't have to actually do during the MSQ. We can do them in the role quests stream, because there'll be 3 of them in a row once we get to them. And for any of the zones / half zones we do after the role quests, we either do them during the MSQ or we do it in post MSQ. One or the other. We can just build a new sex shop. Well, we're in the right area. Remember, he said it was between a tavern and a bookshop. How the fuck am I meant to tell any of that from this day? Like, look at it. They had a large imperial flag in front of the house. That I might be able to find. Just because everything around here is turned to ash, and that flag is a white flag. Let me know that maybe find anything that might be useful, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Let's start our search. What are you looking at? Jesus Christ, the dust in the air. Jesus Christ. Lesbians are gonna save Garland from fascism. We're gonna need a sex shop anyway. True. True. Oh shit! Piece of drenched paper. That is a flag. That's just a Garlean flag. Find a letter amidst the rubble. It begins, "Dearest Volossus, I pray this message finds you well." I'm sure that's fine. Carl will be eager to inspect this potentially vital clue. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure a letter written to the kid means that everything is happy. Found something, have you? Let's have a look. You know, I feel like there was other things I was meant to inspect first. And I just happened to find the right thing first. Because, I mean, that was in a building tucked around the corner. Probably meant to be the more hidden one. It's the rest of the Volossus. Hadn't from his parents to this. Did we read the rest of the letter? Did the rest of the letter saying, "I'm dying, please don't die"? Or did the rest of it say, "We're going somewhere to meet up, let's meet there"? Like, what did the rest of it say? You said you found it nearby. Well, someone's tried to clear away the rubble, but then thought better of it. The place is far too exposed. His parents must have come back to see if their boy had returned home and left him this letter. Mine's broken until they're reading property of me. Judging by the condition of the paper, it's safe to assume some time has passed since their visit. I'll let it bump them into them simply waiting here. I'll write a play just in case they return, but for now let's head back to Colossus. Excellent work finding this. And I'm sure everything will be fine. And teleport to Tertium. I know it's not that far away to fly, but I can't just fly directly to it. I have to fly around and then go down the staircase. I'm gonna cheat. I'm lazy. L to the A to the Z, Y, and laziness gonna boom like the own. I'm tired. Give me a break. Did you find anything? Jesus Christ, it's been 10.5 hours. Shorter day today. Today will be a shorter day, thankfully. Oh, but what if we did all the blues today? Fucking goddamn it. It's alright, every MSQ stream of Endwalker is gonna be over 10 hours, it's fine. Is Dawntrail gonna be like this too? Like, I'm fine with Endwalker being like this because, you know, big dramatic finale. Is Dawntrail gonna be like this too? I was expecting Make It Rain, TBH. Again, if we do that, it won't be part of, like, the YouTube, like, this YouTube video. Because, like, I'm happy to do these blues as part of the YouTube video. Make It Rain is too much. That's too juxtaposed. And also, at this point, I'll do it tomorrow. I have tomorrow off work. I wasn't planning on streaming tomorrow because I have shit to do, but I'll do it tomorrow. And then next stream might be like this one though. Well, if it's gone back to 5 now, based on the map, then it is half a zone. It's another half zone, which means there won't be as many blues. Why, yes we did! A letter addressed to you from your parents, in fact. This is sure to help in our search, I know it. Can I see it? What did the letter say? This will determine, like, whether we can find them or not. This is addressed to me, but it isn't Mum or Dad's handwriting. Get fucked, kid. Lol them out. Don't give up so easily, Colossus. Here, let me read it for you. I am injured, but am in. Do not worry about me. For now, you must stay out of danger. Love, Bibsanya. Fortunately, looks like the part detail in the location got wet at some stage. It's completely eligible. No! It got wet and ruined and you can't read it anymore. Damn, this letter had to suffer the same fate as my Edelgard Byleth Dojin porn. Unfair. Unfair. World is cruel. Vivsanya! That's Mum's name! That's what it is from her after all. There's a good chance she's still alive. I knew it! I'm one step closer to finding her. I guess it's not her handwriting because she could barely write though, so... Well, see, I'm amazed we found anything. Thank you for convincing me that the search was worthwhile. It's going to say to me now while your comrades have nothing but praise for you. With you on the case, we'll find his mother in no time. You murdering all of my friends in Praetorium, I forgive it. He helps you find a letter to a kid. To be fair, Gala's part of the First Legion. She probably wasn't there because I was 14th Legion shit. Maybe Dad's with her. Palatial possibilities. I thought I said palatable possibilities. See, if you grill the capsicum, then it's a palatable possibility. Gala's on a mission to find a mother. I'm on a mission to find a mother too, but a slightly different one. And I already found one, and her name's Emilios. Until now, I thought that the best thing we could do for Lossus is take him straight to Camp Broken Claws. But with the new information that's come to light, perhaps it's better for him to wait here a little longer. At least while we search for his parents. I appreciate looking for them, I really do. If you're gonna thank anyone, thank Mindfist for changing my mind. Right, let's go over what we learned from the letter. Vivsanya is injured but in a safe location. Lossus says on his parents' handwriting, which means she must be with another person entirely, so that she can also write letters in her stead. Or at least that's what I make of it. Do you know where she might go in a time of emergency? Maybe Palatium Novum? She was a maid there. Last time I saw her, she was on her way there. Even with all the fighting, she had lots to do. She told me to keep listening to the radio in case there was any news about the war. If anything really bad happened, we would meet her here at the station. If she didn't have the radio with her, she might have been tempted. I don't know what it is about Gallian women civilians, but would. Is it because they're a woman in Final Fantasy XIV, which automatically makes them hot? Sorry, they're a character of age in Final Fantasy XIV, which immediately makes them hot? Or is it just or is the fact that it seems like every Gallian woman has, like, bright hair? Could be that. So the radio kept you from harm, and thanks to her forethought, you were able to find shelter immediately after the city sent chaos. Your mother's a clever woman indeed, but I wonder, why hasn't she made her way here? She could be done bad. She worked at Palatium Novum. Titus and Nervous residence. Perhaps when she learned the station was held by their enemies, the First Legion, she may have thought against coming here. Even with the war effectively over, she may have been suspected as a spy or the like. So, any thoughts on the matter? Associates of the royal family. Could possibly still be in Palatium Novum. I mean, I'm assuming if they didn't have a radio, she got fucking tempered, but... Indeed. Explains why Shovel still have to worry about her and think only of his own safety. Anyway, let's make our way to Palatium Novum. See if we can what we can find. To Palatium Novum! Hope you find my mom. Then we can be together again! Surely, like, okay, like, look. There's also another reason why it was probably a wise idea to do these blues after Garlemald. These blue quests have been way too fucking hopeful so far. All of them have, like, gone well. We found the kid and brought the kid back. We, like, helped pump the ceruleum. We helped, like, deliver shit to the tappers. All of it's gone well so far. Except for, like, the refugee, who's not sure about what he wants to do. But even then, we don't know that he's dead or anything. So it's either A, it's a good thing we didn't do this during the Guardian stream, because it's too fucking hopeful, and that was just like non-stop misery for the entire time, and it would have been a real vibe killer, or we're about to get the miserable one now. And we end with it, which is awesome. Well, this is it. Elysium Nova. Far cry from its former glory, but relatively untouched compared to some parts of the capital. The building that's fallen over in front... You mean this? Surely you don't mean this, right? This one. Actually, yeah, that is actually like... Well, to be fair, the archway entering it is fine. Inside looks a little worse for wear. It was built to last. The lower floors ought to provide adequate refuge. However, there are countless magic drones patrolling the perimeter, attacking anyone who approach. That's why mothers inside have been able to seek shelter elsewhere. How ironic that the very marker once protected Garlemald are now the greatest threats to her people. But now's not time for such musings. I know the interior well enough that I should be able to locate any survivors fairly quickly. Could you keep the magic tech drones away while I'm inside? Oh, the lower floors, where we can't get to. It's so basically in the bunker underneath, got it. So they kind of let dead parents and siblings like Julius. Well, sorry. Sorry that my mom's alive and your dad died. Oh, I'm sorry. Can't all be as lucky as you. And then Vasalis is just like, why are you bullying me? What's going on? Or was it the other way around? I think Julius... I lost track of the metaphor there in terms of like, is Vasalis bullying Julius for having dead parents? Or is Julius bullying Vasalis for not having dead parents? I lost track of which way my metaphor was going there. Either way, they're bullying each other. Exactly the turn I wrote it in. I just lost track of which way it was going. Is the person with dead parents doing the bullying, or is the person with alive parents doing the bullying? I saw this and I'm like, Colossus, what are you doing here? That's Colossus. It's a little different. I don't know where the fuck the downstairs is, but you've gone there. Is that it there? No. Jules, so what was me? I had to kill my Zebed family and then the wall told me there was a cure after the fact. Garlemald. I know what his last name is. Jesus Christ. You know, Garlemald. Did at any point you consider that maybe building a bunch of motorbikes built like a brick shithouse was possibly not a wise idea? Like all other Garlean Magitech, I can understand the other Garlean Magitech from the perspective of like Empire creating war machina to oppress the places they're taking over and their own people in case of a revolt. It's like things you sit in with giant claws to slash people, it's claws to pick people up and everything like that. It's all of that. It's like, it's stuff that makes sense in terms of like viscerally like oppressing things and everything like that. I get that. Why the shredded robot bikes, though? Why the shredded robot bikes? It just seems a little out of place. But I don't mind this idea of mind. Wait, these predate him. Okay, they kind of lost the plot a long time ago. We've seen those since, I believe, at least... Well, they're definitely in Stormblood because they're in multiple dungeons in Stormblood. They're in Kashra Mavania and Alamigo at the very least. Possibly more. Can't remember if there's any in Heavenswood. I don't know if there's any of those in Azazla or anything like that. But that's one of those things where they felt more inspired by the Elegant Empire than some of the other stuff they've built. Like, if I saw the Elegant Empire make the Rotors, I would be like, okay, yeah, that tracks. I get that. So it feels like that's one of the parts where they were more inspired by the Elegant Empire than some of their other stuff. Judging by the din outside, you encountered some trouble. My thanks. Fortunately, I saw no sign of the royal family or Vipsania in there. Or anyone at all, for that matter. That said, it wasn't a complete waste of time. So people had been living in there until fairly recently. There was a radio in there too, one of the newer models. So I imagine they avoided being tempered. Hey, there we go. Considering Emmett's saying I'm both to them to a degree, maybe this is his design. He just like really likes the motorbikes that have abs. appears they've all taken all the provisions of Warm Columbia with them, which indicates they had plenty of time to plan their exit. They did overspot a map of the capital, in which they might arrive from here to Seneculum Imperialis. So the US is leading us to Seneculum Imperialis. So I was ahead to Seneculum Imperialis. Precisely. It's hard to imagine Sanya parting with the royal family at this point. Unless she went to the station, which point we would have seen her or her fucking body, hopefully. Not hopefully see her body, but if she died, then hopefully we would have come across that by now instead of we got Drew's chat. You know what I mean? She must have accompanied them on their journey. Judging by the condition of the rooms inside, I'd say only a few days have passed at most since their departure. When you realize it is Seneculum Imperialis and continue our search. You know, we actually find the parents. This again. The MSQ for Garlemald is just non-stop misery. Even when you get to the point where it's like, finally, the Garleans are going to accept our help. The dude Hitler's himself. Like, if all of the blues actually end positively, it's just like, again, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like, I guess it does kind of make sense to do all of the blues after you finish the story for Garlemald, because like until the first Legion, basically what is the only thing that's left of Garlemald, until they finally accept help, everything's going wrong for them, and then they finally concede, they accept help, Quintus Hitler's himself, and then the rest of them are just like, okay, we're now accepting help, please help us do these blue quests, and now that they're accepting help, there is actually some hope for the people. So that does check out. It does check out that it's like, hey, they're now actually asking for help, and getting it instead of just refuting it outright because of Garlean pride, and now things are going positively for them, as opposed to, like, the fucking kids that we saw that fucking died because they were so scared of us that they ran away and froze to death and then got, like, attacked by things and died to death. They died several times. Mum is the word. Garl senses your search is nearing an end. Walker? Ready, I take it? Then let's resume our search. We're heading to the Seneculum Imperialis, that enormous stone building to the northwest. Hopefully that's where we'll find Vipsania. So like, it would make sense, like, in terms of well, it would make sense in terms of whatever this is, but it would make sense in terms of this little bit of rubble here, but it would make sense in terms of like the idea. Oh Jesus. Okay, so when you walked in that part, it was like a little bit intact. I didn't realize the other half of the building was like actually still standing entirely. I didn't realize this part of the building was standing up so much. It's actually one of the highest buildings left here. I didn't realize that part. I didn't realize this is also part of it and actually it's still standing. Holy fucking Christ. You just look around and everything's just fucked. Okay, so I was looking at like that part, just being like, oh yeah, it's part of the fallen building. Nope, that's the other half of the Palladium. No, that's the other half of it there. You know, the thing that's completely and utterly fucked. There's like one more explorer to explore up there. This corner is the only other part that I haven't explored, other than like where we're about to go. Guy, maybe want to go behind that crumbled wall and have a quick one. Jesus Christ. You know how cold it is? I know like body temperature keep each other warm, but like I think that only applies to a certain extent. Well, this building seems mostly fine. This is the Seneculum Imperialis. Somehow this thing survived. Seemingly incomplete. I literally can't even see a speck on it. Well, I mean, the coloring of it, but I don't know how much that is just like, because everything's covered in ash, or whether this is just Garlean architecture and color palettes. I've seen their other things. There's a fate of rampaging murders. Again. Oh no. Oh well, no. It's a male. It's a male. It's fine. It's fine. At worst, it's the dad. It's not the mom, which is the one that the kids seem to care about the most about. You better see the insignia of the royal guard. the most proficient, experienced warriors are accepted into their ranks. Alas, he's no longer among the living, though evidently he has only been here a short while. What could have happened here? Yeah! Shit, it's Link! From Zelda! Go! Oh, wow. Jesus. Dude's armor, my god. Yeah, as the royal bodyguard, fucking look at them, Christ. No idea who you are, but I owe you a great debt. There's a woman over there by the name of Visanya. Please tend to her as well. How wounded are we talking? Okay, well, she's standing, so it's not that bad. Hopefully. Hopefully. Again, like, are all of the blues here actually going to end up positively for the characters involved? Again, makes sense that once the Guardians finally start accepting help, things go well for them as opposed to what they were doing before. It makes sense, it makes sense for, like, theme-wise. I was about to say lore-wise, not the word I mean. Theme-wise. And Endwalker seems, even more than Shadowbringers, obsessed with themes. The narrative so far for Endwalker has been absolutely dripping with metaphor and theme for nearly every single detail of like why things are happening the way that they are, even more than Shadowbringers. But again, you're coming up to the finale of the the big grand climax of all the story up to it and everything like that. That is the moment that you steep your story in metaphor and everything like that. I see you're not one of them, but who are you? Just someone trying to help their kid find their parents. Just when I was about to lose all hope, you appear. We've managed to put down the last of them. I still can't quite believe you're here at my son's request. You should be proud. Were it not for him, we might have never found you. I'm sure it'll be eager to express his gratitude to this gentleman here. Yes, he and I both served the royal family. At least until the city was plunged into chaos. I was badly injured and he's been by my side ever since. While I was still recovering, he even penned letters for me and placed them in the ruins of my home for my loved ones to find. Your praise is wasted on me, truly. After all, I and my comrades stopped you from going to meet your family at the First Legion's encampment. For our own selfish reasons. Then, even the Seneculum Imperialis, our supposed safe haven, was attacked by a rampaging Magitek. I should never live down the shame of failing to protect the members of the royal household in my care. But thanks to you both, I have been spared an untimely end. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. This is, like, one of the few, like, outside of, like, MSQ characters. This is one of the few, like, native-born Garleans who even come close to approaching the builds that, like, Varus and Xenos are known for. I mean, I believe in general it is said that Garleans have, like, a much larger physical, like, generally, Garleans end up a lot physically bigger than, like, Kyers and stuff. It's kind of like makes up for the fact that they can't control magic and things like that. But most of the Garleans that we've been running into are like the same height as yours. There's literally 2 of them right in front of us right now. This dude's one of the few who's like, because again, like Xenos is like as tall. I can't remember if Xenos is as tall or even taller than Minor Fist. Xenos may slightly be taller than Minor Fist, so like they're like Xenos and Varus are fucking huge. But I'm also from memory, Xenos and Varus are described as being particularly tall, even for Garleans. But yeah, this is the first dude that we've run into a while who's actually like a height that matches that. Like he's only a little bit shorter than Minor Fist right now, and he's slashed over. I'm assuming it's Ellison body. I'm assuming it's primarily that it's an Ellison body, but they've shaped the face to look like a Garlean face. I'm assuming that's like how they get away with it. And make his body look bigger than a normal Ellison body by giving him the big shit ass armor. Size different kink activated. I'm glad to help. And for what it's worth, I'm sure my comrades in the first would rather let bygones be bygones than perpetuate old grudges. Two of you must come with us to Tertium. That goes double for you, Vipsania. Because I'll be overjoyed to see you again. What about the father who's absolutely dead? Is that just not going to come up that the dad's definitely dead? The kid was talking about my parents. I'm going to see my parents. And we've only seen the mom. And I him. I've been apart for far too long. Let's waste no more time here. We better not rush, given you your injuries. I had to eat him to survive the winter. Jesus Christ. It's always winter in Garlemald. That could have been a thing that happened before, like, the war happened. I can't even say that. I can't even say the war when I'm referring to Garlemald. I can't even just turn around and say, ah, yes, the war. Because this is the second civil war they've had in the space of however long you consider it between ARR and Endwalker. I can't even say the war. I mean, to be fair, this one seems slightly more devastating than the last one. Like, the last one was a big war and it, like, destabilized Garlemald. This one destroyed the fucking country. So, you know, this one's a little more devastating. So when people say the war, they're probably going to think about this one more than the other one. But still, though. This is summer. Oh my god. It's near all over again. Snow in summer. So my phone was booping. Is that a Discord thing or is that a text? No, it's me showing a photo of a photo that I had of spaghetti bolognese at some point and saying, hey, remember when you took a photo of some spaghetti bolognese? No, I don't, phone. No, I don't remember taking a photo of spaghetti bolognese. But thank you for reminding me of that time that I ate spaghetti bolognese that one time that I took a photo of for some reason. Did you find her? Yeah. What about the dad? Or you're just like, he wasn't important. As long as I got the mum back, that's fine. This is the Guardian Summer's Cold and the Ishgardian Winters. Jesus. I mean, the Ishgardians talk about how it's similar. The Ishgardian, like, we had characters during this moment where the Ishgardians were just like, oh no, we're fine. We're wearing our normal gear because this is what Ishgard is like. I think they may have described it that it's slightly colder here. But it isn't as funny. So that is true. Mom! I'm so sorry, my love. Yay, we found one of the parents. Let's not talk about the other one we haven't found yet. No, I know what we can do. Look, kid, we found your mom. And don't worry, we found you a new dad. Let's go. I simply have to know. Why did you leave Platium Nova? We both served the kin of Lord Nova, so it was decided we would join the 3rd Legion in the Seneculum Imperialis. Chilla's coming, we found you a new one. But as soon as we set foot inside, the streets were run by soldiers in the thrones of madness. Magic ransacking anyone who dared cross their path. It's a miracle we even managed to escape. We eventually made into the Seneculum Imperialis and inside, though it didn't take long for the Marketer to find us. You stepped in just when we had begun to abandon hope. Looks like we arrived in the nick of time. To be separated from my dear boy was more than I could bear. But I knew that even with my injuries, I wouldn't stand a chance that they're on my own. But we're together now, aren't we? That's all that matters. And Dad doesn't matter either. And it's all thanks to you. Like, we're just not going to address it the father's missing. We're just not going to address it. The questline explicitly started with Mum and Dad are going to come and meet me here. I'm pretty sure Velocity said that at the beginning, that I'm going to meet my Mum and Dad here and all will be good. I'm pretty sure we said that explicitly at the beginning of this. And we're just not going to mention that, well... And it's like, well, silver lining, we got the mom, so, like, let's just not focus on the dad for now. We'll grieve about that later. Let's enjoy the happiness now for that. So the forehead, so does that, like, blink too? That is... This is why Garlemald became fascist in the first place. It's because of all of this. It's because of all of these questions. It's because of all these treatments towards the, oh, if you can't control magic, does your dick still work? It's because of all of this The Garlemald went fascist in the first place. Well, if you ask them that, at least that's the reasoning why. Seeing the smiles has made it all worthwhile. And we ignore the dead dad. She's right. We'll never forget what you've done for us. You truly are a hero. Yeah. Yeah. This reminds me why I joined the Vigiles Urbani all those years ago. It's true what they say. Good deed really is its own reward. But I'm sure you want a Mika Bulb or two as a reward as well. Any road, we best stay here a while to allow Vipsania time to recuperate. She's still injured after all. Then we can head to Camp Broken Glass. Yay! Yeah, all of the blues were actually ended positively. Every single blue quest here actually ended in some form of, and then things were okay. Again, I assume that's meant to be deliberate. I'm going to assume that, again, it feels weird to have the, oh my god, there's still more. Never mind, it does, the question. Oh right, the dad! I think your comrades will have work for me to do. So I'm gonna just sit back and let people look after me. Ultimate Journey of Camp Broken Glass, help these three get settled in. Oh, this is a quest line, and the other quest line was about helping the fucking power turn on in Camp Broken Glass. Yeah, right, sorry. It's been so long since I've done 2 quest chains for an area, because fucking even, like, the moon only had 1. I completely forgot about about what the game does. If there are 2 Aether Current quests that are both, like, long quest chains, they combine together at the end. I completely forgot about that part. Kind of makes it good then that we finished this one, because otherwise, because if we finished the one that was way down south, and then Vipsania had a quest appear, I wouldn't have realized unless Deku told me. And Deku hasn't responded in chat for a while, so I'm assuming Deku has fallen asleep or went to bed. So, there is that. Are there warm beds at your camp? And hot food? What if it turns out that, like, App of Piss or whatever his name is, what if that's the dad? Like I'm the last one standing. Who's your dad here? Is Appius actually is App of Piss actually gonna be the dad? Is he gonna actually be the dad? And he just ran away from his kids to just be like, but I wanna make an engine. If Sanya is worried for her beloved. Hadn't had a moment's peace since we were forced to shelter inside Palladium Novum. But now my son and I might finally find refuge from the madness that's through our city. For better or worse, we have no possessions to speak of, so we're ready to leave whenever you are. Rest assured, I'm well enough to make the journey. I swear I won't, so you know. The last non-lurker? Well, unfortunately, because my Twitch app doesn't work on my fucking phone anymore to actually show me how many viewers there are, I have no idea how many viewers I have. I have 5! Hello, 4 lurkers. You're all chill. I love you all. You're allowed to lurk and it's chill and it's awesome. I think you're awesome. Apparently it's 5. Apparently it's 5, but again, if you're lurking, you're still cool. You do not need to talk. If you feel like, oh, I'm lurking, I'm not like, that means I'm not as you know. Because if you talk in chat, you actively become part of the content. It's a lot of stress. I'm aware that like, if you say things in chat, then they become part of the video and everything like that. I understand that's a lot of stress, so I totally get people who lurk. I totally understand it. That or 4 other people have left you on the computer and fallen asleep as I have done before. At what point, if you don't interact with with a Twitch stream, do you start counting as no longer a viewer? At what point will it ever do that? I don't know. I don't know how Twitch. I don't know how Twitch makes its metrics work in terms of like viewers. Because there have been some times where I go like, I can go into viewers like, say at the start of a stream in the boot up, because I have a button I can click on. I can have a button that I can click on that tells me the users that are currently in chat. It'll tell me like who's active in chat right now. And I might do that before I start up a stream, like in the prelude to it, so I actually know who's there, and things like that. I try not to do it too often because it does feel like a little bit of breaking into privacy if someone's there but they're not talking. But I can do that. It's like I haven't done it now. but I can press a button. But there are times where it will say viewers 1 or 2, and then I click the users in chat button, and it will show 6 or 7 people. And I'm just like, okay, so you're reading like 7 people are active in chat, but only 2 people are viewing it? I don't even know how that works. Like, the other way around, when, like, way less people active in chat compared to viewers, that I'd get, because it's like, oh, those people haven't commented in chat or for a while, they haven't clicked on the box or anything. But how you can say someone's active in chat but not a viewer, I have no fucking clue, so I have no idea how it actually registers it. I'm not sure at least my computer stays on until the stream ends or raids another channel. And then I wake up and someone's yelling at Minecraft, which I don't even watch. I feel bad because I never do raids. I never raid other people on Twitch, but I also feel like it would be pointless for me to raid other people on Twitch because of the times that I stream at and when I finish. Everyone is just like, Fire, please fucking finish the stream. I want to go to bed. So I feel like me raiding people is pointless because once I finish my stream, everyone who's watching it goes to sleep. So I feel like this is like, what would be the point? I'd raid someone, maybe one person would click on it and then they'd immediately disappear. I appreciate TBH, so I wake up to Minecraft. Oh, hey Glenn. Funny that one of the people we got for the Zodiac fight was in here earlier. Yo, nice. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is how I increase my viewership. We keep going into PF saying I'm streaming. People come in and see me have over-the-top reactions that are more over-the-top than a lot of other people who play 14. And then there we go. Get him in there. I mean, I've mentioned it before. Out of every series that I've done, 14 has had the most people who come into my stream because I'm playing 14. And they start watching me by playing 14 and then go on to watch other stuff that I do. No other series has been more consistent at doing that than 14. 14 has increased my regular viewership across everything else that I do more than any other series. There's a number of series that I do where I've got new people who will come in for that series, and then basically they'll only watch things that are in that series later on when I eventually get to that game. Well, there might be 1 or 2 things, but there's been a lot of people who have come in because of 14 who just pop into like every other general stream more than anything else. So there's definitely something to that. There's definitely something to that. Either it's like 14 viewers in general like that, which based on how much people talk about emotional vampirism for the series, I don't think that's the case. Or 14 streams show me at my best in terms of this is a game that complements my commentary style the best. So people are the most endeared to my commentary style the most from this. And also people who care about 14 probably, like, a lot of them probably care deep about the lore and appreciating the game so intensely, and that's a lot of what I do. So they're just like, oh, you're gonna do that for other games? Awesome, let's go. But what about Dad? He wanted us to meet here if anything happens. Oh my god, we're finally mentioned in the dead fucking dad. Your father's a resourceful man. He loves carburetors. I'm sure he's gone in search of one because they're more important to him than us. Sure, wherever he is, he's found a way to get by. And if he does make his way here, the others will tell him where we've gone. What was I thinking? I'm so glad to have found you that I completely forgot about your husband. And apparently they did too until now. So we had your father for dinner last winter, remember? Julius is your dad now. Not even this personal god? Damn. It's fine, really. He's the chief of Jaturna Platform G! This really does make Apopis seem like a dick. Apopis has run so far away from his family. He's never once mentioned them. It's never come up that he wants to go back and see them. The dude was just autisming over his fucking oil rig instead the entire time. It really does not give a good impression of the guy. Jesus. That god has a wife and kids. Had, based on what they're talking about, had is the operative word, not has. Last I saw of him, he was on his way to work. So he's still there now, and if not, he may have found somewhere safer. Something on your mind, Minifus? I know someone who works. Wait, did they say the chief? Oh, it's the guy it's the guy with the key card we never found. Never mind. Sorry. If it's not Apopis, then it's the guy with the key card. Yeah, if you said the chief, it's the guy with the key card who's holding onto it for dear life. It's not Apopis. Never mind. Never mind. Apopis isn't a bad dad. Never mind. That's someone who works there. Really? I must speak with them. What a fortunate coincidence. First things first, you can't break glass before we start making further inquiries. Sorry, I forgot that Appius was not like the chief. I forgot that he wasn't the chief. Because they were talking about the key card and we were working on that and I forgot. It's like, oh yeah, Appius wasn't the chief, he just works there. We gave up on trying to look for the chief and instead hotwired the oil rig. Right, that's how that played out, I forgot. He's Australian. I mean, I will say the Australian people, by and large, probably do act a lot like Garleans did before the war. So, that makes sense. Anyway, by the way, mapping achievement, let's go! Mapping the realm Garlemald, let's go! I did it. I mapped the realm of Garlemald. And I got to see these pipes go up to the wall and see this Strebok over here. Sorry, Saiga. I just shoved syllables together. I was just like, I'm just gonna shove syllables together and hope they're anything like its actual name. there was no further reasoning of why I call them Strebok. I'm just like, I'm gonna string some syllables together. It's an animal in 14. It's got some 2-syllable name that is 2 syllables that normally don't go together that are together, or it's just straight up called a tiger. For some reason, there's a handful that are just the name of what they fucking are. Other than Garlean anatomical feature, the marsupial-like pouch in which they keep their families, as you do. Hello again. Since we last spoke, Appius and I have been holding regular meetings with the other machinists to discuss all manner of topics, most of a technical nature. The stream has become more ninjas and approaches 12 hours again. Look. If there's any salvation, though, I don't think us speaking to Appius right now is going to involve us killing a god like last time, so I think it'll be okay. So you say marsupial, and I can't remember the name of them. The only 2 animals on Earth who both lay eggs and have a pouch, and they're both Australian. There's a particular term, because there's like marsupial, like has a pouch and stuff like that. And anything like that? Yeah, platypus and echidna. It's platypus and echidna. They belong to a specific group of animal, but I can't remember the name of it. It's something M, I believe. Mammalian? I can't remember. But yeah, they're the only 2 animals on the planet that both lay eggs and have a pouch. And they're both, like, native Australian animals. So I think echidna is different to a hedgehog. I mean, outside of, like, hedgehogs have way larger spines and echidnas are way more tiny in terms of like their spikes, and are much more directly covered and much thicker and tougher on an echidna from what I've experienced compared to a hedgehog. But yeah, they're also they lay eggs and have a pouch. Greetings, Manifest. I'm interested to know we've been kept rather busy. Well, getting the platform up and running again. Cadets can also climb with their spikes on their gloves. This is true. They can also fly. They can also just fly. They hold out their fists forwards. They can also fly. They're also really good at rap. And they're feminists. Maybe. Oh, I read that line dialogue. Why, yes, of course. I'd be happy to share what I know. And God, and the Chaos Emeralds, except when not. One day I'll play through all of the Sonic. One day I'll play through all the Sonic games. We have a plan. We have a plan for playing Sonic games. We got incredibly unhinged over the course of 1 or 2 days on Discord, and now there is the world's most fucked plan of me playing Sonic games. I'm not telling you any more about it. It might happen at some point. Briar runs on the Discord. You may have seen it, but for everyone else, nah, you don't get to learn. There's a tree used to work on Juturna Platform G. I did indeed. You must be Chief Frontinus's wife. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm so sorry to hear you've been kept apart from your husband this entire time. And we never actually looked for Frontius, we just hot-wired the rig instead. Sadly, I have no clue where he is either, but I'll tell you what I know. He had a key card, and he said, I'm gonna hold on to the key card. As long as it includes dead meme Knuckles. He disappeared with the identification key. Doesn't sound like him at all. There's a lot of memes around Sonic. I'm not even sure which one you mean. Oh, you mean the racist one? If you're talking about the racist one I'm familiar with, it won't include that. Useful information to be sure, but we'll need more than that before we can go looking for him. Colossus, could you tell anything else about your father? He's never so kind and he never breaks a promise. Good at making plans too. It was his idea for us to meet at the station, but he promised to meet you there and then he didn't. Sounds like a broken promise to me. Deadbeat father! I'm thinking of Ugandan Knuckles, and it's just like, Ugandan Knuckles and people gave it an accent and everything like that, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. You're literally naming the Knuckles after a country and then doing a mocking accent. It sounds like it's probably racist. I have zero context for it. Again, I'm just thinking, like, you gave it an accent that's where the accent's supposed to be half of the humor, and you call it Ugandan Knuckles, and I'm just like, I don't trust people on the internet for that to not be enough for that to not be racist. That sounds like the chief. All his ideas are firmly founded on logic. 13 would ask an ideal underground shelter, and the trains were still running that provide the perfect escape route. They were not running. They were not running. They kind of died. But also, he's not there. Or anywhere. My husband has also died in the war patriot. He made a point of hanging the Imperial flag in front of our house for all the neighborhood to see. And often spoke of his devotion to the Empire. Fuck, you're right, yeah. Again, this isn't me basing it on I've heard about it. It's me just basing it on it's the internet. It's called Ugandan. It's an accent. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if it turns out that it is probably horrifically racist to the Ugandan people. So it's like, just being in Australia, I've developed a sixth sense for racism. And it's basically, do a bunch of white people reference someone who isn't white? A 60% chance it's probably racist. A scale that goes higher, the darker their skin would be. We have a lot in common, the Chief and I. Certainly only took the key to stop the others from misusing the platform. Speaking of the key, could you tell us a bit more about it? It was like it was weird. It was a necklace, and it was in the shape of a drill, and you put it in, and then you turned it. So I had to bring it back to Gurren Lagann. That thing's a mecha, can't you tell? Grants access to the M5 fuel supply network. Pipeline that contains countless facilities, including the platforms and the Enceladium. To be fair, Fire Truck Red is hard to code in as a race thing for me. No, I'm thinking of just like the people from Uganda. Not Knuckles. I'm just thinking like, is it white people referencing the people of Uganda? And it's like, yeah. And it's just like, yeah, people of Uganda, like in terms of the, like, from white skin to, like, dark skin to black skin. Like, that's relatively high up on the scale, so the chances of being racist are a bit higher. Compared to, like, if it's like a reference to like someone from an Asian country, it's just like, it's probably like a 60% chance of being racist. But because it's Uganda and they've got darker skin, then it's probably a bit more likely to be racist. I didn't know it was called Uganda Knuckles, so there's that. Then yeah, so that's the thing, is like, I've only like, that's the, yeah, that would be a big thing. If you don't know that it's called Uganda Knuckles, then I wouldn't blame, like, again, I didn't know it was racist. I didn't know. I just kind of comfortably assumed that that it was. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, it probably is. It probably is. But yeah, if you had no idea that it's called Uganda Knuckles, then yeah, then it's just like then it sounds just like a weirdly drawn Knuckles saying a silly catchphrase. So no, I am blaming you. I am in no capacity blaming you. It's just for me hearing that that's what it's called. I'm just like, yeah, it probably is. I'm not gonna look into it. I'm not gonna research it or learn about it. I'm just gonna assume it is and move on. And unfortunately, my very low opinion of internet denizens who come up with these things was unfortunately right in this regard. And yeah, it was. Come on, what's the opinion on this? No, they're gonna call the Ugandan savages. No. Well, at this point, maybe they won't. I'll ask them for help because, hey, we're all fucked and dying and freezing. I think we have all the pieces of the puzzle, but how do they fit together? It makes sense if he went to the Enceladium. I don't know how him protecting his family is like, Yeah, because, like, he would have been a target for the other legions, but for this long? Yeah, the Cerulean pipeline is at the root of this. That's a distinct possibility. Let's suppose he went to the Enceladium after collecting the identification key. What next? That's it. He could use the key to hold the supply of ceruleum to the Magitech trains. Probably the fuel most of them would be rendered entirely inoperable. If he succeeded, that's a big if. So it's telling what kind of danger he could be in now. Quiet. Mind first. Roll out. There's no time to waste. To the Enceladium. I was going to say that have to also use magic and worship deities, but that opens a whole other angle to this best left unexplored. Yeah. When I was skilled, the firearms should come in handy if you're forced to engage in combat. I have an exploding sword on my back, Appius. I think I'm fine. Thank you all so much for agreeing to live for my husband. We'll be waiting here, awaiting a safe return. Please be careful. I want to see my dad again, but I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Again, kid, giant exploding sword. I apologize not going with you, but given my injuries, I'd only hold you back. Best of luck in finding Vivsania's man. So is this the Emperor's personal guard? The Emperor was Varus. I mean, I know it's the First Legion, and the First Legion were the Legion that were directly under Varus. I get it. But it's like, that dude actually, like, protects Varus? Because I will say, he didn't do a very good job. Well, I guess, I can't blame him. It was Xenos who got in there. It was Xenos who got in there. I can't blame him for not protecting the Emperor. It's like, how did you not protect the Emperor from dying? Xenos killed him? Alright, yeah, no, fair enough. He's fucking one of the twins. That's what it is. He's, yeah, one of the twins from Gimlet Dark. That's what it is. I am expanding the lore. To be fair, the idea of expanding the lore by describing which characters are fucking other characters is probably one of the most tried and true methods of fans expanding the lore in stories. So, yeah, checks out. The architecture here certainly makes an impression. That's my first time to venture this far, you know. Who knew that the Garleans loved building their buildings to look like they were destroyed? Romanard, made you catch up a little bit. Alright, Romanard and I will search the interior while you look around outside. You may be waiting for the right moment, in which case he'd seek shelter from the cold. You could even say that he's in from the cold. Vivsania's at Frontiers has very distinctive long white hair. Keep your wits about you. He knows what Magitech foes lie in wait. His wife and kids in the marsupial pouch. I don't know, he's having an affair. The Enceladium also seems to be relatively unharmed. It's like every single legion who was fighting to try and like take over Garlemald was just like, okay, this is our fuel shit. Like, yeah, destroying this to stop our the other legions from being able to use all the fuel would be nice. But if our plan is to take control of Garlemald, we probably want to leave the fuel stations intact of our homeland. So we're going to make sure this remains completely unscathed. Francis does not seem to be here. Damn, I didn't find him in the middle of all the snow. Shit. You know, so we don't freeze to death. Yeah, you know what? We should probably not, like, well, let's blow up all of the neighborhoods. All of the urban areas, all of, like, the buildings designed to protect different people of the royal family and everything like that. We'll make sure all of that gets blown to fucking Kingdom Come. But we can't destroy the fuel depot. We'll freeze to death if we take over Garlemald after that. And we'll not be able to power our Magitech to kill the other legions either. Ah! There's someone screaming in the distance. Turn direction of the noise, see if you can locate its source. Because I'd mind if it's near the direction, because I couldn't hear shit. I don't have my headphones in right now. They had some priorities. It wasn't senseless destruction and violence against one another. I'm impressed, Garlemald. Consider me impressed. You showed any amount of restraint to think about the best solutions for you going ahead, assuming you would win. That is long flowing white hair. It's like leaning against the car. Not a lot, but some. Oh shit, the giant gorilla's attacking him. Actually, you know what? Discussing the Rhoda earlier, And like, why the fuck did Garlemald build an absolutely shredded motorbike as one of their mechs? They did also build an absolutely shredded gorilla. They also had a shredded gorilla as a Magitech. I think the people who designed like the Magitech of Garlemald may have secretly all been robot fuckers. I think I've actually worked it out. I think the designers of the Magitech were all robot fuckers, and so they designed robots that want to fuck, aka ones that are absolutely fucking shredded. I think I've solved it. So it's Shaka, exactly. So it was like everyone in the Discord, apparently. Finding Dan was using it for his war machine, which is sadly the more likely explanation. Yeah, but it means that none of them destroyed that, but until, like, the tower appeared and possessed everyone. It still means there was some restraint to not destroy the fuel depot until everyone got possessed. The war broke out and immediately everyone was killing each other, but they still didn't destroy it. There was still some restraint. I don't think you can become a Magitech engineer without being a robot fucker. Deku with the triumphant return. I have mentioned robot fucking. And so Deku has immediately woken up and just like Deku is just lying there, asleep, falling asleep watching the stream, because it's nearly a 12-hour stream again, and then just like while drifting in a haze in the land of dreams, there's a part of him that hears the phrase robot fucker, and their eyes immediately dart open and awake, and it's like, oh shit, I'm back to the stream. Hi. Welcome. You saved me, but why? Is everything alright? Deku's overheard quite the descent into depravity in the last 30 minutes. We're getting to that point where the stream's nearly 12 hours again, and I'm getting delirious and my commentary is becoming garbage. But thankfully we're not in MSQ anymore, so if the people just want to watch MSQ and see my good reactions, they can skip this. It's only the brave few who are watching the extra 6 hours on top of the MSQ today to see this. Or the ones who were alerted when they hear the phrase robot fucking in their sleep. Frontinus, yes? I've been looking for you. Must be my lucky day. Way things were going, if the drones hadn't finished me off, starvation surely would have. So much for my brilliant plan. After I barely escaped my life, I holed up within the perimeter walls. My supplies ran out, I decided to take one last crack at it. And look where that got me. Please tell me you still have an eye under that bandage. Save your strength, we'll get you out of here. Wait, you're not one of us. Correct. My comrades and I have come to Garlemald to lend what help we can. Remain camp in Laterm, and your family is there waiting for you. They're alive? Thank the heavens! We'll take care of Frontinus. Hereabouts camping gave his loved ones good news. I am really self-responsible for this commentary. It's fine, he's got 3, he can afford to lose one. Pretty sure the same thing is said about their testicles for Galleons. Poor sod really is on his last legs. Better give him something to eat post-haste. Now let's just keep staring at him. Leave this to us. Let's give his Anya and Velocus in suspense any longer. Aiming, wait, stop. Please, tell my wife and son hello. Sorry. Galleons have 3 testicles to expanding the law. That's what we're doing here. We're expanding the law. And their sacks, so they can fit all 3. This stream needs to fucking end, I swear to God. We need to wrap this shit up sooner than later. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Wait, where's Rimmel now? Something happened during the search. Oh, they're just getting back to feeding the guy first. I don't know what they're feeding him with, unless they're planning on eating robot parts there, which I think Frontinus wants to eat out the robot parts, but not eat the robot parts. Did you manage to find him? Velocus and Vipsania have been on tenter hooks since you departed. I hope you have good news for them. You're back! So, did you find my dad? I found your dad! And everyone survived. Garlemald accepted the help of outsiders, and everything went positively. Garlemald has learned a lesson. Accept a proffered hands. Or you fucking die. Dad! We haven't started confessing our darkest secrets, so we're still on the ground as far as the Lyris late night commentary goes. I mean, I would have no issues sharing my darkest secrets. I think I don't have secrets that are so dark that I wouldn't care if people found out. I think it's more so just if I described the darkest secrets with the proper words, I might get banned from Twitch again. I think it's more so that. Frontinus, it's wonderful to have you back, Chief. It's wonderful to be back, believe me. So we hotwired your oil rig. I hope we didn't break it in the process. I'd put a stop to those rampaging drones by cutting off their supply of ceruleum. Only I bit off more than I could chew. Hope insurance probably the more apt descriptor here. Hey, it's fine. You did your best, Chief. That's all anyone could ask. Can't share darkest secret, couldn't see what was happening, too dark. You're a brave man, Frontinus. Reckless, but brave. Doesn't sound like anyone I know what you're talking about. I wouldn't be standing here now again and saved my bacon. I was going to express my gratitude for all you've done for me and my family. There was one other thing. We had to jury-rig the platform to get it working again, since you took the key. I know you must be angry, but... Kitty, I food reported 2 hours ago. The cats have been fed, do not believe they're lying bullshit. Angry? Far from it. You're only trying to help the townsfolk return to a normal way of life. At any rate, also identification came when I was set upon by the drones. Oh, then they won't be around for much longer if the contingent's got anything to do with it. You're gonna love this camp too. Full of gifted engineers! Sure, there'll be all kinds of projects for you to busy yourself with once you're feeling better. And despite everything that's befallen Garlemald, our platform is set to play a starring role in the reconstruction efforts. Indeed, but more than that, I'm delighted to be with my family. Miss you too dearly. As did we. Now that we're together again, everything will be alright. I know it will. Thanks to our newfound friends, we've been given another chance at happiness. Yay! Yay! Again, all of the stories here go, all the blues go positively for Garlemald. Every single one of them. There's not like a single tragedy that befalls anyone in them outside of like the kid's house got blown up. And stuff like that. And yeah, again, I'm pretty sure that's meant to be the themes. We are out, now that Garlemald has accepted help, they are no longer just all constantly dying and everything goes positive. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be delivered. You also have bad news. The cock chair with you. No, he's gonna share it with Fortunal now. No. And with that, we're caught up on blues again. Like, oh. Unless any of these yellows are also things that were part of the blues connected. But honestly, after that ending, I really don't think that's the case. Like, oh. Yeah. So with that, shall we go back to the Bardessian Annex where the ominous, creepy music is playing? That's gonna loom over our heads for a fucking week straight? And the rig blew up and all the characters on the blue quest died. No! One of the pieces flew over and hit the commissary lady. No! Oh, the tragedy. Also, Garlemald blew up. And then Garlemald blew up. The ends. Fucked up storytelling. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to the Bardessian Annex. I know this will fit on YouTube. The stream's been 11.5 hours long. So I at least know that the footage will fit on YouTube, but also, holy fucking shit, somehow after last week, this stream was still yet again nearly 12 hours long. YouTube video will probably be under 11. I did have a long break where I was eating food in the middle and then discussing shit with chat that isn't part of the YouTube video, so we're actually gonna cut a lot out of this one. But fucking hell. Don't worry, nothing needs to blow up. The final days are upon us, and the end draws nigh. Ah yes, the music of Everything is Chill and Fine is playing. Ready for a nap? I don't know how I can sleep with this ominous music playing, but I will try my best. Anyways, with all of that, we're gonna go to sleep. Next time, I'm gonna have a wild guess and say that next time, the final days totally won't be upon us. We're going for a swerve here. We're gonna go for a swerve. They're teasing us that Father's gonna be hit by the final days. They're trying to tease us about it. We're gonna swerve and the final days will somehow not be upon us. Totally not copium, shut up. Well, everything will be fine. The next stream is going to be so happy that then I bet next time when we come back and we go to Father Day, I bet when we come back, I'm going to laugh more in the next stream than during today's stream where we had the Loperids. I bet next episode's gonna be even funnier than all the Loperid stuff happening today. I bet. Like, I don't see how it couldn't be. I don't see how it's possible. There's someone Bahamable X. What's the meaning behind the moon meteors? What's the wispy black smoke? Will Julius get laid? Find out. Anyways, so with all of that, thank you all for watching yet another MSQ stream for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Vibes were a little different today compared to last time. They really did say, we stressed you the fuck out with the entire Garlemald section, and then killing Zodiac and the end of the world is approaching, and also you went to the moon. They really said, we're aware of how intense literally all of that was. Chill the fuck out with some moon rabbits for a couple hours, because you need to recuperate for what comes ahead. Minervus becomes a super pirate, yeah. So I'm sure next time is gonna go fine and everything will be happy. We're gonna bring a bunch of tissues to the next stream because it'll be tears of joy that will be shed next time, I'm sure. Thank you all so much for watching. Will the logout music play over the ominous music? There it is. Until next time, this is version 2, signing